Full time to examine it and determine its qualities. It may well be harmful to touch, or even smell. Cale's eyes went wide. Truly? Truly, said Helmold. Then he smiled. Now, be a good lad and go play. Cale's eyes darted between his mother and Helmold a few more times. Letha gave him a small nod, and with that he scurried off again. Helmold grinned and again placed his hand over Letha's. Now then, where were we? Letha slipped her hand away and stood, gathering the dishes. I'm sorry, my lord, she said, in as polite a tone as she could manage. There's much work to be done, and it seems I'm the only one left to do it. Helmold blew out a sigh, sat back in his chair and watched Letha busy herself. She was a fine lass, young and fit, trim waist, childbearing hips. It'd be a shame if he had to force the issue. But if he must, he must. For the moment, he simply watched, considering his options. And then again, the sound of a child's hurried footsteps came pelting back down the hallway. Gods, that brat was beginning to get on his nerves. Ma! There's people in the yard! Loads of them! That got both of their attention. Helmold and Letha turned to see Cale, his little hand braced on the doorframe, huffing and puffing a second time. People? Said Helmold. Cale looked up at the Magister, nodding vigorously. A whole train of them! And they look haggard! There's 2 in the lead! I think they're warriors! Helmold and Letha looked at each other. For the moment, the tension between them stood aside, replaced by this new problem. I'll greet them, said Helmold. You and the lad stay down here, in case. Letha smiled, and Helmold saw some sincerity in it this time. Progress. He'd make her feel grateful in other ways soon. But this was a start. Helmold rose from his chair, made sure his face was free from crumbs. He bowed floridly to Letha, and then turned with a swish of his cloak to go and see about these unexpected guests. When he climbed the stairs and emerged into the castle yard, his eyebrows went up. 50-some people milled about in a group, men, women, and children of all ages. They were dirty and tired. Many had angry red marks around their wrists, as if they had been bound. In the rear of the yard, by the kennels, Helmold spied the flower little Cale came running to tell them about. In truth, its bud was even larger than a pumpkin. It was a brilliant shade of green, and had yet to bloom. The flower was ringed by small bushes bearing dozens of ripe blue fruits, about the size of plums. The unnaturally vibrant color of the fruits in the flower suggested gnosis. Curious. But there would be time to examine that later. 2 men approached Helmold from amidst the group of people, talking between themselves. A tall one and a stout one, both clad in mail and wearing weapons. They noticed Helmold at the same time he noticed them, and the tall one gave a genial smile and a wave as they came closer. Most likely they spotted each other's system icons at the same time as well. Walter, Cazador, Class Hunter, Archetype, Marksman, Faction, House Redmane, Level 31. Vengarl, Cazador, Class Hunter, Archetype, Trapper, Faction, House Redmane, Level 31. Level 31. And House Redmane. So they had met the beast, and it approved of them. Unfortunate, but best to be polite. At least until one has the upper hand. Helmold put a smile on his face and approached the 2 hunters. Well met, my lords, he bowed to them. Magister Helmold of House Redmane, at your service. Upon the wall there were 2 kinds of guards. Guards on patrol, and guards standing posts. The former were easier to ambush. All Redmane had to do was hang over the side of the wall by his claws, or perch atop a watchtower out of view. The latter group, the ones standing posts, required a careful approach. Often the paired guards would be gazing off in different directions, conversing with each other while they watched over the town below them. Without stalk, he had to be extra careful. And quick. For the most part, it was working. The guards who did spot him coming weren't fast enough to raise a general alarm, and their posts were spaced far enough apart from each other that a sudden clash of weapons wouldn't necessarily be heard. He dragged them into their watchtowers to eat, and this too was quick. Soon he'd amassed a respectable quantity of corpus. Corpus, 6,522. Over the course of the morning's early hours, Redmayne made his way around the north side of Berograd's walls, dispatching and devouring beastmen 2 to 4 at a time. He drew nearer and nearer to a large pair of watchtowers, which sat on either side of the Bear River. The wall between them featured a stone archway tall and wide enough to admit riverboats through. Those towers were heavily fortified. Even from a distance, Redmayne spied ballistae mounted on the wall between them to deter the vessels of raiders. Redmayne imagined there would be other nasty surprises in store. Soon he would discover what they were. He had no gnosis, but he had weapons, and corpus aplenty. For the moment. The first surprise came when he reached one of those riverside watchtowers. Redmayne expected guards, which there were, but he didn't expect a huge, pale insect to come crawling out from a hatch in the tower's roof. At least, that's what it looked like at first glance. The longer he looked, the less he liked what he saw. It was indeed pale, and it resembled an insect in its construction. But its limbs were human. Or at least, they had once belonged to human bodies. Spindly arms and legs with dead white flesh, sewn together like a macabre doll. Redmayne could see the stitch lines where blackened thread pierced into that pasty skin, which was an angry red color around the stretched punctures. The thing walked on an uncountable number of hands, with 4 more arms held aloft. 4 arms, which belonged to a pair of human torsos stacked on top of each other and fused together at the spine. Each arm bore a weapon in place of a hand, a gently curved sickle, a long spike of rusty iron, the 3-pronged head of a trident, and a 2-headed axe. It had many faces, sewn together on a bulbous head mounted to the top of its uppermost torso. Many faces, but no eyes. And each one of its faces was stretched into a grotesque expression of one kind or another. A smile, a frown, an animal snarl. Stitchwork Spider Monster. Type, Undead, Horror. Level 35. Despite its lack of eyes, its senses must have been especially keen, because it spotted Redmayne the moment it emerged. The thing whipped around, looking right at him, and let out a shriek to alert all the nearby guards manning the tower, who were armed with blades and crossbows. Redmayne grimaced and readied his axe. Marked as prey. Chapter 22. Berograd. Town Walls. Crossbow bolts whizzed by Redmayne's head as he sprinted for the watchtower. The stitchwork spider climbed down the side of that tower to interpose itself between him and the guards posted behind and above. Unless Redmayne found a way by, he'd have to contend with them all at the same time, which wouldn't do. There did seem to be one way through, but the chance of success was slim. He'd dive under the thing's legs and run through the watchtower door, which was too small for the monster to follow, unless it could tuck all of its limbs in tight and squeeze through the gap. Which was possible, but he didn't see any alternatives at the moment. Redmayne grew close. The spider reared up with a shrill cry, its weapons poised to strike. Then he tucked and rolled underneath it. This might have worked if it were truly a spider, but its legs ended in human hands. No sooner did Redmayne begin his roll did one of them snag him out from underneath and lift him up off his feet, several feet up, so that the faces of the stitched spider could get a close look at him. There was a wet, twisting sound as its head rotated to show Redmayne its snarl face. It shrieked again, loud enough to make his eardrums threaten to burst. Then it pounded him down on the stone floor a few times and tossed him up into the air. His stomach lurched the moment he was airborne. Already dizzied by the blows he'd taken, he nearly missed what the spider intended to do next: impale him on the way down. He realized this as gravity took hold of him and he began to fall. The monster already had its spike at the ready, its smiling face aimed up in his direction. If only he could suddenly change direction mid-fall. What he could do was change the angle of said fall. He tilted like a diver, making his body straight up and down instead of flat against the wind to avoid impalement. Barely. But it came so close, he had to thrust his chin skyward at the last second to avoid taking the point of that spike through his head. 3 more weapons were already descending upon him the moment his feet touched the ground. He ducked the swipe of an axe, twisted away from the thrust of a trident. The scythe sheared off some of his hair and cloak, and yet no opening to attack presented itself. Worse, another salvo of crossbow bolts whistled his way. Redmayne leapt backward, as there was no other direction to go. To the left and right were long falls, either down into the town or down onto the lawn on the other side. He blocked the swipe of the scythe, slipped to the side of the spike, and attempted a counterattack, but the trident and axe were already on him. Again he had deflect, dodge, give ground. It became clear that he wasn't going to come out of this unscathed, no matter how he played it. It would be a trade, blood for blood. He simply had to make certain their price was higher. The spider struck with all 4 of its arms at a speed Redmayne barely kept pace with. The monster had strength, agility, and a freakish amount of reach. Redmayne backpedaled, ducking and weaving, searching for a time to strike back. Fortunately, the monster's large body provided some cover from the crossbow fire, especially as he walked the stitched spider farther and farther away from them along the wall. Perhaps the problem was the number of weapons in play. He could try removing one. It would cost him, but he wasn't getting far with his present strategy anyway. Redmayne spotted the trident coming in to skewer him through the middle, so he dropped his axe and let it. Corpus, 5,962. The impact took his breath away. He coughed out a spray of blood, gritted his teeth, and grabbed hold of the spider's spindly arm with both hands. 3 more weapons were on their way. They would be there to chop him apart in the blink of an eye. Before they could, he hunched over and bit hard into the spider's arm. It shrieked and flailed, trying to flick him off. His claws held firm, even as the monster jostled him around, teeth grinding down on desiccated flesh and bone. It cracked and splintered, and the stitching gave way. The scythe bit into his shoulder on the right side, the axe cleaved into his left hip, but he kept on chewing. Corpus, 4,800. Redmayne growled, twisted, and pulled hard with the muscles of his neck, and the limb slowly tore free with a series of crunching, popping, snapping sounds. He spat it onto the ground and roared at the spider, who had staggered backward in a moment of shock. So, it wasn't a mindless thing. It understood its injury. Redmayne glanced for his axe on the ground, decided he didn't need it, and lunged. The spider stabbed out with its spike. Redmayne caught it and held tight, even though it speared through the back of his hand. The scythe came down on him from the opposite side, and he caught that with his other hand. Then came the axe, descending on Redmayne's face like a guillotine. He angled his head and bit it,
stopped it dead in his jaws. The spider pulled and tugged its limbs, trying to wrest at least one from Redmane's control. None budged. His jaws closed on the axe head slowly, and as surely as he'd snapped off its bony arm, the metal split and broke apart under the implacable force of his bite. It didn't cause much of an injury, but it did create a stump where once there was the business end of an axe. While the spider was busy looking at said stump in dismay, Redmane bit down on its scythe arm. It let out another shrill cry and tried to pull it free, in vain. It tried pulling its spike arm free from Redmane's other hand as well. In vain. Another wet crunch, another fallen limb. 3 well-aimed crossbow bolts thumped into Redmane's chest and right shoulder.
Corpus, 4121. Redmane leapt onto the stitchwork spider to gnaw off the last one, using all 4 limbs and his jaws to keep the offending appendage still, despite the monster's keening and wild thrashing. As a last-ditch effort, it reared up onto 4 of its hind hands, trying desperately to grab at him with the rest. Too late. His jaws crunched down with vicious finality. The stitchwork spider had been disarmed, literally. 4 more crossbow bolts slammed into Redmane's back as he climbed up the monster's torso to bite down on the spider's neck in an attempt to end its misery. Another bolt whooshed right by his face as the thing flailed around, screaming, threatening to pitch the both of them over the side of the wall. 2 more bites, and the thing's neck snapped, separating head from shoulders, but even as it rolled to a stop on the stone floor to gaze at itself, the rest of its body remained quite energetic. 2 crossbow bolts stuck into Redmane's right hip, another bit into the nape of his neck. He began to resemble a pincushion. Corpus, 2536. Time to go deal with that problem. The remains of this thing could flail around blindly until he came back. Redmane bolted for the watchtower, running on all 4s for a moment, like a man-sized warg. Then he leapt, claws dug into the stone, and climbed up to the top where all the crossbowmen awaited him. Some shot him point blank, others dropped their crossbows to draw steel. None lasted more than a second or 2. Redmane tore them apart with teeth and claws and feasted on their remains. Corpus, 3205. With that annoyance done away with, he could return to the still thrashing remnants of the stitchwork spider and take it apart at his leisure. Each and every segment of it seemed to have a life force of its own. The hands it walked on, of which there were an asymmetrical number on either side, had to be individually broken and severed from its torso before they stopped moving. He breathed out a sigh of relief when the loathsome thing was fully dispatched. Level up. Level 35 to level 36. Quality points awaiting allocation, 1. He bought Might last time. This time he decided to do the same. Might 24 to 25. Skill rank up. Omnivore bloodline skill, monstrous. Rank 4, evolution possible. Passive, rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. Rank 1. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. Rank 2. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor and the damage of its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. Rank 3. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. Rank 4. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Oh, he'd been waiting for that. He turned and fetched Morholt's axe from the ground, took a look at its system icon to check its qualities. Bear Hunter's Great Axe. Great Axe, heavy melee weapon. Weapon profile: damage plus 12, armor penetration 6, evasion negation 6, fast 3. Armor plus 4 while blocking, defensive 2. Attacks damage up to 4 close foes, cleaving 3. Ancestral weapon of the Morholt family. Despite its great size, it is well balanced and easy to handle, the work of a master weaponsmith. It is said the forefather of the Morholts won his domain by slaying a great bear who dwelt there since the days of antiquity. Then he took a look at the profiles of his own natural weapons for a refresher. Weapon profile: claws. Damage plus 8, armor penetration 4. Corpus damage over time on hit, rending 1. Bite damage plus 8, armor penetration 4, evasion negation 2, fast 1. If he was reading the skill description correctly, he could consume this weapon, and it would enhance the damage and armor penetration of both his bite and his claws. And then he supposed he could divvy up its qualities between the two as he saw fit. There was only one way to find out if his reading was correct. Redmane opened up and chomped into the ancestral weapon of House Morholt, chewed, swallowed. 2 more bites, and it was done. He could feel it inside his stomach, the powers of the weapon floating in his small pool of gnosis as hardened motes of energy. There were 3 of them, and he could feel their character. The fast quality was hot and airy. It moved around more than the others. Defensive was the opposite, cool and solid. It sat still at the bottom of his stomach. And then cleaving felt spicy. And it took up a lot of space. He gave it some thought, and then he sent cleaving and defensive to his claws. His bite had 1 dose of fast already, so he added more to it. Power trickled from his gut into his hands, up into his jaws and teeth. There was a moment of painful stiffness as the magic calcified into his teeth, jaws, and claws. Weapon profile: claws, damage plus 12, armor penetration 6. Corpus damage over time on hit, rending 1. Armor plus 4 while blocking, defensive 2. Attacks damage up to 4 foes, cleaving 3. Bite damage plus 12, armor penetration 6. Evasion negation 8. Fast 4. It was done. Redmane looked down at his claw. He felt the power in it. It called to him, made him want to run to the next fight as fast as he could, to taste his gain in strength.
But there was one more item in his possession, a talisman he'd acquired down in the jail under Hert's castle. Charm of Saint Alexia, Talisman, neck. Passive. Enhances evasion by +2. Aged bronze medallion depicting Saint Alexia, one of the first imbued. Alexia was a dancer before her land was blighted. She took up the sword and received astral communion, and her natural grace was the last thing many a monster would behold. Redmayne took it off and tossed it in his mouth like a piece of candy. Evasion +2. Remarkable. But before he left this place, there was a stitchwork spider to eat. Redmayne crouched over its remains and devoured them as fast as he could, eager to get back into the fray. As meals went, it was unsatisfying. Corpus, 3,767. For a monster that size, it provided much less corpus than he expected. Perhaps undead-type monsters wouldn't provide much nourishment. If that were the case, he would have to be careful around them. Redmayne wiped his mouth, stood, and surveyed Barrowgrad from his perch on the wall. It was a big place, a lot of ground for one set of feet to cover. Exploring it would take him a long time, unless he could scout through the town with more than one pair of eyes. No sooner did the thought cross his mind, did he remember he could do just that.
Chapter 23. Barrowgrad, Watchtower. Redmayne checked the description of the skill to refresh his memory. Spawn, Bloodline skill, Monstrous, Grew. Rank 1. Active, Variable cost. The monster is able to spawn smaller creatures out of its own flesh, which are commonly used as assistants and spies. Each spawn begins its existence with whatever quantity of corpus and gnosis its master chooses to bestow upon it. The master must also bestow the spawn with its modes of defense, respiration, perception, and movement. The monster may utilize any traits it has gained from use of the carnivorous metamorph skill for this purpose. The spawn may also be granted any skill the master knows at a cost of 50 additional corpus per skill. If the skill bestowed has a gnosis cost, the monster must bestow it with a supply of gnosis with which to activate the skill. The monster may give the spawn simple commands, which it will carry out autonomously to the best of its ability. At will, the monster may borrow the senses of the spawn, seeing through its eyes as if it were the monster's own. During this time, the monster is insensate with regard to its own surroundings. The spawn remains under the monster's absolute command at all times and can be called back and reabsorbed into the master's body, at which time the master will regain whatever corpus and gnosis the spawn possessed at the time of reabsorption. Nothing in the description said he could only make one spawn at a time. It did say that he could only borrow its senses one at a time. But if he had a number of them out there, moving and looking about, he could, in theory, cycle between them all. He could be in several places at once. And best of all, the skill cost corpus to use. He actually had some of that. Redmayne crouched down and closed his eyes, focused on the skill. In his mind's eye, he saw the skill as a point of smoky red light surrounded by a cloud of images. The forms of beasts, birds, aquatic things. A catalogue of all the life forms of Midva Forest, where the Grew had consumed everything in sight indiscriminately. And he'd eaten the Grew, taken their skill. Now their library of forms was his as well. For this task, he chose flying forms, small, short-winged birds that could cover ground quickly. Redmayne had 4 adversaries to find, so he began with 4 little birds. Corpus, 3,567. He held out his hand, palm up, and a blister formed upon it and ballooned out until it split, revealing a small red bird with golden eyes. He sent this one flapping off to the far side of the river to scout out the keep. The next one he sent to the far side of the river as well, and then 2 more to flit around on his side of the river. 4 little birds, 1 for each quadrant. He closed his eyes, felt them moving through space as if parts of his own body were out there. Which they were, he supposed. It would take some getting used to. The first places to check would be the keep and the church, for Burgomaster Sigvar and the High Priest of Kral, Pieter. As for the other 2, Redmayne wasn't sure where to begin. Someone called Agnieszka the Stitcher could be a tailor, or a surgeon, or simply a lunatic who enjoyed stitching things together. If the stitched spider he dispatched was any indication, it would be the latter case. Powder Keg Pavel could be at the keep with the burgomaster, or he could be somewhere else. In a tradesman's district, perhaps, assuming the town had one of those. Redmayne patrolled Barograd from above, patiently switching between 4 bird's-eye views. It was eerily quiet. Under normal circumstances, he imagined the town would be alive with noise and activity. Music, conversation, the sights and sounds of people at work in the early hours of the morning. There were people, but they weren't doing what people do. They crouched over dead bodies in the street, chewing mouthfuls of bloody flesh. They shambled through alleyways, sniffing around for a hint of fresh food. They gathered on street corners and squares, kneeling on the stones, bowed before priests of Kral as they delivered droning sermons in some ancient language Redmayne couldn't understand, but still sort of recognized for some reason. It all felt familiar. A snatch of conversation caught his ear. He directed his attention to the bird who heard it. At the moment it perched on the limb of a young, slender tree, looking down at a congregation of townsfolk at a small park. They listened to a priest of Kral telling a story in the common tongue. Redmayne realized one of the townspeople, a dark-haired young woman in furs, had a system icon. Vela Vi. Class, Justiciar. Archetype, Investigator. Faction, None. Level, 26. Vela, a member of Valter and Vengarl's coterie. They had mentioned her. She did sort of look like she'd crawled out of a cave, but the look suited the situation. All of the townsfolk in attendance looked feral. The priest of Kral who stood over them was also clad in furs, though his had been soaked in red dye. Around his neck he wore the holy symbol he'd seen at the encampment back in Midva Forest. From across the sea came the golden-haired conquerors. The priest held out his arm dramatically, as if to conjure the mental image of ships arriving on the shore at the end of his outstretched hand. He spoke in a booming, commanding voice. The moment Redmayne heard it, he presumed his cultist comrades had chosen him to give sermons for that reason alone. They put us to the sword. They burned our homes and our villages. They slew our gods and desecrated them, and gave us to their own gods, the gods with no love for this land and its people, the gods with no heart, no affection, no compassion, no mercy. Only the cruel laws of the conqueror. What was yours is now mine. What you treasured we defile. We shall do as we please with your lives, for there shall be no punishments for us, and no deliverance for you. And we who denied these gods were cast out. They called us heretic. We who dared resist, they shackled us in chains and called us slave. And lo, our wise mothers, the witches of the Sealwood, they beheld the plight of our people, and brought forth salvation. The eldest of the witches of the Sealwood was called Nasiene, and in her wisdom she had ingratiated herself to the king and his court, provided medicines to heal his ailing son, and given good counsel to him in times of uncertainty. But in her heart she kept concealed her righteous malice, her heartbreak for the suffering of the men of Volos. Now it happened that the king, who was called Kral, had put the final surviving rebels to the sword, and at last he looked out over a field of thousands of corpses, and he said to us, "I have made peace." And the witch Nasiene, who sensed that the time for revenge was nigh, counseled the king. To him she said, "O great king, thou shouldst commemorate thy victory with a feast, a banquet for thy court. Deep within the forest there lay a great beast, a god of old, who resteth in everlasting slumber." "O great king," said she, "gather thy hunters and slay the beast. Sow thy fields with its blood. Hold a grand banquet with thy knights and thy bannermen, so that all who had a hand in the glorious unification of thy kingdom may partake of its bounty." And the king did as Nasiene counseled. He mustered his hunters and ventured into the dark wood. And there he found a great crimson beast, slumbering on a bed of green flowers. It woke only as the spear of King Kral pierced his heart, and even then the great beast merely sighed, as if remembering a pleasant dream. The king and his hunters returned with their bounty, and as Nasiene counseled, he sowed his fields with its blood, and served its flesh at his table, at a great banquet for all his loyal men. Somewhere, deep in the dark of the sealwood, Nasiene smiled. And then the curse of hunger was upon them, upon all the sons and daughters of King Kral, and all his knights and lords, and all his golden-haired kin from across the sea, and all their progeny. A curse of hunger fell upon land, upon the conquerors of the land, upon the defilers and the desecrators of the land. King Kral, being the mightiest of all the men at the grand banquet, slew his lords and knights, his loyal followers, and their wives, and their children, and the castle servants as well. He consumed them all, but his hunger would not be sated. He stalked through the streets of his own city, slaying and devouring every man, woman, child, and beast, but his hunger would not be sated. He swept across his own conquered lands in the form of a great, ever-growing beast, consuming all. But Kral the Devourer's hunger would not be sated. The priest of Kral stretched out his arms to the sky, as if pleading with an unseen figure above them all. "The time is nigh for his return," said the priest. "The time is upon us. Kral the Devourer returneth. He comes now, to liberate us all, to join us all within his flesh. No more shall there be a prince and a peasant. No more shall there be a master and a slave. No more shall there be predator and prey. All shall be devoured. All shall be united. All shall be conjoined." Redmayne took a moment to process what he had heard. He'd had dreams like this, images which resembled scenes this priest had described. But he was no king, no devourer. Until 2 days ago, he was Little Redcap. Perhaps he'd overheard this story sometime before, and it caught his imagination. The cooks and kitchen maids at Hert's castle passed the time making all kinds of small talk. He'd overheard many things over the years. Even Eric Morholt enjoyed hearing folk tales down in the kitchen, though only incidentally. Eric came down there for 2 reasons primarily: to pilfer fresh pastries and abuse Little Redcap. Redmayne shrugged. He'd heard it before. It was as good an explanation as he'd get at the moment. For the moment, he turned his attention to other areas of the town. He switched to the mind of another bird, one on his side of the river. No sooner did the sound of an explosion disturb the morning's relative silence. He wheeled around and flew in the direction of the sound. It came from the east, a cluster of buildings on a broad hilltop crisscrossed with narrow streets. Redmayne noticed the names of these streets, marked with signs at their intersections. Tanner's Street, Smith Street, Thatcher's Street, Mason Street, Carpenter Street, and so forth. Half a dozen beastmen stood at one end of Mason Street, lobbing bombs and shooting black powder firearms at an advancing trio of stitchwork spiders. They were stopping between shots to reload their rifles in teams of 2, while others harried the shrieking spiders with hurled projectiles to keep them back. So far, it was working. The spiders didn't respond well to detonations in their faces. It made them flail about and backpedal, knock into each other in a tangle of excessive limbs. Redmayne noticed the beastmen wore a powder keg patch on their cloaks. So the minions of Pavel and Agnieszka didn't get along. Splendid. His eyes darted back to that street sign. Mason Street intersected with Smith Street, a street of smithies. A street with lots of metal to eat, in other words. Redmayne opened his eyes and leapt off the wall, landed on a rooftop, and broke into a bounding sprint toward Smith Street. For once, Governess Messia was pleased with her subordinate's punctuality. Lar Tathval had briskly left her offices, and just as briskly returned, with her praetor in tow. Jarrell Craith did not look pleased to have been escorted by Lar, nor did he seem to appreciate the Dicentus's continued presence in the room. But Messia did not dismiss him, and it was not his place to do so himself. "Now tell me," she said to Jarrell, "what have you learned from your assassins?" Jarrell Craith bowed deeply. Their endeavor was a success. The target was a demigod of low rank, a bear spirit of little consequence. It had no known worshippers or children that we could identify. Apparently it had been living in solitude for some time, in the vicinity of a place called Hertz Castle. We presented the being with our usual offer. It refused, and so we dispatched a Sicarius coterie to eliminate it. Messia nodded along. "And that's all? No complications? No unusual circumstances?" The corners of Jarrell's eyes tightened. He pressed his lips together for a moment, swallowed. "There was, Governess." "Go on." Jarrell fixed his vision on the map behind Messia's shoulder, so as not to meet her gaze while he spoke. "One of the Sicari was killed in the struggle, and its remains were not recovered." "That's peculiar. Do we know why?" "My Sicari report that the battle took place at the banks of an underground river. The body fell into the river and disappeared, and the search for it has, as of yet, been unsuccessful." The governess steepled her fingers. The blight of corruption in this land had something to do with the heredity of its people. Their descent from these 5 heroes, and their wives, all of them daughters of the king Censis Corrales. Recently, a Sicarius coterie lost one of their number dealing with a local problem, and the body was not recovered. How did these things fit together? Did they fit together at all? She looked at Jarrell Craith and Lar Tathval. The former appeared to be making mental preparations for his execution. The latter looked as though he were enjoying a private joke. "What do you two make of this?" she said. "I do not yet have enough information to answer definitively, Governess," said Jarrell, his voice tight. "But I will do my utmost to uncover the truth of it." "And you?" she asked Lar. The Dicentus smirked and shrugged. "Perhaps these things are related to each other, perhaps not. Causes don't interest me as much as possibilities, Governess. In truth, this could be a positive development. Do explain how the degradation of an entire population to a state of beasthood is a positive development. More monsters means more potential imbued. A chance to forge a robust domain, stocked with powerful subjects. I say we open the astral bridge to all, and allow imbued to enter from the rest of the empire. Offer an attractive reward to any faction willing to part with a few of its own coteries, and you recover the costs immediately on the other side with a swiftly cleared blight and a glut of well-leveled and grateful imbued at your beck and call. Messia sighed. We're supposed to be investigating the roots of the problem. We already have the problem, said Lar. Why not investigate how to make the most of it? Messia closed her eyes, rubbed the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Just get out of my office, both of you. Jarrell Craith turned on his heel and strode out of the governess's office with a quickness. Lar Tathval bowed to her, smiling sardonically, and sauntered out after him. Chapter 24. Barograd, Smith Street. Redmayne's feet hit the cobblestones in the tradesmen's district in a dead sprint. This part of town had become a battleground between two factions, Agnieszka's stitched horrors and Pavel's black powder-wielding beastmen. The townsfolk who hadn't fled from this place had been blown apart by musket balls or shrapnel, or dragged away to wherever Agnieszka crafted her horrors. He could take advantage of that. But first, he smelled a bonus to his armaments nearby, on Smith Street. A pack of beastmen were foolish enough to exist in his way, but he'd come around the corner so fast they barely had time to ready their weapons before he was on top of them. Blunderbusses and beastmen bones snapped like twigs. A single strained cry escaped one of them. Another managed to fire his weapon up into the air. Redmayne paused over their carcasses. He could smell the smithies up ahead, wanted to keep moving. But better to eat the ones at his feet now, in case anything unfriendly came calling while he was having lunch. Corpus, 3,994. They were an appetizer. The rest of the bill of fare was down the street. Redmayne took Mason Street to Smith Street and found himself on a narrow avenue lined on either side by the storefronts of general-purpose blacksmiths and ironmongers, with a weaponsmith's shop and an armorer facing each other at the opposite end of the street. Those would be last. The first courses for lunch, then, would be nails, bolts, rivets, fittings, hinges, fence posts, sheet metal, bands for wheels and barrels, ingots of iron and steel, spools of wire, and every other kind of general hardware. Then came the meat, which was to say, racks upon racks of weapons and armor. Armor plus 10, armor plus 11, armor plus 12. At the end of his meal, Redmayne found himself a little dismayed at how much metal he had to consume to gain 3 more points of armor, and his weapons hadn't increased in damage at all. At least now they were equal, 12 each. Perhaps they would advance together next time. He'd have to find sources of higher quality metal. But that was a problem for another time. Presently, he stood at the center of a territorial dispute. So, whom to eliminate first? The stitcher or the powder keg? Redmayne chose the stitcher. If her creations were any indication, she was the more loathsome of the two. He closed his eyes and, for a moment, returned to a bird's-eye view of the tradesmen's district. Smith Street ran from north to south. The nearest intersection was Mason Street, which began by traveling east and west, but wound down the hill and ended up going south. At the bottom of the bend, another skirmish between beastmen and stitched horrors raged in the street. There were a few other small battles taking place in the general area. The farther south Redmayne looked, the more stitched and less beastmen he saw, which meant Agnieszka's lair was to the south somewhere. Redmayne opened his eyes, left the armorer's shop, and took to the rooftops to travel. This way there was less of a chance he'd turn a corner and be caught in the teeth of a clash between the two factions. No telling what they would do. Perhaps they would forget their enmity for a moment and focus on him. If he absolutely had to fight, he'd prefer to wait until one side was either severely weakened or vanquished. Up ahead, he spied a stitched spider patrolling down the street by itself. Now that he knew what to do with the bastards, it wasn't so intimidating. Redmayne crouched down and followed it along the rooftops, closing in slowly, taking care to avoid making noise. It had keen senses. He knew that much from his first encounter with one. And at present, he didn't want to spend the last of his gnosis on a few seconds of stalk. It did spot him, but only after he'd leapt from the roof, descending like a lion from above. His shadow had fallen over its head as it twisted around to look up and show him a snarl. Redmayne landed on its back, dug in deep with a claw, and as it bucked and screamed, he snapped off one of its arms with a single bite. The improved bite felt good, brutally fast. It closed like a steel trap. The spider's remaining 3 weapon arms crackled as their joints reversed orientation so that they could hack and stab at Redmayne as he gnawed them off at the root, one at a time, soaking the damage indifferently. He disarmed it much faster than the first, with minimal injuries, and the rest was a snack. Corpus, 4,307. This one was as unsatisfying as the first, but at least he hadn't been as badly wounded beforehand. Redmayne looked up. He heard the sound of paws pelting over cobblestone at a full run. 4 monsters bounded around the corner, each the size of a man but down on all 4s like a dog. Indeed, that was the way they had been stitched. With the joints of their arms and legs inverted, the skin crudely stretched over their emaciated forms. The heads were built from the skulls of men and hounds fused together. They had pleading human eyes and maws of jagged teeth. Stitchwork stalker monster. Type undead horror. Level 30. Despite their unnatural construction, they had the instincts of a pack. They were on Redmayne the instant he rose from the remains of the stitched spider, one lunging in from the right, one from the left, one straight ahead, and one leapt into the air to descend on Redmayne from above. But Redmayne, too, had the celerity of a hound. With a bite, he snatched the leaping hound right out of the air. His right claw blasted the head of a hound into shreds of flesh and stitching. His left struck beneath the belly, tearing out the innards, letting them spill to the street. Only one was left unscathed in that first instant of violence. It bit down on Redmayne's hip, making him grimace as he felt jaws grinding against his femur. Even as it growled and gnawed on Redmayne's leg as if to sever it, its human eyes rolled upward in his direction, staring as if silently begging for mercy. Redmayne raised a claw and ended its misery. Level up. Level 36 to level 37. Quality points awaiting allocation. 1. Skill rank up, Beast Speech Common Class Skill, Hunter. Rank 2. Evolution possible. Passive, rank 1. Allows the imbued to comprehend and verbally communicate with animals. Regardless of its natural level of intelligence, an animal may provide information about nearby locations and creatures, limited to whatever they can perceive or have perceived in the recent past. The imbued may attempt to persuade a beast to perform small favors for him, and the probability of success is modified by the hunter's level. Rank 2. The imbued may call out in the voice of a specific type of animal. This call mystically summons creatures of the chosen type. Since each type of animal has a different call, the imbued may only call to a single species at a time. All such animals within earshot are summoned, and while the hunter has no further control over the beasts who answer, the animals who do are favorably disposed toward him and are willing to listen to his requests. On impulse, he thought he'd buy might again, but he decided against it. Grace instead this time. It would be good if his speed matched his strength at some point. Grace, 12 to 13. As for the skill rank, could he make use of it right now?
More eyes in the air would be good, but his own were better. He could see through their eyes as if they were his, because they were. Normal beasts wouldn't provide such a view, which is not to say they couldn't be useful in other ways. He took a moment to consider what kind of animal to call. Dogs would do, but with most of the townsfolk turned feral, most of them were likely eaten by now. Cats could have gotten away, perhaps. There were certain to be at least a few of those. But rats, those would be more numerous still. Rats were much better at hiding, and they knew all about hidden places. He lifted his face to the sky and called out in the language of rats, in squeaks, chirps, and hisses. Something about it felt so familiar. It felt as though the skill were deep inside him somewhere, but in a place he couldn't see or touch. Regardless, it didn't take the rats long to answer. The answer began near instantly, a faint hissing, which steadily grew in volume as the rats amassed on street corners, crawling out of holes and under door frames and down storm drains. In mere moments, Redmayne stood before a swarm of chittering rats. They formed into a crescent shape around him, hundreds of eyes gazing up at him curiously. "It speaks," they seemed to say as one. "But why does it call us?" "I seek the one who makes these," said Redmayne, and he pointed to the shredded remains of the stitched stalkers at his feet. "I'm going to slay her." A shiver went through the mass of rats at the mention of the stitcher. "If you lead me to her lair, I will destroy her and all her creations," said Redmayne. The rats seemed to talk amongst themselves. Redmayne could vaguely make out what was being said, but there were so many voices it was difficult to be sure. "We can lead you there, but we won't go in," said the rats. "Acceptable. Show me the way, and I will attend to the rest." The rats turned and surged toward the street on the left, as if the whole of them were a mass of liquid. Redmayne followed, and to his surprise, he found they were not leading him toward Taylor Street. They moved to the edge of the tradesmen's district and proceeded south, trickling along the edges of houses and shops, flowing around corners. Redmayne kept an eye on his surroundings as he followed them. An errant bomb or stitched hound would be most unwelcome then. He encountered no such guardians on his way, but when they arrived, he discovered why. All the guardians were guarding the building, the undertaker's place of business. A pack of stitchwork stalkers patrolled the street corner ahead, with their heads low, sniffing around, their crazed human eyes darting this way and that. Upon the roof of the building were 2 stitchwork spiders, and in front of the doors stood a hulking creature, in the vague shape of a man, but twice as tall, with long limbs made of sheets of thickly corded muscle stitched together. At the ends of its arms, in the place of hands, were round clubs made of a conglomeration of fused bones. Its head was that of a normal man, albeit a dead one. Its frowning rictus was comically tiny on its tall, freakishly muscled frame. Stitchwork Sentinel Monster. Type Undead. Horror. Level 40. Redmayne took cover out of view and considered the situation for a moment. There were ways he could divert the attention of these things, separate them from each other so each threat could be dispatched one at a time. But perhaps it would be sweeter if Agnieszka the Stitcher knew fear before she perished under his claws. Perhaps she should know what hunted her. "I thank you," he said to the rats. "Soon there will be carrion the plenty down in the Stitcher's lair." The rats chittered gratefully and dispersed. Then Redmayne came around the corner and strode toward the undertaker's shop in plain view. Stitchwork stalkers growled and lowered their heads. The 2 spiders on the roof wheeled around, shrieking and clambering down the walls.
The brutish sentinel turned its perpetually frowning head toward the intruder and let out a wail of protest, slamming its calcified fists on the cobblestone road like a grotesque parody of an ape. Redmayne snarled and charged. Chapter 25. Barrowgrad. Undertaker. A pack of 6 stitchwork stalkers flew at him. 2 spiders were not far behind, and bringing up the rear was a howling brute with great clubs of bone for hands. Redmayne sprinted at them, past them. His claws scored through stitched flesh, shredding it open. Like a knight jousting on horseback he struck, dealing damage and sailing past, not standing still for an instant, his crimson hair and ragged cloak streaming behind him. The hounds circled. The spiders rotated in place, uncountable hands paddling them around on the cobblestones. The stitchwork sentinel met Redmayne head-on with wild blows, swinging its club hands around as if they were wrecking balls. Of them all, the hounds were the swiftest, and the likeliest to tie him down if they should get their jaws on his person. He could see the worst-case scenario in his mind, 3 or 4 stalkers leaping onto him, slowing him enough for the heavier hitters to close in and make quick work of him. And they could. A few gained levels and points or armor wouldn't make much difference. He'd have to be quick, score wounds where and when he could, and remain in flight. Unfortunately, these horrors seemed unaffected by bleeding. It wasn't registering, nor were they losing corpus over time. Evidently, they were bloodless things, fueled by naught but fell magic and malice from beyond the grave. Redmayne ducked and weaved through them, evading the snap of jaws, the crushing blow of a club hand, the swipe of an axe, a scythe, a rusty blade attached to a spindly arm. He struck back when he could, and kept moving. It was an inefficient way to fight, not concentrating on one foe at a time, always responding instead of forcing responses. But all was not panic and desperation. He found that he could make them get in each other's way. The spiders especially. Because for all their freakish mobility and reach, they could easily be made to bump into each other, to stumble and flail about in a tangle of limbs. Redmayne already learned not to try and slide beneath those masses of hands they used for legs. But he could keep them turning, and if they were turning, their strikes would not land with lethal power. As for the brute and the hounds, he'd have to think faster. Because no sooner did he stop to pivot and change direction, did an unseen hound leap onto him, knocking him flat on his back. It growled and snapped at his face, weighing him down long enough for the sentinel to land a vicious blow. It struck its own ally to do so, but the wailing brute appeared to judge it a worthy sacrifice. It struck Redmayne full in the gut, crushing his ribs, blasting all the air out of his lungs. He coughed a spray of blood up into the face of the hound on top of him. The hound didn't seem to mind, as it was dead. Corpus 3772. Redmayne shoved the hound's cadaver off of him, the movement causing a fresh bloom of pain in his ribcage. He was healing, but it would take a moment. Meanwhile, the sentinel raised its club hands high overhead for another smash. He rolled out of the way before they cratered the cobblestones, spraying shrapnel like a bomb. The roll put Redmayne face to face with the dead hound again, which gave him an idea. He sprang to his feet and ran for the nearest spider. On his way, he crouched under the swipe of an axe, dove to the right of a spike stabbed at him, and then leapt up onto its back. It reacted as he expected it would, bucking and shrieking and doing its utmost to throw him off. Redmayne dug a claw into its shoulder and held on tight. The other spider, the hounds, and the sentinel all came at him at the same time. Hounds barked up at Redmayne and snapped at the spider's hands for feet, and it tried to flick at them and shoo them off. 1 or 2 dared to try and leap up onto the spider's back, only to be reflexively bludgeoned by a dozen bony fists. The other spider took aim and struck with its weapon arms, and while it did manage to cut and gouge Redmane, it did equal or worse damage to its comrade. Corpus, 3209. Then came those great clubs of bone descending from above. Redmane had his eye on them. He watched the Stitchwork sentinel bound forward like a gorilla, leap, and then slam down with its weaponized hands. He pulled his claw free and dove off the spider's back before they landed. The sentinel blasted the spider's torsos apart. Its head went flying, and its spines shattered, spraying flecks of bone in every direction. All that remained of it was a blind, flailing mass of hands. Redmane ran past the sentinel and struck its ankle with a claw on the way by. A trick he'd used on Lugoj the Lurker, another brutish monster. He felt something snap, but the sentinel didn't look hobbled. It rose to its full height and followed, howling its frustration. Thicker tendons, Redmane supposed. More than one blow would do the job. But perhaps he should make it clobber all its comrades first. A hound lunged the instant Redmane stopped moving. He raised his arm, winced when the monster's jaws crunched down onto it. Corpus, 3005. Then he twisted around and hurled the hound at the charging sentinel, who knocked it aside with a blow of his club hand. 2 hounds and a spider down, all thanks to the sentinel. Splendid work. If it kept being this helpful, Redmane thought he might even invite it into House Redmane, though he doubted the creature would accept. When he was thinking he had things under control, the doors of the undertaker's shop burst open. There stood a group of what appeared to be dead beastmen, their bodies stitched together. The feral light had gone out of their eyes. In its place were the gazes of cloudy-eyed corpses. There appeared to be some extra stitching around their bellies, which were curiously distended. Stitchwork Sapper Monster. Type: Undead. Horror. Level 30. Half a dozen pairs of dead eyes zeroed in on Redmane, and the sappers broke into a run. Then another pack of Stitchwork stalkers barreled around the corner, barking and snarling. A trio of Stitchwork spiders leapt down from nearby rooftops, their landing punctuated by the sounds of dozens of bare hands slapping onto the cobblestones. And then, from the opposite end of the square, a guttural voice roared out. "Fire!" Redmane flinched from a barrage of pellets and musket balls. A bomb sailed over his head. He crouched and hustled for cover against the wall of a nearby storefront as Pavel's powder kegs joined the battle in full force. They had amassed on the far end of the street while he'd fought the guardians of the undertaker's shop, forming a line of guns with a second rank of bomb pitchers behind them. Precisely the situation he'd been keen to avoid. But there was no time to worry about it. The Stitchwork sappers were still coming right for him. They were unarmed and didn't look especially strong, but as the one in the lead drew closer, Redmane's eyebrow rose when he saw its belly begin to glow. Agnieszka had taken the powder keg's own tool and used it against them. Such cruel creativity. In a moment, 6 running bombs would be upon him. The one in the lead leapt at Redmane head first. Redmane turned to dive clear. Too late. His vision went white. There was an instant of deafening noise, then nothing, then a ringing in his ears. He blinked his eyes open slowly, feeling dazed. There was a lot of smoke and debris floating in the air. It smelled like sulfur and wood smoke. The sappers were gone. The storefront he stood in front of a moment ago was also gone. He was now inside the store, lying on his side against the back wall under a pile of rubble. The front wall, doors, and interior of the shop were obliterated. Corpus, 1989. Ouch. In a few moments, his vision came back into focus. Outside the blown-open storefront, the battle between Agnieszka and Pavel's minions raged on. The cobblestones were strewn with the inert bodies of stitchwork creatures blown apart by bullets and shrapnel. The stitchwork sentinel looked to have been knocked over by the detonation of a bomb. There was a black crater on its torso, which was nearly the full width of its chest. At the moment it was getting itself up off the ground, while musket balls pelted into its thickly woven musculature. Redmayne stood up, coughed out some dust. Directly ahead of him, across the battlefield this street corner had become, stood the open door to the undertaker's shop. 4 stalkers ran by the sentinel in the direction of the powder keg's gun line. The sentinel finally managed to haul itself to its feet, and it followed them. The gunners had to break and flee, which Redmayne imagined would mark the beginning of a running battle through the streets. Normally, he'd have liked to get the minions out of the way before attending to the master, but the flight of the gunmen and the pursuit of the stitchworks gave him an opportunity, a chance to go right for that unprotected door. As soon as the sentinel bounded off in the direction of the beastman, Redmayne made a run for it. A shot whizzed by his head, and he ducked underneath, kept running. A snarling hound, one of the stragglers from the first pack, came loping at him with its teeth bared. Redmayne watched it out of the corner of his eye, so that when it leapt he could stop and strike it down with a swipe of his claw and go right back into a flat-out run. He made it to the door of the undertaker's, ducked inside, and slammed it shut behind him. It took his eyes a few moments to get used to the dark. The first thing he noticed was the sickeningly sweet stench of overripe corpses. The shop appeared to have been converted from mortuary to workshop. There were beds lining the sides of the room, rather than caskets. Beds upon which corpses rested, or parts of corpses. No single body was whole. Many had already begun the process of becoming a stitchwork creature of one kind or another. Overhead, hanging from the ceiling by meat hooks on chains, were more bodies in various states of dismemberment. "What's this I smell?" It was a woman's voice, made guttural by the blight of beasthood. She emerged from the darkness at the far end of the shop. A tall beast woman, clad in a gown of what Redmayne imagined was human skin. Its skirt was a patchwork of eyeless faces, stitched in various expressions, a smile, a frown, an angry snarl, much like the heads of the spiders. A single burning eye peered out at him from behind her curtain of ragged black hair as she raised her weapon, a long, thrusting sword made of iron, with grooves along the center of the blade. Redmayne couldn't tell if it was actually a sword or some manner of oversized sewing tool. Agnieszka, the Stitcher Monster. Type corrupted. Level 40. Agnieszka sniffed the air emphatically. Then she smiled, revealing rows of pointed teeth. "I smell divine flesh. The gods must favor me, for it has walked into mine humble shop of its own volition." "I'm here to slay you," said Redmayne. The room echoed with her coy laughter, as if he were flirting with her. "Such spirit," said Agnieszka. "Such valor. What could I create with something so fine? A splendid dress, perhaps a guardian, a servant to attend to my every need." Redmayne's lip curled in disgust. Agnieszka grinned. "Come, handsome one," she said, brandishing her weapon. "Become the jewel of my collection." Redmayne barreled toward Agnieszka, who awaited him with a smirk and a readied sword. His flurry of claws swept through empty air, as did the point of her sword. 4 strikes to 1, his weapon was the faster, but hers had the reach. Neither weapon found flesh in the first exchange, or the next one, or the next one. "You dance divinely," said Agnieszka.
He growled and struck for her face, and she laughed and pirouetted away. When he made to lunge in for more, he abruptly found the tip of a sword in front of his nose. Redmane's lip curled, and he snapped at the point of Agnieszka's sword with his jaws, making her pull it away at the last instant. "But you behave like a beast," she said, in a tone that made her sound like she was chiding a suitor. He gestured at the charnel house around them. "You have no room to talk," he said. As their weapons clashed, Redmane's hardened claws ringing off Agnieszka's iron blade, he couldn't help but notice he was having many more close calls than she was. And more than that, she was laughing, jesting, twirling around her abattoir-like workshop as if it were a ballroom. Thus far, no beastman had been Redmane's match for agility. Agnieszka may actually have been more than a match for him in that regard. He'd have to corner her, force her to trade blows. Redmane came at her from the right, then the left, denying her space to move laterally as he advanced on her, swatting her sword aside with his claws and snapping at her so that she'd fall back and give ground. But she had a shrewd eye. She seemed to understand his motive, even as she allowed herself to be herded toward a back corner of the room. "Yes, yes, take us somewhere dark and private, so we may get to know each other better," she cooed. "Should anyone catch us, they'll see a beast with two backs." He did want to sink his teeth into her, but not for any reason she would enjoy. Mostly to shut her mouth. He threatened the thrust of her sword with a bite, cut off her retreat with a sweeping right claw, and at last she was cornered, which made her smile like a maiden. "Don't fear, handsome," she said, with music in her voice. "I'm an expert at matters of impalement." He growled and attacked again, and there was a blossom of pain in his stomach. Redmane looked down, realized she ran him through. Blood bubbled up in his mouth, flowed over his chin and down his neck.
Chapter 26. Barograd, Undertaker. The blow sucked the air from Redmane's lungs. Corpus, 1410. Bleeding, 3. He looked down to see Agnieszka's sword plunged all the way into his stomach, to the hilt. There was something different about the wound. Nothing visual, simply a feeling. It wasn't going to stop bleeding, he realized. With surprising force, Agnieszka shoved him off of her sword and sent him staggering backward, letting her free herself from the corner. She danced off to one side, took hold of her gown of human skin, and curtsied. "Does my partner have the strength for one more dance?" she asked. The wound in his belly closed, but not all the way. He could still feel blood flowing freely from it, dripping down his leg and onto the floor. He flexed his claws, rolled his shoulder. A leonine growl rumbled in his belly. Agnieszka looked pleased with his answer. Redmane came at her with every ounce of speed he could muster. Relentless pursuit was the only answer. She would elude him until it was time to land a decisive strike. Whenever that moment came, he had to be close. Close enough to make it matter that his weapon was faster. Corpus, 1320. And this had to happen soon, or he'd bleed out chasing her around the room in vain. In the middle of an advancing flurry of claws, the moment came. Redmane's eyes narrowed as he saw the character of Agnieszka's smile change subtly, before the point of her sword switched from its weaving defensive posture to darting toward his face at blinding speed. He twisted to the side, and it went past. Barely. Time enough to claw into Agnieszka, shred her gown open from shoulder to hip. Bleeding, 1. Blood flowed freely from 4 diagonal gashes in her dress. Agnieszka looked down at it in horror, then back at Redmane, and all of a sudden her bestial eyes weren't so coquettish. They burned with rage. "Do you see What you've done! She screamed and slashed madly at him, as if trying to will him into the path of her blade, no thought given to accuracy whatsoever. Even so, Redmayne had to give ground, circle out to the right, make her chase after him with tears of fury streaming down her face. "I was to be wed in this gown," she wailed, as she ran at him behind a wall of slashes, her weapon a blur of speed. "And now it is ruined, because of you!" Redmayne ducked a swipe of her sword that would surely have made him headless. "I shall mend it with your sorry hide," she screeched. Perhaps this one was deranged even before the blight. She pressed the attack now, unrelenting, smothering Redmayne in slashes and thrusts he had no choice but to focus on avoiding, or else he could quickly lose appendages. He thought he spotted a potential opening, suddenly broke his pattern of evasion to stand still and let her pass by him. His claws found flesh. Bleeding, too, but so did her blade. Corpus, 805. Bleeding, 6. His claw caught her across her waist, and in answer she spun and drew a slash across his back. They staggered away from each other, turned and lunged again. The exchange was inconclusive this time, and the next, but there were no further histrionics or flirtation, simply two beasts locked in a struggle to the death. Agnieszka seemed to have sunk into a cold fury, for which words were no longer necessary. Which suited Redmayne fine. When it came to fighting, that was his normal mode of existence anyway. Furious action around a calm, still center. The better to think and plan. The better to see. But he had more experience with such things than Agnieszka, it seemed. Already he could see the emotion on her face straining to break through, as if an outburst could kill him and not her sword. Even so, she moved with such speed and attacked with such ferocity that he couldn't press a sustained attack of his own. He had to protect himself, to evade and strike aside sword with claw. Already she'd injured him worse than any opponent he'd faced yet. Corpus, 625. And with the bleeding condition on him, the situation continued to deteriorate. It took a toll on Agnieszka as well, albeit at a slower pace. He had fewer stacks of bleeding on her than she did on him, but with careful evasion and well-chosen counterattacks, he closed the gap. The problem was that such patient tactics took time. Corpus, 465, and his time was running out. But Agnieszka's strength was ebbing too. Her fury dimmed, and so did the speed of her slashes and thrusts. Cracks began to form in the oppressive intensity of her aggression. Tears welled up in her eyes. "We were going to be married." Her anguished screech punctuated the thrust of her sword. "I was going to be a bride." She snarled and slashed at his face, and the blow went wide. Too wide. She wasn't paying attention anymore. Redmayne struck the sword out of her hand with his left claw, split her face open with his right. The blow spun her around, painted the floor with an arc of her blood, and made her fall face first onto the ground. Redmayne paused to look down at her weapon. He bent over and retrieved it. Stitcher's Bodkin Thrusting Sword, melee weapon. Weapon profile. Damage plus 15. Armor penetration, 8. Evasion negation, 4. Fast, 2. Corpus damage over time on hit. Rending, 3. Iron sword refashioned into a crude sewing tool. Its wielder stitched broken things together to restore lost life. But some things, once torn, cannot be mended. When he looked up from the sword, he saw Agnieszka slowly crawling away from him, leaving a dark trail of blood across the floor. She reached for a shaft of light coming down from a hole in the roof above, craned her neck to look up at it, as if she were seeing something only she could see. "Pavel," she whimpered. The light shone over her bloody, outstretched fingers. "Pavel." "Have you come back to me?"
My love.
Redmane stabbed her through the back of the head with her own sword, and she suffered no more. Agnieszka the Stitcher has been slain. Tasks completed. 1/4. Level up. Level 37 to level 38. Level 38 to level 39. Level 39 to level 40. Quality points awaiting allocation. 3. Redmane pondered the corpse of Agnieszka the Stitcher. He was hungry, and still bleeding. But so far as he could see, her only skill was the creation of these stitched-up horrors. It wasn't something he had an interest in. He already had skills aplenty, several of which were seeing no use due to his lack of gnosis. There was also the matter of her last words. Pavel the Powder Keg. He supposed that's who she was calling out to, but he'd sent his men here to eliminate her. Or perhaps not. Perhaps he meant to save her from her own madness. Redmane could consume the poor souls she'd already killed for sustenance. He stood in a room full of them. He'd spare her corpse, deliver the bad news to Pavel personally. Then he'd bury them together as consolation. That evening, in the courtyard of Hertz Castle, the green flower bloomed. Over the course of the day, it had grown from pumpkin-sized to person-sized. The bud of the flower, and indeed the whole plant, emitted a faint halo of light as well, drawing the curiosity of about everyone who passed by. And at this point, everyone included the 50-some townsfolk rescued from Midva Forest, as well as the Cazador brothers, Walter and Vengarl. They had stood with Magister Helmold in the late afternoon, looking at it for a while, the two hunters' arms folded, the Magister scratching his head. "No idea what it is?" Walter asked. "Ah, you must forgive my lack of horticultural knowledge," said Helmold. "But it is no breed of flower I've ever heard of, magical or otherwise." Vengarl grunted. "Hopefully it isn't the people-eating sort." Helmold shrugged. "I've never seen its like in any text or manual of monsters available to me." "Any idea where it came from?" asked Walter. "By all accounts, it appeared 2 nights ago, on the eve of the Blight, when Sir Redmane claimed the castle." "Suppose he'd know something about it then?" asked Vengarl. "I would ask, but he has yet to return." Walter walked over to the immense flower and bent down to pluck one of the bright blue fruits sprouting from the bush that had grown up around it. He brought the thing up to his nose and sniffed it, his handlebar mustache bristling a bit. "Ah, I wouldn't," Helmold began to object, but Walter bit into the thing anyway. The hunter's eyebrows rose with surprise as he chewed. A bit of juice trickled down his chin. He turned and nodded at Helmold and Vengarl, enthusiasm plain in his expression. "Tasty!" "Let me try one." Vengarl came up and plucked off a fruit as well, popped the whole thing in his mouth, and chewed it down. He swallowed, patted his gut. "Like ice in the belly, ain't it?" "I think it gave us some gnosis," said Walter. Vengarl checked his status. "Indeed it has." The two hunters in the Magister booth looked upon the bush with newfound interest. Then they looked at each other. It seemed the next course of action required no discussion. All three turned to fetch baskets from the kitchen without a word exchanged between them. Not a quarter hour later, the trio came down to the kitchen bearing a fully laden basket of blue fruits each. Letha was down there with a few other ladies, chopping beef, potatoes, carrots, and onions for a stew. In the absence of everyone else, she had become the senior cook of the castle, and none of the survivors of Midva Forest felt like challenging her for the role. Letha had taken on the job of getting the rescued townsfolk settled and fed, with the help of her son Cale, who assisted his mother, but complained about it the whole time. He'd wanted to patrol the battlements with Walter and Vengarl and look out for monsters. What he really wanted to do was question them about their classes and how he could get one, but he didn't tell his mother that.
What's this? Letha side-eyed the basket in Walter's hands as they walked in. Walter smiled and handed her a fruit. Have a taste. They're lovely. The way she smiled up at him when she took the fruit from his basket made Helmold frown and look elsewhere. Kale came up to them as his mother bit into the fruit and made a small noise of surprise at its pleasant flavor. He looked up at her curiously. What you got? Can I try one? Letha nodded with her mouth full and took another fruit from Walter's basket to give to him. Kale took it, looked at it, chomped a bite off, and had the same reaction they'd all had. Good stuff! Aye, said Walter, though it'll be less useful for you two. The fruit replenishes gnosis. Letha smacked her lips, wiped her teeth with her tongue, staring at the fruit. Could make a fine pie with these, she said. Vengarl set his basket down on the kitchen's central table, next to where Helmold had placed his. He looked around.
That Magister run off already? The Magister had run off already. Not simply because of the repugnant sight of Letha smiling up at that brute of a hunter. He had things he'd like to look into here. Questions, for which the answers may be close at hand. Helmold had spent a good portion of the day searching the keep and the apartments of the recently deceased knights and lord for some clue as to origin of Redmane. He'd been too polite to say so, perhaps too intimidated. But a monster could not become imbued. Imbued existed to destroy monsters. An imbued monster was an impossibility. There had to be some explanation. He was walking up from the stairs to the castle yard, and then across it to the keep, when he stopped dead in his tracks. The question of Redmane's identity completely forgotten. Because the great green flower's petals were unfurling. One by one they unfolded, reaching out to touch the grass, making way for the next layer and the next. The petals grew a progressively deeper shade of green, until at last, the center of the flower was laid bare. And there was a woman inside.
Chapter 27. Barograd, Tradesman's District.
She had light brown skin and blue-green hair, the color of spring's first triumph over cold winter. Her face was as fair as her form, soft and refined, regal, or perhaps divine. Long, pointed ears poked out from her wavy mane, and when she blinked her eyes open, Helmold saw they were precisely the same shade of verdigris as her hair. She sat in the fetal position, arms hugging around her bent legs. But when her eyes opened and she began to look about, she stood up and stretched like a cat waking from a pleasant nap. What a fair and beauteous dream that was, she said, to no one in particular. Then she saw Helmold and smiled, turned gracefully, and descended from the petals of the flower that had borne her as if they were the steps of a royal carriage. Helmold's eyes had gone wide, not simply because the girl had a handsome figure, but because she'd awakened from a huge, glowing flower. Who are... She smiled at Helmold. Doth mine appearance render thee speechless, sir? Helmold cleared his throat, returned her smile sheepishly. His cheeks were a bit red. Apologies, ma'am. That was quite an entrance. The woman looked back at the flower from which she'd emerged. Her eyebrows rose. I see. Thus I am but a tender sprout. And who are you, exactly? Asked Helmold. The woman didn't answer. She simply stared at the open flower for a few moments, a contemplative expression on her face. Her gaze remained fixed on it as she spoke. I prithee forgive me, for it hath been so long since I didst employ a name that I can no longer recall it. Helmold blinked.
He saw a system icon forming beside the woman, so he took a look. Monster type. Level 1. Never, not even once, had the Magister seen question marks where system information ought to be. Here, he was hoping he could win the fair one's favor by helping her recall her name. No luck there.
Nor had he ever encountered a friendly monster who could speak, archaic accent or otherwise. Monsters should not be able to exist inside of a sanctuary in the first place. Something was very strange about this. "Well, we have to call you something," Helmold said lamely. The woman side-eyed him, smiled again, and nodded. "Indeed. What wouldst thou call me?" Helmold rubbed the back of his head. "Difficult to say. It's not every day a lady walks out of the flora like she'd come down from heaven." She turned to face him again. "What word didst thou use but now?" "Heaven?" asked Helmold. "Nay, the other." "Oh, flora?" She pondered the word for a moment, smiled, and nodded. "Flora. That shall suffice." Behind the open flower from which Flora had emerged, 2 more verdigris buds were already the size of pumpkins. Redmayne stood over the corpse of Agnieszka the Stitcher, her weapon in his hand. He took a moment to reread the skill description for rank 4 of Omnivore, to ensure he understood it. Rank 4. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities, it may allocate those qualities to its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. Furthermore, if the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. He'd used it once. He'd like to use it again. The description seemed to suggest he could continue eating weapons and adding their qualities to his teeth and claws in perpetuity. Either that, or if he ate a new weapon, its qualities would overwrite the qualities of the last one. There was one way to find out which version it was, he supposed. He took a bite out of the Stitcher's bodkin, then another, then another. In a moment, the weapon was in his belly. Again, he felt the concentrations of gnosis floating in his stomach, undigested. Fast felt familiar. Rending was a new sensation, even though he had it on his claws already. In his stomach, it felt sharp and malicious. Once more, he decided to split the qualities between teeth and claws, add rending to the latter and fast to the former, to improve the traits they already possessed. Redmayne closed his eyes and moved the clusters of power from his gut toward his claws and jaws, respectively. Another few moments of uncomfortable stiffness came as the magic calcified onto his natural weapons. He took a look at their updated profiles. Weapon profile: claws, damage plus 15, armor penetration 8, corpus damage over time on hit, rending 4, armor plus 4 while blocking, defensive 2, attacks damage up to 4 foes, cleaving 3, bite damage plus 15, armor penetration 8, evasion negation 10, fast 5. Redmayne grinned. His pulse sped up, heart beating against the inside of his ribs in a flush of excitement. Nothing was overwritten. The effect was cumulative. His teeth and claws could become armaments so formidable that no one could possibly stand against them. Every weapon he came across could become part of his weapon. He had to restrain his body from sprinting out the door to hunt down the next foe immediately. There were a few more things to handle, quality points being first. He chose Grace again this time. Grace, 13 to 16. Fortitude needed attention as well, which meant more levels.
Redmayne couldn't think of a more pleasant way to spend a day. But first, he needed Corpus. Agnieszka nearly drained him. Unfortunately, the cadavers around him weren't the most nourishing things, but they would have to do. Lifeless flesh had so much less vitality than a fresh kill. Despite the freakish alacrity with which he could eat, it still took Redmayne until the early evening to devour everything. Corpus, 1,772. For the time he'd spent, the rewards were underwhelming. But it didn't dampen his spirit much at all. There had been more exciting developments, and it was time to test them. He bolted out the doors of the undertaker's shop and down the street in the direction the stitchwork sentinel had chased after the retreating powder kegs. It wasn't far. The street bent southward and descended a gentle slope, the buildings crowding in against it as it narrowed. At the end of the slope lay the sentinel, surrounded by the pulverized corpses of beastmen. The pack of stitchwork stalkers had been dispatched as well. They lay in pieces, blown apart by bullets and bombs. But the sentinel had some life in it yet. It heard Redmayne charging down the hill, and roused with a groan, as if reluctantly rising from sleep, lumbering to its feet and then roaring long and loud. No doubt a cry for reinforcements, if there were any within earshot. Fortunately, their craftsmen could no longer make more. Redmayne leapt as high as his legs would propel him, a claw raised overhead. The stitchwork sentinel clacked its giant club hands together, as if accepting the challenge, and bounded at its airborne foe. Claws met bone and sliced right through. The sentinel brought a club hand overhead to smash Redmayne out of the air with a downward slam. Redmayne decided he'd strike the offending weapon directly, and the swipe of his claw fractured the mass of bone, split it straight down the middle, lengthwise. The sentinel howled in frustration, bashed its now useless weapon on the ground where Redmayne landed. But it missed again, and Redmayne was already running at a dead sprint, past its feet. Specifically, past the ankle he'd landed a superficial cut upon during their first engagement. This time, his run-by claw sheared through tendons like a scythe through soft grass. The sentinel tried to turn and fell on its face, slamming into the ground so hard it kicked up a cloud of debris and made the corpses around it bounce. It tried to crawl to its feet, using one good hand and one good leg. Too slow. Redmayne was already upon it again. A slash clipped its head from its shoulders. A flurry of claws followed, tunneling into the brand-new cavity between its shoulders. The body kicked and flailed with what little volition it had left, as Redmayne severed all its internal stitching, blowing apart its connections and rendering its magic null. Not enough experience to gain a level, but the flesh would provide a bit more corpus. Corpus, 1954. A bit more. He'd still have to be careful. Fortunately, his prey would be live beastmen again.
He could stock up, so long as he took care not to collect too many bullet holes. Redmayne took to the rooftops in search of the powder keg's home turf. They would be somewhere in the tradesmen's district, or at its fringes. Now that he thought about it, he was surprised they weren't headquartered on Smith Street or Mason Street. But tradesmen were clannish, or so he'd heard. Newcomers may not have been welcome. Before he went running off in the wrong direction, however, Redmayne crouched down and closed his eyes. He had airborne sentries. Better to use their eyes for reconnaissance. 2 were on this side of the river with him, and this side was where they were most likely to be, so he borrowed the senses of the nearest bird to him. It had been perched on the peak of a rooftop. With Redmayne at the helm, it took wing and circled to the north to begin the search. His initial guess that they would be somewhere near the tradesmen's district turned out to be correct. Almost. Their lair appeared to be a big barn built against the town's north wall, several blocks outside the area where most of the fighting took place.
But there was a fight brewing here as well. The barn sat at the end of the street, which sloped downward several hundred yards without curving. At the bottom of that slope, a trio of stitchwork sentinels, 6 stitchwork spiders, 2 groups of 4 stitchwork sappers, and 3 packs of 6 stitchwork stalkers had all amassed in preparation for a charge. And the powder kegs were ready for them. Riflemen perched on rooftops lining the street all the way up the hill. The barn doors were thrown open, and a trio of cannons had been rolled out and aimed downward toward the assaulting force. On either side of the street, beastmen with bombs, muskets, and blunderbusses crouched behind crates and barrels they'd stacked up for cover. Redmayne wondered if the Stitchworks knew the fate of their creator. Perhaps they would act on her instructions regardless. The sappers were the first to charge up the hill. They were shockingly fast runners for things that ran on 2 legs. No wonder they'd reached to Redmayne before he could get away back at the Undertaker's. When the charge of the sappers began, the powder kegs let off their opening salvo, and the battle was on. Cannon fire sailed over the heads of beastmen crouched behind cover. The night became a percussion concert, an especially dissonant one, made up of the boom of cannons, the snap of muskets, and the popping sounds of bombs exploding. The Stitchworks lent their shrieking, wailing vocals to the effort, as their bodies blew apart under the barrage of merciless projectiles. Redmayne peered up the hill at the barn, but he didn't see anyone who looked like an obvious leader. Perhaps Pavel hid inside. He'd find out himself, but through the back door. He'd already been caught between the 2 sides of this feud once, and once was enough. Redmayne opened his real eyes and set out for the north wall at a dead run, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, meaning to skip the battle entirely and go directly to his target. This would require him to circle around and come at the barn from another angle, so as not to be mulched by projectiles or trampled by charging Stitchworks. He chose to veer westward when he drew close, skirting along the rooftops out of view of the marksmen perched there. While they did have more urgent concerns in front of them, it wouldn't do if he were spotted. Even after glutting himself on every last cadaver in Agnieszka's shop, with a side order of half-dead sentinel afterwards, his corpus still ran a bit lean for his liking. The sounds of the battle grew closer and closer. Redmayne flew across the rooftops, going westward, and then back around to the east once he'd reached the north wall, so as to approach the barn from the side. He leapt onto its roof at last, and spied a hatch at its far end he could open. The hatch's hinges creaked.
Inside, beneath him, was a loft no doubt intended for surplus hay, but at the moment was empty. Redmayne silently dropped down onto it, crept to its edge, and peered down into the barn. The whole barn had been converted into a workshop, full of tools and machines he didn't recognize. But he recognized the finished products. Rows of firearms lined up on orderly racks, barrels and boxes full of black powder and ammunition. Between the racks burned well-maintained oil lamps, keeping the large interior of the barn amply lit. The cannonballs and musket balls looked especially nutritious. When this was over, perhaps he'd have an armor bonus for dessert. But that would be after. First, there were foes to attend to. Near the rear of the barn, Redmayne found who he was looking for. There stood a tall, gangly beastman in the garb of a peasant, with an unruly mane of brown hair and a long beard to match. He stood in front of a long rack of muskets and blunderbusses, loading them one by one and setting them down on a long table behind him when they were ready for use. At the table's end, there sat a wide barrel full of bombs, each the size of a ripe melon. Powder Keg Pavel. Monster type. Corrupted. Level 40. Redmayne dropped down into a crouch next to the powder keg boss. Pavel wheeled around with a blunderbuss in his hands. He sniffed at Redmayne,
sneered. Feral eyes blazed from beneath his curtain of wild hair. "You ain't one of mine," he said, his voice low and threatening. "Come to get your dome blown off, aye?" "Regards from Agnieszka the Stitcher," said Redmayne, as he stood from his crouch. "She expresses her regrets that she will be unable to attend the wedding on account of her untimely demise." Pavel's eyes burned brighter. He bared his yellow teeth in a snarl. "What did you say?"
Chapter 28. Barograd, Tradesman's District. It took Redmayne half the fight and most of his corpus to get Agnieszka the Stitcher to the point where she was emotionally compromised. With Pavel, it seemed he'd done so right away. "What did you do to my wife?" His voice boomed, so loud it made the team of Beastman cannoneers at the far end of the barn wheel around in surprise to see what their leader was yelling at. Pavel didn't pause to explain anything to his henchmen. He had a blunderbuss in hand, and it was already pointed in Redmayne's general direction, so he pulled the trigger. Birdshot sprayed from the barrel of the weapon. Redmayne dove to the right, but he was too close to dodge at all. It ripped into his leg from the knee down, sprayed blood across the floor as he flew sideways. He realized a bit late that he ought to have dodged in another direction, because now he was on the opposite side of the long table from Pavel, and Pavel had a whole row of loaded firearms directly in front of him, all of which were conveniently pointed at Redmayne already. Pavel snatched a musket, fired it, tossed it, snatched the next, and fired. Redmayne dodged a musket ball so closely it skinned his cheek and tore his ear on its way by. He was not so fortunate with the next one, which slammed into the center of his chest. He could feel the ball of hot metal in there, searing his insides. Corpus 1626. He'd had enough of that already. Redmayne snarled and stepped up to grab the edge of the table and flip it. Guns went flying as Pavel staggered backward, cursing, a freshly fired musket still in his hands. He leapt over the table before the Beastman could grab for another weapon. But Pavel didn't. Instead, he answered Redmayne's lunge with a bayonet stab that took him in the shoulder. Corpus 1311. Pavel unstuck the bayonet by kicking Redmayne in the gut, sending him backpedaling as he dropped the musket and stooped over to fetch another one. Bullets struck the wall beside Redmayne from another angle. Redmayne flinched, looked to his left to see that the cannon team had taken up arms in defense of their boss and were now firing pistols and muskets in his direction. He crouched low, refocused on the foe ahead of him. Pavel had a new weapon in hand. Already he had it aimed at Redmayne. The gun went off with a crack and a puff of smoke, but Redmayne was already in motion. His right claw struck the weapon in half, the next sheared straight down the center of Pavel's face and chest. Bleeding 4. But Pavel was no pushover, even without a weapon. He struck back with his fists, battering Redmayne's guard with all the bestial strength hidden within his lanky frame. He knew where to strike, and how, suggesting he'd been a boxer before taking up gunsmithing. Redmayne wished he'd stuck to that. There was honor in fighting face to face. Unfortunately for Pavel, the Beastman was outgunned in that arena, so to speak. Pavel advanced behind his jab, threw a body shot that landed flush on Redmayne's ribs. In exchange, Redmayne clawed his face open from right to left and his chest open from left to right. Bleeding 8. Bleeding 12. Pavel wasn't looking good already. Blood poured from his wounds, coating him in red. "Your woman put up more of a fight than you," said Redmayne. Pavel bared his teeth in a snarl. His eyes burned with hatred. "If you harmed one hair upon her head." "I killed her," said Redmayne. "She was a butcher and a fiend."
The powder keg boss roared and lunged like he was going to put his hands around Redmayne's neck. Redmayne caught his arms midway, which began a brief wrestling match on their feet. Both Redmayne and Pavel's arms shook with the strain as each tried to gain the upper hand over the other in a contest of might against might. Redmayne felt a tingle of panic when he realized Pavel had the upper hand.
The leader of the powder kegs was slowly but surely bearing down on him, separating his arms, looming over him as he drew closer and closer by inches. Another salvo of shots hit the wall around Redmayne. This time, one struck his hip, digging deep into the flesh. Corpus 1009. Redmayne supposed this was going to be a brief battle, one way or the other. Pavel's crazed face was now inches from Redmayne's.
"Whatever you did to her."
His hateful eyes did their utmost to try to bore through Redmayne's head.
"Whatever harm you brought to Agnieszka, I shall visit on you 3 times over."
Redmayne bit Pavel's face off. Only the lower half, but it did the job. The bite landed so swiftly, Pavel barely had an instant for his eyes to widen, let alone react. Redmayne's jaws snapped off a chunk of his head, and he wailed in pain. His grip on Redmayne's arms suddenly slack, his face pulled away sharply. He let go and took a few steps backward, blood streaming down his chin and neck in a sheet of glistening red. The bite left Pavel's tongue dangling grotesquely, the upper row of teeth exposed, the rest a bleeding orifice. Blood-soaked skin hung loosely from the ruin of his jaw. He gurgled, coughed out a gout of blood, and attempted to speak, but the results were incomprehensible. Redmayne charged to put him out of his misery, but Pavel, despite his grievous injury, had at least one more nasty surprise in store. His eyes gleamed with malice when Redmayne burst into motion. He kicked over the barrel of bombs beside him, a feat of strength even for a beastman. And at the same time, he ripped an oil lantern off the wall and pitched it down at the bombs, spilling onto the floor in front of them both. Several fuses lit. Redmayne turned and ran the opposite direction. Another fusillade of bullets struck the wall behind him, chasing him. The cannon team hadn't seen what happened yet, apparently. There was an open window ahead on his left. He could dive through it, get clear of the explosion. No sooner did his feet leave the ground did an extra force lend a hand. The force of a massive explosion. The popping sounds of bombs bursting multiplied until it was deafening staccato. The blast hurled Redmayne through the window and against the stone wall of the building next to it. He hit the wall face first and blacked out. When he came to, blinking his eyes open in an all-too-familiar daze of head trauma, Redmayne again found himself buried in rubble that was once a coherent structure. His back was pinned against the stone wall, and on top of him sat a pile of blown-out planks. The air smelled of smoke, and indeed there was a growing fire burning before him on the remains of the barn. Shouting sounded out all around him. The beastmen, no doubt wondering what happened. The system shared the important part with Redmayne, and it had a few other items for him to review. Powder keg Pavel slain. Tasks completed, 2 over 4. Level up. Level 40 to level 41. Level 41 to level 42. Level 42 to level 43. Quality points awaiting allocation, 3. Skill rank up. Lion's Lunge, common. Class skill rank 2, evolution. Possible. Active, variable, base 15 gnosis, rank 1. The imbued leaps at his prey to deliver a crushing blow. This attack channels the hunter's primal power into a decisive strike, which deals extra damage and knockback to a single creature. If the targeted creature has been marked as prey by Hunter's Mark, their armor is halved against this attack. Rank 2.
The imbued may follow the first blow with up to 3 more consecutive attacks, each with the same enhancement to damage, knockback, and potential armor negation as the first, at a cost of 5 gnosis per attack. Consecutive attacks may be directed toward the original target or separate targets. A fine upgrade to the skill, truly. The frustrating thing was its gnosis requirement, or rather, his enduring lack of said resource.
He took the quality points and put them into Grace. Grace, 16 to 19. Perhaps he'd have avoided being slammed into a stone wall if he'd been a bit faster. Probably not. He checked his corpus, bracing for bad news. Corpus, 335. It was indeed bad news, and there were enemies about still. He'd have to be cautious. Down below, on the hillside, he could still hear the distinctive shrieks and howls of stitchwork creatures. The beastmen continued to hold them at bay. Hopefully they would prevail. He'd rather fight beastmen than undead. They were much more filling. "Boss!" a beastman called out nearby. "Aye, you in there?" He felt weight above him, boots walking across the pile of rubble. They were searching for Pavel. Redmayne tried to crawl up through the wreckage to get to one of them, get a claw around their ankle and drag them down for a quick bite. The disturbance made all the footsteps above him stop. They had felt him moving beneath them. "Boss?" one called out. Redmayne paused, considered what to do. Then he put his hands on the wood over his head and shook it a bit. "He's down there!" Several more pairs of feet began to clamber around above him. He could hear planks and other debris being lifted off the top of the pile and tossed. Nobody spoke. There was a lot of huffing and puffing. Evidently, Pavel's men valued him. Unfortunately, the system had sent Redmayne here to eliminate them all. But at least these ones wouldn't have to lament their misfortune for too much longer. As Redmayne felt the team of beastmen begin to close in on him from above, rapidly digging down toward his location, he looked around for a place where he could tuck himself in and hide. He'd nab one by surprise, eat as fast as he could before his mates realized what was going on. No sooner had he done so than the stack of rubble overhead come free, exposing open air and the light of the moons. "Boss?" The beastman extended his torch into the hole. Redmayne slid back from its light. A keener observer would have noticed the reflective points of Redmayne's feral eyes at the edge of the shadows. "Boss, you down there?" He dared to climb down into the rubble to get a closer look, see if he had to dig Pavel out. But he didn't find Pavel. Corpus, 899. The sudden, violent jostling and screams were a dead giveaway to the others, unfortunately. One by one, he pulled them down into the wreckage, using it as cover from the ones who were smart enough to open fire immediately and not simply stand and stare in shock. They may be monsters, but there was a true predator among them now. Corpus, 1516. Redmayne emerged from the rubble when it was done, wiping blood from his face with one hand, pushing aside a section of wall with the other. Down at the bottom of the hillside street, a pack of beastmen were closing in for the kill on the final stitchwork sentinel. Good. He'd feast on those, and every beastman between here and the other side of the river. Chapter 29. Berograd, Tradesman's District. Redmayne flew down the hill, ripping apart beastmen on his way and devouring their remains while they were still hot. Corpus, 2132. The final team of them awaited him at the bottom of the slope, filling the air with the crackle of gunfire as they tried in vain to land a shot on Redmayne as he rapidly descended their way. But his fleetness was too much for them, and by the time they were done with their first salvo, he was too close for them to safely flee. Some tried anyway. They died,
huffing and puffing, eyes wild with the fear of prey. Corpus, 2,790. And that was the end of Pavel's powder kegs. The stitchworks as well, it seemed. Their remains lay all about the street, blown to tatters by bombs and bullets, a mess of sallow skin and loose thread and bone blasted to splinters. Good riddance. Redmayne decided he'd prefer not to encounter any more undead. Wishful thinking, perhaps. No matter. Barograd was half his as far as he was concerned. It was time to cross the river and see to the other half. But he took his time. The powder kegs were gone, but there were many more beastmen wandering the streets who weren't a part of their gang. They roved in small packs, sniffing around for those who few had not been turned by the blight. Without marksmen to worry about, Redmayne took to the streets, stalking through them, ambushing packs of beastmen and rending them to pieces with tooth and claw. These ones seemed less sapient, weaker, and thus they provided less corpus and even less experience. But it would all add up. Corpus, 2,929. Corpus, 3,156. Corpus, 3,378. With how suddenly these higher-level foes could carve away his vitality, Redmayne decided the best course would be to stock up with the diligence of a squirrel preparing for winter. He did not go straight for the bridges. Instead, he zigzagged up and down every street in his area, dispatching beastmen and wolfing them down with savage efficiency.
It was so easy he almost felt guilty. Corpus, 4,516. The lower-level beastmen were not keen observers of their environment, nor were they armed or armored for the most part. Simply peasants, albeit blood-soaked ones with sharp canines and a feral gleam in the eye. Most died so swiftly they hadn't even seen what hit them. Redmayne stalked down the street of a neighborhood, his mouth and claws soaked with blood, his eyes gleaming. He could feel the depths of the hunger stirring in his bottomless gut. Something inside called to him from its depths, in a voice he could barely hear. It insisted upon more. He hunted them down and gorged himself for so many hours that his own diligence began to slip. Not much, but enough for himself to unknowingly become the prey of another. Alia's emerald arrow. If the skill weren't so bright, he might not have noticed it in time. Redmayne slipped to the side of a comet of green gnosis that passed with such force that his hair and cloak billowed in the opposite direction. Its caster stood at the end of the street, a tall young woman, blonde, with a staff in her hand and a long blue cloak over her gown. Redmayne thought he'd seen that same cloak before. He snarled and ran at the woman, but a flash of steel from above told his instincts to halt. He looked up in time to see the blade of a sword coming for his head. Redmayne swatted it aside, claws ringing on steel, and the sword's owner stood in his path. He, too, was tall, young, and blonde, clad in well-kept plate mail, holding out a sword that no normal man ought to have been able to wield. The blade was 2 handspans across, and about as long as the man was tall. He also wore that familiar blue cloak. This much was clear. They were not beastmen. A growl rumbled in Redmayne's throat. "Stand aside," he said, "and you'll be spared." The young man gave Redmayne a contemptuous look. "Forgive me if I do not trust in the mercy of a beast." He brought his massive sword down in a diagonal slash, which Redmayne hopped back from. But then he had to hop yet again, because the lady caster behind him let off another Alia's emerald arrow afterward. Redmayne glanced at her for a moment, noticed the determination in her eyes. He also noticed that her eyes and the eyes of this fellow in front of him were the exact same shade of blue. But the swordsman before him didn't let Redmayne get too good a look. He came down with a vertical slash, then another across, then a diagonal backswing. He was adept at keeping that huge weapon in motion,
and at speed it seemed as if he were wielding it with the ease of a wooden training sword. Another glowing missile flew by, and this time Redmayne barely managed to evade it. It seared his face on its way by, and an instant later he leapt backward to dodge a horizontal cleave that would certainly have separated the upper half of his body from the lower half. He didn't want to hurt these two. They were plainly not allied with any Beastman faction here. Then it hit him. The cloaks. He knew where he'd seen them. On Magister Helmold, the Imbued. These were members of Valter and Vengarl's coterie. Redmayne held up his hand. "Hold!" The swordsman stood there in his stance, stony-faced. Behind him, the head of his companion's staff glowed green in preparation to loose another deadly skill. "I've met your comrades," he said, "in Midva Forest. They helped me set free the townsfolk who had been captured by beastmen for use in some fell ritual. I bid them to take the survivors to my sanctuary, Hare's Castle." Both their expressions changed, but not to friendly ones. They looked suspicious. "Their names are Valter and Vengarl. I met them when I ventured into Midva Forest myself. They're hunters, like me." That raised their eyebrows. "You're imbued," said the swordsman, skepticism plain in the tone of his voice. Then his brows drew together. He looked like he was inspecting Redmayne more closely than before. Suddenly his eyebrow popped up, like he'd noticed at last the system icon floating next to Redmayne's head. His eyes widened a bit when he opened it. "Gods! You are an imbued!" "What?" the girl behind him said. She lowered her staff and walked up next to her companion. Standing next to him made it quite plain that they were at least siblings, if not twins. She too seemed surprised to notice his system tag. While they read his, Redmayne figured he might as well read theirs. Radovid Kashak. Class, Warrior. Archetype, Swordsman. Faction, None. Level, 35. Irina Kashak. Class, Magister. Archetype, Channeler. Faction, None. Level, 35. "How common are coteries with two sets of siblings," said Redmayne. Radovid let out a laugh despite himself. "You truly met Valter and Vengarl?" Redmayne nodded. "They joined my faction as well." "They did what?" said Irina. "They also told me you had another coterie member, a justiciar by the name of Vela," said Redmayne. "I saw her earlier today at some manner of religious observance with the Beastman cultists." Radovid nodded, looking perturbed at how well-informed Redmayne seemed to be. "Aye, she goes off on her own, as justiciars have a tendency to do." "Hold up there," said Irina. "You said they joined your faction?" "House Redmayne, yes. I created it when I claimed Hare's Castle for myself." Both their eyebrows raised at that. "There aren't any other coteries in the area I know of," said Radovid. "You did this by yourself?" Redmayne nodded. Irina let out a low whistle. Radovid gave Redmayne an appraising once-over, an eyebrow still raised. "I confess, sir, you look like no imbued I've ever seen before, even allowing for the unkemptness of the average hunter." "I've heard as much before," said Redmayne. "Regardless, the system gave me the strength to break my chains. If only for that, I'd gladly give it my allegiance." Irina looked like she wanted to question him more, but then she shook her head and said, "Well met, Redmayne. The sight of an ally in this place makes my heart glad. When there is time, I would very much like to hear your story, but we find ourselves in a blighted place." Radovid nodded. Then he turned and pointed to the east. "The bridges are guarded and watched by many eyes. We were considering which of them to traverse to get to the other side of the town." "Why not the biggest one?" said Redmayne. The swordsman gave him a small, approving smile. "Yes, I was thinking the same. It is the most heavily guarded," said Irina. "But now we are three, said Radovid. "With a hunter to aid us, we'll certainly prevail." Irina gave her brother a crestfallen look, shrugged, and shook her head. "Let's see to it, then." Redmayne nodded and walked with them. He'd had enough to eat, or so he hoped. Whatever that quiet voice was, hidden in the depths of his gut, he noticed that the more he ate, the more he could hear it. On their way eastward through the town, the trio of imbued continued to encounter packs of beastmen on the street. These were dispatched even more swiftly than Redmayne had managed by himself, and while he would rather not have given Irina and Radovid a bad first impression, he couldn't let perfectly good food go to waste, especially not with the next battle close at hand. They reacted with the same sort of wide-eyed, open-mouthed shock Walter and Vengarl had. Redmayne chuckled, wiped some blood from his chin. In the darkness, his irises shimmered like a hound's. "Don't worry. I only eat enemies." "Comforting," said Irina, though she did not look comforted. This happened a few more times before they reached the town's central bridge. Their reaction didn't mellow, but the sustenance did add up. 5,292. "Do you have to eat them all?" Irina asked, sounding a bit desperate for relief. "With every bite of flesh I consume, I gain corpus." They both turned to gape at him again. When he explained how Omnivore worked and how it had evolved as he'd gained levels, their astonishment shone plainly on their faces. "Such a skill," Radovid shook his head. "No monster I've ever heard of possesses such a thing." Redmayne shrugged. "The closest thing to myself I've yet seen is the Grue, and they aren't that similar. To speak truly, my past is unknown to me. I've forgotten, or else my memories have been robbed by some skill." Radovid and Irina exchanged a troubled look. "I see," said Radovid. "Did you say you came from Hertz Castle?" said Irina. "Aye," said Redmayne. Irina's expression turned thoughtful as they walked along. "The domain of the Moorholts, same as this town. Far removed from their cousins. The Holt family line is long gone, but of their descendants, the Carholts, Stanholts, and Moorholts, only the latter came all the way north to settle amongst the barbarians." Radovid side-eyed his sister. "Why did they migrate so far from their home?" "Nobody knows," said Irina. Redmayne didn't know either, so he didn't comment. The three of them continued to converse as they traveled east, until at last they stood before the great stone bridge at the center of town. A copper plaque at the end of the bridge gave the imbued its name, Brandis Bridge. No doubt named for its architect or chief stonemason. Whoever Brandis was, they ought to have been proud of their workmanship. It was made of sturdy stone, joined with care and precision, wide enough across to accommodate 2 wagons or coaches riding side by side. Tonight, it accommodated beastman warriors. They wore the livery of House Moorholt over chainmail. A line of 4 in the rear had shields on their backs, swords belted at their waists, and muskets in their hands. The next rank up were more heavily armored. Half a dozen burly beastmen clad in plate, with visored helms and heavy arms, 2-handed blades, hammers, axes, and the like. And standing before them all, their leader. Or leaders. There were 2. One was massive, half again as tall as either Redmayne or Radovid, and twice as wide. This one wore burnished plate mail and a bucket helm, looking large enough to stress the bridge's construction. In his right hand, he held a huge battle axe, with a blade tall enough to split a man cleanly down the middle in a single chop. There was a cannon strapped to his left arm. Strapped to his back was an open barrel of cannonballs. And upon the shoulder of this giant sat the other leader. He would have been comically small if one stood him next to a normal-sized man, but next to this one, he didn't resemble a man at all, more like a goblin or an imp. He wore rags, and his eyes hid behind a curtain of lank black hair. Belted at his waist was a pouch containing powder of some kind, and a box of matchsticks.
Optional task: slay Laszlo and Sten, guardians of Brandis Bridge. Tasks completed. 2/5. The small one called out to the trio of imbued from across the bridge. "None may pass until the powder kegs and the stitched-up bitches have had it out." "They are slain," Redmayne answered. "And you're next." The little beast man cackled. "We got a live one! All right then, lads, give 'em a warm welcome." He signaled to the men behind him. The ones armed in plate with melee weapons advanced. The ones in the back readied their firearms. "Shall we?" said Radovid. Redmayne was already sprinting to meet them. There was a loud crack, like a bomb going off. He didn't recognize the sound, not until a cannonball struck him face first. Corpus 4390. Redmayne blacked out. He came to, spinning through the air. His head felt like it had been stomped on by a giant. Distantly, as if it were happening to someone else, he felt the sensation of his body striking the ground, then skidding and rolling to a halt. As if reluctantly waking from a nap, his body sluggishly complied when he ordered it to rise.
First he got up onto his hands, shook his head to clear the powerful daze. When he looked up, there stood a team of soldiers on top of him, with their weapons held high. One with a greatsword, one with a two-handed axe, and one with a long-hafted warhammer. Veteran Guard. Monster type, Corrupted. Level 45. The guards closed in over him, and like executioners, their weapons came down as one. Chapter 30. Beregrad. Brandis Bridge. Redmayne rolled to his feet at the last possible instant before being chopped, clobbered, and skewered at the same time. To his sides, Radovid and Irina were engaged with the others, but he couldn't pay attention to what they were doing. He had 3 foes right in front of him, and they were closing in. Redmayne tracked the point of that sword with his eyes, swatted it aside with a claw when it stabbed forth, and then ducked an axe swing that might have given his face the same treatment he'd given Powder Keg Pavel. Then down came the hammer. The blow timed perfectly to land the instant Redmayne was in the middle of evading the guard's comrade. Redmayne twisted away from that, but only barely. He noted that his investment in grace was beginning to pay off. These veteran guards fought well together. They were in sync with one another. It wouldn't be like fighting stitchwork horrors, whom he could herd and corral and trip up by leading one into another's way. These ones held back. They didn't advance. They covered each other's blind spots. They understood the reach and timing of their weapons. They watched Redmayne as carefully as he watched them, awaiting any opening, however small. Redmayne briefly found himself vexed by a lack of reach. This was normally not an issue, as he could move in close with alacrity after dodging, sometimes while he was dodging. But with 2 trained and seasoned warriors guarding his target, whichever one it was, he found his attempts to reach clawing distance thwarted over and over. 2 bullets streaked by his head. It took a moment to realize they were aimed at Irina and not him. Redmayne glanced back, and to his relief, he saw she'd employed a defensive skill. The projectiles struck a glowing aegis of green, circular like a target shield, which faded after the moment of impact, but remained semi-visible as a vague distortion in the air. A hammer swung for Redmayne's face, and he deflected it with a backhand. A dramatic lunge sent the tip of a 2-handed sword spearing for his gut, and he slipped sideways. An axe came down diagonally, and he stopped it between his upraised claws, struggled briefly with his opponent, and then shoved the head of the weapon aside, freeing himself from the bind. Already the other 2 were coming in with more strikes. They were like a team of workmen with hammers pounding a stake into the dirt, striking the same target with such timing that 2 blows were on their way as soon as the first one landed.
Redmayne realized the correct course of action. It was the weapons themselves he'd have to deal with. He'd ducked the swipe of an axe. That meant the sword was coming. Sure enough, another thrust came at Redmayne's face. He bit the end of it off. The swordsman grunted and looked down at his freshly truncated blade. Then the hammer wielder stepped past him, trying to cut off Redmayne's retreat to the right by swinging a sideways blow. Redmayne caught the head of the hammer in his jaws. There was a brief tug of war, Redmayne's iron jaws versus the guard's arms, with his weapon as the prize. During this exchange, the axeman landed a direct hit on Redmayne, making him wince from the pain as the weapon slammed into his side. Corpus, 3,675. Blood flowed freely from the wound. Redmayne felt the cold axe blade pull free from his gut with an unnerving wet sound. He'd rather not take another blow like that, but he had mere moments before it happened again, regardless of his wishes. The guard wasn't willing to let go of his weapon. Fair enough. Redmayne bit the head of the hammer in half instead. Now, two of them had broken toys. They didn't look happy about it. The swordsman came at him anyway, behind an advancing flurry of slashes. But his reach was diminished now. He threatened a shorter space in front of him.
So when Redmayne deflected the sword this time, he found his foe within reach. He smacked aside the blade and clawed across the guard's helmet, his claws slicing cleanly through the steel and deep into the flesh beneath. There was a muffled cry as the guard staggered back, blinded by the blood flowing down his face and out of the fresh rents in his helmet. Redmayne glanced to his right to see how Radovid was doing. The warrior had already dispatched one of his three foes, and had the other two well occupied with his colossal sword. It was impressive how quickly he whipped that weapon around. Must have been a warrior skill of some kind, or else he simply had a very high might. With the swordsman grievously wounded, and blinded besides, he only had two opponents to manage as well. Now, things would go quickly. The hammer wielder used the good end of his weapon, though it was looking a bit flimsy, as if a good blow against something solid, like the ground, would break it completely. He slipped to the side of an axe swing and baited the hammer wielder by advancing on him, arms low, his head wide open. He gave him a challenging snarl to further sell it. The hammer guard bellowed back and raised his weapon high. Redmayne stood prepared. The blow came straight down, and he darted away at the last second so that it struck the ground, which broke off the other end of the hammer, leaving the veteran guard with a stick. The axe wielder rushed in, roaring, swinging the head of his weapon in a wheel-like pattern to ward Redmayne off before he could lunge in and finish off his comrade. It worked, for a moment. Redmayne turned his attention to this one instead, snapping at him, raking claws across armor faster than the guard could hope to keep up. Which is when the other guard, freshly disarmed, leapt onto Redmayne and bear-hugged him, pinning his arms. Redmayne grunted and tried to shrug him off, but he couldn't do so immediately. He was a strong one, and extra heavy in the plate armor. The axe-wielding guard acted in perfect sync with his comrade, as they all had throughout this engagement. No sooner did the weaponless guard pin Redmayne's arms against his sides, did he bring his weapon high overhead for a downward stroke that would split Redmayne's head in half. They were smart, yes, well-trained and experienced, but somehow unwise enough to repeat the same mistake. Perhaps they weren't used to someone biting their weapons. Redmayne didn't try to break free. He simply turned his head and caught the axe in his teeth. When his jaw clamped down, the weapon shattered. Now he could focus on breaking free. He twisted around, put his hand on the side of the guard's helmet, and bit into it. The guard screamed as he felt teeth stab right through the metal and into his head. He lost his grip on Redmayne,
lost all sense of composure whatsoever, and desperately flailed while toppling over with a hungry predator on top of him. One more solid bite through the head, and the guard did not but twitch on the ground, which left only one. At last, Redmayne saw his discipline give way. He saw fear. The guard backpedaled slowly, retreating from the image of Redmayne crouched over his comrade, grinning, blood on his teeth. Redmayne leapt like a wolf and finished him with a bite to the throat. Crouched over a second kill, he was sorely tempted to hunch over and glut himself on the flesh of warriors. There was a deafening boom. Redmayne looked up, and another cannonball struck him full in the gut. Corpus, 2510. The cannonball kept going, and it took Redmayne with it. His body doubled over around the weighty projectile streaking through the air. He and the cannonball flew backward as one, until they struck a corner turret of the bridge itself, the impact crushing Redmayne's midsection from both ends. He sat on the ground with his back against the cracked stone, coughed up a gout of blood.
The cannonball rolled off his stomach and across the stones for a few feet.
He could feel his insides knitting themselves back together, but it would be a moment. All those bones and organs had been reduced to a bloody soup inside him, and Laszlo was already done loading another charge of powder and cannonball into the gun mounted on Sten's arm by the look of it. Redmayne's vision was hazy, but he was relatively sure the giant was aiming right at him. Another boom. Redmayne tucked and rolled, and the cannonball blasted apart the stones he'd been resting on. He stumbled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood on the stones, and broke into a run toward Laszlo and Sten. Radovid was already sprinting in the same direction, his blade held low, and he was ahead of Redmayne now, having been fortunate enough not to have been struck in the gut by a cannon and sent flying backwards. He swung for Sten's leg, and the giant blocked the massive sword with his equally massive cannon. Sten answered with a downward blow with his axe, which the imbued deflected with his great blade angled downward. The musketeers in the back finished loading their weapons for another volley, which they aimed at Redmayne this time. 6 shots cracked off almost as one, sending a hail of merciless metal in his direction. A few of those bullets pelted around his feet harmlessly. 1 zipped by his ear. 2 struck true, 1 in the shoulder, 1 in the gut. Corpus, 1766. For a moment, Redmayne considered going around the giant and attending to those marksmen, but Irina was a step ahead of him. 2 Alia's emerald lances shot forth from behind him, one after another, taking a beastman each off their feet for good. She seemed like she could handle those. So Redmayne joined her brother, aimed his charge at Laszlo and Sten. He swerved toward Sten's blind side and struck, clawing open his armored leg and drawing blood. If it hurt, the giant didn't show it.
At the moment, Sten had his full attention on Radovid, while Laszlo clambered over his comrade's armor like a monkey, loading another round into his cannon as quickly as he could. Redmayne made to strike again, but a sudden movement caught his eye nearly at the last instant. Sten had his eyes on Radovid, and his axe was in motion, on a backswing, but it wasn't simply a wide blow that had been aimed at Radovid. It was for him. He ducked, and the axe swept overhead, and as Sten turned to face Redmayne, he brought his cannon arm around for a point-blank shot. The cannon boomed, the sound ear-splitting at close range, and Redmayne dove flat to the stone to evade another shot. He could feel the gust of wind as it blew by. Radovid leapt and brought his sword straight down on Sten from above. The giant raised his cannon arm to block it, and there was a deafening ring of iron on steel. The imbued pressed his attack, giving Redmayne a moment to roll to his feet and circle around to the giant's blind side again. Except he didn't truly have one. Laszlo was more than a cannon loader. He called out to his giant partner when he was in danger,
signaled when either Redmayne or Radovid tried to outflank them. He was an extra pair of eyes. And there was a loaded pistol holstered behind Sten's head, specifically for Laszlo to quick-draw on anyone who came too close. Redmayne found out when he decided to leap onto Sten's shoulders to get the little beast man. Laszlo drew it, cracked off the shot. And, to even Redmayne's surprise, he caught it in his teeth. Redmayne growled, bit it in half, and spat it out. The little beast man's eyes widened as Redmayne loomed over him. At the last instant he tried to leap away, but Redmayne caught him by the scruff of the neck, kicking and flailing. For a runt, consumable in 2 bites, Laszlo was surprisingly nourishing. Corpus, 3,173. Sten, meanwhile, was completely occupied by Radovid's relentless offense. He surely knew something bad was happening up on his shoulders, but the imbued warrior in front of him didn't give him time to think about it. Radovid came at him relentlessly, his sword striking high and low at speeds such a weapon should not be capable of. It was all the giant could do to simply stand his ground and defend himself. Redmayne thought of Castellan Kaslov for some reason. Perhaps because he was about to give Sten the same death. He clambered around until he was crouched squarely on the giant's shoulders, a foot one, the other foot perched on the edge of his ammunition barrel. With Sten moving around in the midst of a battle with Radovid, it felt like trying to keep one's footing on a ship in the middle of a storm. But once he felt secure in his stance, Redmayne took hold of Sten's helmet and ripped it off. Sten's eyes went wide with surprise as his head was suddenly exposed to the evening air. He blinked and twisted his neck to see what was happening, who was behind him. When he saw Redmayne, his pudgy face flushed with rage. "Where's me brother?" he said. "Fear not. You're about to join him," said Redmayne. He bit into the top of Sten's head, and the giant screamed.
Chapter 31. Barograd, Brandis Bridge. Laszlo and Sten, guardians of Brandis Bridge, slain. Tasks completed, 3/5. Level up. Level 43 to level 44. Level 44 to level 45. Level 45 to level 46. Quality points awaiting allocation, 3. Of the 6 marksmen behind Laszlo and Sten, 2 remained. One dropped his firearm and readied his sword and shield to engage Radovid. The other turned and ran for his life, screaming for help. Irina dispatched the latter with a beautifully aimed Elia's emerald lance. Radovid split the former down the middle, from head to crotch, with a single stroke of his sword. Redmayne would allocate his points in a moment. There was a feast in front of him to attend to. The corpses of 6 veteran guards, 4 marksmen, and then not only Sten the giant himself, but his massive cannon, axe, armor suit, and the whole drum of cannonballs he'd been toting on his back. Sten's weaponry lacked any special qualities, but the sum total of all that metal was worth the time it took to chomp down. Corpus, 5,668 armor plus 13 grace, 19 to 22. He'd start in on fortitude next time. Radovid watched Redmayne eat with something like morbid curiosity on his face. He was clearly troubled, but unable to wrest his eyes from the gruesome spectacle. Irina decided she'd rather go to the edge of the bridge and gaze at the water. When it was done, Redmayne stood and stretched his spine out, flexing his claws and his jaws, his face skyward, pointing up at the moons, a feral groan coming up from his guts as he enjoyed the feeling of strength and flexibility in his limbs. He was flush, full of vitality, yet ready for more. It felt as though his hunger was building. It had a sense of inertia to it. He felt sated, yes, but eager for the next meal already.
If you don't mind my asking, said Radovid, why did Walter and Vengarl join you? Redmayne shrugged. I helped them save the kidnapped townsfolk in Midva Forest. Don't think there's more to it than that.
Aye, but they joined your faction. Cooperating temporarily is one thing. Declaring allegiance is another matter. I told them I intend to claim these lands. All of them. They decided to join the winning side. Radovid's eyes narrowed. The corner of his mouth turned down in a slight frown. Redmayne was no mind reader, but it was plain the warrior was working through disquieting thoughts. Speak, said Redmayne. Radovid smirked. Forgive me, sir. It's that… well, there's no delicate way to say it. Something like you should not exist. Putting aside the matter of your ill manners, imbued are meant to exterminate monsters, not mimic their very skills and appetites. Redmayne recalled Vengarl warning him about this sort of reaction from the imbued. Perhaps these two had used him to help them clear the bridge so they could proceed into the south end of the town, and now they intended to turn on him. No matter. If they chose to be his enemies now, they would meet the same fate as all the rest. Redmayne stared at Radovid silently, awaiting further explanation. Evidently, the weight of his gaze was unsettling, like that of a wild animal peering at a human interloper through the trees, because the imbued cleared his throat and smiled in a guilty sort of way. But, alas, you exist, and you are imbued. And I have never known the system to err in its selection of the worthy. Yet you have doubts. Neither my brother nor myself know of any imbued quite like you, said Irina, who had returned to the two of them after Redmayne finished his grisly meal. But the system's reasons and its purposes are beyond our reckoning. To question it would be the same as questioning the tides, the currents of winds and waters and gnosis, the rising of the sun and moons. Radovid gave his sister a side-eye and a raised eyebrow. She smiled at him and shrugged her shoulders. Is my reasoning faulty? She asked. Well, no. It's that… She shook her head. We cannot know what the system intends for him. All we know is that it has chosen him. Redmayne gave them a deadpan look. Have you worked out whether you trust me yet or not? He said. Radovid glanced at his sister. She gave him a small nod. Aye. Apologies, said Radovid, as he held out his hand to Redmayne. Redmayne clasped it. No need for that. I want to get on with conquering this place. You don't stand in my way. That's all I need to know. Irina smiled at the sight of the two of them clasping hands. She turned her attention toward the south end of Barograd. Its streets were more orderly than the north side, straight lines intersecting to make square city blocks. Such structure was possible on this side of the river and not the other, simply because the land was flat. Besides its high walls, the two most prominent features of the south side were the keep, which sat against the wall, and a large church on the opposite end of the town. It wasn't the only church, merely the largest in a cluster of churches which seemed to huddle around the big one as if they were members of its congregation. 2 foes await, she said, leveling a pointed finger at the keep. 1 there, then she pointed at the large church, and 1 there. You have a comrade over there somewhere, said Redmayne, and he pointed in the direction of the churches. Shall we see to that one first, then? Irina asked. Redmayne nodded and made to walk past her and Radovid toward the part of town with the churches. But then he stopped abruptly, frozen, realization striking him like lightning. He wheeled around to face Irina, who looked taken aback by his sudden intensity. Do you have a skill that restores gnosis? Or a skill I could eat? She blinked. Ah, yes, I have ways of recovering gnosis. Did you need some?
Magister Helmold, along with the rest of the residents of Hare's Castle, barely had time to get used to the presence of one Flora before two more were born. He happened to be walking by them when they bloomed on the morning of the next day, and if the first sight of Flora took him by surprise, the sight of two more of them, who were exactly identical in form and features, made him stop and stare in open shock. "Oh, good morn," said one, as she yawned and stretched on her flower. "We meet again," said the other, with a matching smile. Helmold blinked his eyes a few times to make sure he wasn't seeing double. "Did you say, we meet again?" The Flora on the left nodded. "Correct." The Flora on the right said, "Dost thou not remember yesternight?" The Magister couldn't find words. He simply stared. The Floras laughed softly, in perfect unison. "I thank thee once more for guiding me through the castle," said the Flora on the left. "And for introducing me to Mistress Letha," said the Flora on the right. "At present, she doth instruct me in the art of local recipes." "I am most fond of the culinary craft," said the Flora on the left. Helmold's eyes darted between the two Floras as they spoke back and forth at him in turns. It took him a few moments to comprehend what he was experiencing. He was absolutely sure he'd seen Flora and Letha together just a moment ago. At first, Letha was as shocked at Flora's appearance and manner as Helmold had been. But after relaxing a bit, she seemed pleased to have made the green-haired girl's acquaintance. Perhaps it was because Flora was nicer to look at. Letha was a fine girl, to be sure, but the green-haired goddess, or nymph, or whatever she was simply on another level of loveliness. She diverted Helmold's attention away from her. Not the first time Helmold noticed a woman express relief to be free from his attention. Ungrateful wenches. He cleared his throat politely, shaking away that train of thought. "Ah, pardon me if I seem obtuse, but you two speak as if you were the same person I met last night," he said. The Flora on the left nodded and smiled. "You have the right of it," the Flora on the right said. "No matter how many bodies I dost possess, I am ever of one mind." "So the Flora in the kitchen knows you two are up here? Talking to me?" "That one is the self-same as these who stand before thee," said the Flora on the left. "All of one mind, regardless of the count of bodies and the space betwixt them," said the Flora on the right. Helmold laughed, shook his head in disbelief. "Are you some kind of god?" The Flora on the left took on a pensive expression, touched her chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps," said the Flora on the right. "But if I be, I remember not what I was the god of," said the Flora on the left. "I cannot even recall mine own name. I thank thee once more, by the by, for bestowing one upon me." "No trouble at all," said Helmold. "The name suits you, truly." The two Floras looked momentarily distracted by something. Perhaps Letha was speaking to the other one of them down in the kitchen. They opened their mouths as one, as if to say something at the same time, and then stopped. Pausing in thought, or so it seemed, or waiting to hear something only they could hear before speaking. "Breakfast will not be ready for a goodly time yet," said the Flora on the left. "Wouldst thou care for a morsel to sustain thee until it is done?" asked the Flora on the right. Helmold glanced at the doors to the keep. It's where he was going before running into these two. He was hoping he could get into the Lord's apartments and snoop around this morning. "Certainly, why not?" he said, with a distracted smile and a nod. "Which fruit is thy favorite?" asked a Flora. "Apples," said Helmold. "Crisp and tart. The sharper the better." Both Floras said, "At once," at the same time, and then the one on the left looked around for an empty spot near them. She appeared to select a suitable spot, ambled over to it, and knelt down, holding her flat palm a few inches above the grass. There was a green glow, as a point of bright light coalesced in the space between her hand and the soil, before moving down into it, burying itself. That patch of grass continued to glow as Flora stood and took a step back. Then, Helmold's eyes went wide. Because a tree trunk abruptly poked its way out of the ground, sprouting branches on its way up, and as quickly as that trunk grew, did the branches sprout leaves and bear fruit. Within mere moments, a fully grown apple tree with lustrous leaves and limbs heavy with perfectly ripe apples had sprung up out of the earth. Flora plucked a particularly fine apple off of a low-hanging branch, walked over to Helmold, and placed it in his hand with a warm smile. "Delight in its flavor," she said. "And do return for more," said the other one. "But save room in thy stomach for breakfast first." The Magister smiled sheepishly and nodded. "My thanks." That had to have been a skill, he thought. Had she gained a level? He checked their system tags. Flora monster. Type? ? Level 3. The tags for both of them were the same. So there were 3 Floras, and each was level 3. He'd have to return to the larder to confirm that, but he had a feeling he knew what he'd find. Did this mean that the more Floras there were, the higher level she would be? A level per body? He hadn't seen her slaying any monsters last night. There weren't any to slay besides. Even if she had somehow found some, monster hunting was specifically how the imbued acquired experience. Monsters could also gain levels, but the mechanism for that differed from monster to monster. Perhaps this one didn't need to kill other beings. She would simply replicate herself. Helmold glanced between the two of them, noticed there were not 2 more, but 4 more green buds sticking out from the growing cluster of bushes behind the flowers from which they had emerged. "Forgive me for asking, but are those—" He pointed at the 4 new buds. The Floras looked behind them, at where Helmold was pointing. "Ah, yes, there shall be more of me anon," said the one on the left. 4 more. "The soil must be wholesome in this place," said the one on the right. "Well, I'll be damned," said Helmold. Much as he would have enjoyed their company for the remainder of the morning, he had to get into Lord Morholt's chambers before people were up and in motion. "Ah, well, pleased to make your acquaintance yet again. I leave you in the favor of the gods," said Helmold, before excusing himself to continue into the castle keep, up the stairs into the apartments of knights and the lord himself. He'd been searching this place in every moment there weren't eyes on him. He'd rather not have to explain what he was looking for, especially not to those 2 hunters. They would snitch to Redmayne in a heartbeat. Redmayne. The mere thought of his feral gaze made Helmold's skin crawl. That the system would deign to accept such a beast. It had to be a mistake, even if the mere thought was blasphemy. He was close to finding something now, or so he thought. There weren't many more places in the Lord's living quarters to search. This morning would be the last of it, unless he found a secret room or some such. Nearly an hour into the search, sitting at the Lord's desk reviewing a pile of documents one by one, Magister Helmold finally encountered something that gave him pause. A locked scroll case. Earlier, he'd found a key hidden beneath the Lord's bed. He tried it. It slipped into the lock, turned, and clicked open. His heart skipped a beat. Then it began to beat faster as he opened the case and slid out the scroll, unfurled it on the desk, and brought the candelabrum closer to better read it. To Auric Morholt, first of his name. What followeth are instructions for the safekeeping of thy prisoner. The ritual of sealing shall endure forever if its subject be properly kept. Yet the rite hath frailties, which could be exposed by negligent keepers and exploited by resolute foes. I trust thou knowest what could transpire if the vigilance of thy house should wane. As Helmold read the letter, his eyes grew wide, and the color drained out of his face.
Chapter 32. Berograd, Churchtown, Drusilla's Font. It was a sphere of gnosis, which, once Irina cast it, floated in the air between herself, Redmayne, and Radovid at about navel height. The font was roughly the size of the cannonball that struck Redmayne in the gut recently, though this ball was more pleasant to look at. Colors swirled across its surface like blots of oil or paints that refused to mix, making its glow prismatic. Redmayne leaned toward it, opened his jaws. "What are you doing?" asked Irina. He stopped with his mouth open, eyes flicking to the Magister. She shook her head. "Wait a moment." Redmayne closed his mouth and waited. Gnosis 20. Gnosis 30. Gnosis 40. Gnosis 50. His eyes grew wide. He stared at the glowing sphere. "Remarkable." "This is new to you, then?" She laughed and shook her head. "All that muscle and no knowledge. Ah, well, if you're not smart, you'd better be strong. Isn't that what they say?" Redmayne felt the gnosis flowing into his body at a steady trickle. It was a cool, pleasant sensation. It quieted the growing strength of the hunger urge in his stomach. As the number continued to climb, he even felt more clear-minded, as if his powers of cognition were enhanced by the mere presence of gnosis in his body. Gnosis 100. Gnosis 110. Gnosis 120. "How do magisters get by without this skill?" asked Redmayne. Irina's eyebrow arched. "This merely speeds the process. Gnosis recovers naturally, as does corpus. Yours does as well, does it not?" Redmayne shook his head no. "I have to eat to recover anything." Her other eyebrow shot up, joining the first. "I see. Truly you're a different sort of beast." Even with a calmer, clearer mind, Redmayne felt excitement growing in his gut as he watched his gnosis tick upward again and again. When Drusilla's font reached the end of its duration, however, he felt a bit crestfallen. That would be it for now. But at last, he had power. Gnosis 250.
These fooled beastmen didn't know what was coming for them, but best not to be reckless with it. Save the power for when it matters most. For the high priest and the burgomaster. Unless they found themselves in a dire situation. He took a breath slowly, exhaled it, nodded. Irina chuckled at him. "Feels nice to be topped up, eh? The mind's as clear as spring water." "It does indeed," said Redmayne. "Now, let's meet up with your comrade and slay a few cultists." He broke out into a run and leapt onto the nearest rooftop, then the next one, then the next one, sprinting on his hands and feet between long leaps over the streets below. It wasn't until he was several hundred yards away from where he started did he pause and look back to see Radovid and Irina walking down the street far behind him. Evidently, they didn't share his sense of urgency. But he noted their caution, the way they covered each other's blind spots as they advanced through the streets, methodically. Redmayne could wait for them, or he could proceed on his own. Either way, he would reach the High Priest of Kral and slay him tonight. He crouched on the rooftop for a moment and considered the best course. He'd scout ahead, circle back if he ran into more foes than he could handle, or if he found a clue as to Vela's whereabouts. In the meantime, he could keep an eye on them from above in case they were the ones who stumbled across more than they could deal with. And he had a few eyes to spare. Redmayne closed his eyes and reached out to his spawn, finding two nearby. He dispatched both to come flying over here on the double, and commanded them to keep an eye on the two imbued while he got the lay of the land.
and wet his claws with blood at the nearest opportunity. His mind may have been clear from hunger for the most part, but his lust for violence never seemed to abate.
Once his birds had their eyes on the imbued siblings, Redmayne took off across the rooftops once more in search of prey. He didn't have to go far. Up ahead, there was a small plaza with a circle of lawn in the center, surrounded by the vacant storefronts of inns and taverns and various other businesses. Upon the center of the lawn stood a cultist of Kral in his red-stained robes, arms held up to the sky as he droned through a sermon in some forgotten tongue. At his feet huddled feral beastmen who gazed up at the cultist as if he himself were their deity. The rapturous look on their feral faces gave Redmayne the impression that, even if they didn't understand what he was saying, they were receiving the message. Either that, or their minds were dominated by a skill. Redmayne decided to test that theory. He crept around the congregation on the rooftops until he stood behind the chanting priest upon the edge of the roof of an ale hall. He hopped down from there and crept toward the red-robed figure, crouched low, and even though the gang of beastmen were facing him directly, none so much as glanced away from the priest. Beastman Shaman, monster type, corrupted, level 37. Redmayne stopped, well within striking distance. He told himself he didn't need to use any skills, but oh, why not? It's been a goodly time since the last. He stood up and drew a long, full breath of air into his lungs. The air mixed with a fire in his belly. Flame breath, Gnosis, 230. He opened wide and exhaled, hunching forward with his core muscles flexed, and a cone of fire poured from his maw with force. The priest's robes ignited instantly. It took the poor fellow a moment to even notice what was going on. He stopped chanting, looked down in mild alarm, and then his alarm wasn't so mild because he was on fire. Worse yet, Redmayne's skill wasn't over. He continued bathing the priest in flames for several more moments, even after he began running around the square howling in pain. The run didn't last long. The priest made it a few paces to the left, to the right, and then down he went. His flock of beastmen remained prostrate throughout most of it. It took a few moments after his chanting ceased and the screaming began for them to begin to come to their senses. It was, as Redmayne thought, a skill of some kind, used to keep them docile, perhaps to make them suggestible as well. Regardless, they were no longer under its sway. They shook their heads, blinked their eyes clear. Many of them saw Redmayne and snarled threateningly. Dominated or not, they were still enemies. A few leapt to their feet and ran at him, and the rest followed suit. Redmayne dodged claws and knives and cudgels, answered with his own claws, and in a few moments the square was painted red with blood and chunks of beastmen in a number of sizes. Which meant it was time for a quick snack. Corpus, 6,123. He would have liked to have eaten the priest as well, but it looked as though he would be on fire a while longer. Perhaps it was whatever dye they used on those furs, but the flames endured with no signs of guttering out. He supposed he could eat something that was on fire, if he were hungry enough. But that wasn't the case at the moment. Now would be a good time to check on Radovid and Irina. He closed his eyes and sent them to a little bird nearby. They too were engaged with a pack of beastmen and their shepherd, a priest of Kral. They had wisely retreated to a narrow street so that Radovid could halt their advance with sweeping strikes from his great blade, while Irina pelted the priest with spells from behind him. He admired their efficiency. But it looked like they had a handle on things. No need to run to their rescue yet. He opened his real eyes and took to the rooftops again, searching for the next kill. He was ostensibly searching for their comrade, Vela,
and the high priest of Kral. But truly, he was hunting. Engaged in the simple joy of stalking prey, slaying it and eating it. His prey came alone and in pairs, sometimes in groups, sometimes in whole flocks, such as the one he'd dispatched in the square. Corpus, 8262. He periodically checked in on the imbued siblings and found them in good condition. Sometimes they were doing as he was, moving about the town cautiously, slaying foes as they came upon them. Sometimes they paused to rest and talk. During one such rest, Radovid leaned against the pedestal of a huge statue towering over them, depicting some manner of nature goddess. The statue may once have been copper, but was now covered in a patina of verdigris green. He folded his arms, shook his head. I don't understand what's happening. Irina came over to sit next to him, hopping up on the ledge of the pedestal to sit at the goddess's feet. What troubles you? We became imbued to suppress blight when it came, did we not? Well, now one is upon us. But why has it corrupted so many? He asked. It's taken nearly the whole of the land. What manner of curse reaches so far and wide and spares so few? Irina took a moment to think about it. Most of the people of Volos have common ancestry, descendants of the 5 founding families of the Reconstruction. Are we not people of Volos? Irina shrugged. Perhaps it could not touch us because we are imbued. I wish that were so. But consider the one we just met, Redmane. He's imbued, no question about it. But the curse is upon him as well. Irina canted her head to the side, curious. What makes you say that? Oh, come on, sister. Look at him. Observe his manner for but a few moments. What other explanation could there be? She paused again, in thought, tapped her nails against her staff, kicked her foot. The system shields us from curses of that kind. We may be afflicted by lesser things, skills that place a temporary curse of poison, or weakness, or misfortune, but not of the sort that cause blights across the land. If we begin there, we must conclude that Redmane was special before the system accepted him. If Radovid looked unsettled before, now he looked appalled. But why? Why would the system choose such a beast? Irina gave him a smirk. I think I sense some jealousy, brother mine. Radovid's ears turned red. Of course not. Redmane came back to his own senses, wearing a smirk of his own. He proceeded westward along the rooftops, dispatching beastmen in 1s and 2s as he came across them, until he reached the cluster of churches they had seen from the bridge. They were arranged in a circle, each facing a central plaza. Each building had a different architectural style, which suggested they were built at different times. One resembled a primitive longhouse with a thatched roof. The next was a small but sturdy structure built from heavy, squared-off stones. Those 2 styles repeated a bit, perhaps because they were chapels to different deities worshipped at the same time period. They all appeared to be well kept and cared for, which suggested, at least to Redmane, that whatever religions these folk practiced were still practiced today. Up until the Blight, at least. The center of the plaza featured a monument consisting of 5 statues, facing each other in salute. Each was a monster with 4 legs and wings on its back. A dragon, a manticore, a kirin, a sphinx, a griffin. And then there was the big church. It loomed over them all, a far grander building in not only size, but in quality workmanship. Its front face had a peaked roof with a tall central steeple and 2 shorter ones on each side, for a total of 5. Gargoyles crouched on turrets and pedestals, silently watching the plaza below. A wide stone staircase led to the church's immense double doors, which at the moment were wide open.
Redmane figured he'd find Pieter in there. But first he had to make his way through the plaza.
Going from rooftop to rooftop wouldn't work. The small churches were simply dwarfed by big one. There would be no way to land on its roof from anywhere but the town's wall. Which was an option, but it would require much backtracking and climbing. Better to take the direct approach. Down in the plaza, he noted the locations of shamans preaching to flocks of enthralled beastmen. Armed guards patrolled in groups of 2 and 4, and these weren't clad in armor and toting firearms like the bridge guards. And then there were larger ones, larger perhaps than Agnieszka's stitched sentinels had been. These giant beastmen wore mantles of red dyed fur, and they were posted at each of the plaza's entrances on the north, south, east, and west. Churchtown Guardian. Monster type, Creputed. Level 45. Redmayne jumped down from a rooftop to land at the end of the straight. At the other end stood a hulking Churchtown Guardian, itself the height of most of the buildings around it. The brute was clad in a loincloth of furs belted around the waist by ropes so thick they had probably come from a shipyard. It wore a mantle of red upon its head like a cowl, no doubt dyed by the same method as that of the priests of Kral. The Guardian wielded no weapons but its fists, most likely because there wouldn't have been anything else around for it to wield besides boulders or uprooted trees. The Guardian squinted down at him as if trying to discern friend from foe. Redmayne helped him figure it out by roaring a challenge. Evidently, the Guardian wasn't expecting such a roar from one so small, but it understood the meaning. Its eyes bulged, and it roared back, breaking into a run, each footstep shaking the earth under its huge feet. It occurred to Redmayne that he hadn't come up with a plan for this. He made one up on the fly. It was a good plan, simple.
It would most likely work, or else he'd be crushed. Either way, there would be nothing to worry about. The giant Guardian raised a hand as it neared, as if to swat Redmayne flat against the street like a bug. At a glance, Redmayne knew it would miss without even having to move. But the shockwave from that hand's impact on the ground might send him hurtling backward through the air, so he leapt away anyway. Sure enough, the clap of a giant palm on the stones sent a blast of air into his face, blew his hair and cloak backward while pelting him with a spray of ground rock and debris from the street. As quickly as he'd dodged back, he sprang forward. His claws raked across the Guardian's wrist before he could move it out of reach, swiftly carving 4 bloody furrows into the flesh. Bleeding. 4. The Guardian bellowed in pain and raised its other fist to smash Redmayne. Again a hand struck the stone and blasted wind and pebbles in every direction, and again Redmayne leapt out of the way, this time running between its legs to slash at its exposed heel on his way by. Bleeding. 8. This was the plan. Run around, stack bleeding at each available opportunity, and don't get crushed. Bleeding. 12. Bleeding. 16. Bleeding. 20. The Guardian had a lot of vitality, that much was clear. It bled freely from many wounds, and yet it still chased after Redmayne at full speed, roaring its frustration as he eluded it again and again. Redmayne began to suspect that this was going to take a while. Which was all well and good. Sometimes a predator must be patient. He leapt and rolled, slipped into narrow alleyways, and even took to the rooftops to evade the Guardian's slaps, hammer fists, and awkward grabs. But he couldn't dodge them all. The Guardian swept its hand down at Redmayne, and he miscalculated, evaded in the wrong direction, ended up with his back to a wall. A giant hand snapped shut around his body, cracking bones, forcing all the air out of his lungs in a croak. With gut-wrenching swiftness, the Guardian raised him high in the air and then spiked him on the ground. The last thing Redmayne saw before blacking out was the cobblestone street racing toward his face. Chapter 33. Berograd, Churchtown. When he came to, which felt like reluctantly waking from a long and comfortable nap, he blinked his eyes open and realized he was airborne.
The impact knocked him out and bounced him up into the air like a ball. Corpus 6199. Redmayne shook his head to clear it, realized with alarm that the Guardian stood directly beneath him, grinning up at him with yellowed teeth and giant eyes burning with the feral gleam of the Beastman. The Guardian opened his mouth as if to catch Redmayne in it and swallow him, which wouldn't do at all. He was the omnivore here. At the last second, before disappearing into the yawning chasm of the Guardian's maw, Redmayne caught the thing's teeth with his outstretched hands and feet. For a moment he stared down into the dark, humid gullet of the giant Beastman. In a moment the Guardian was sure to bite down. He'd have to move or do something else very quickly. There was no time to think, only to do the first thing that sprang to mind. Flame breath gnosis, 210. Redmayne stared down into the throat of the giant Beastman, inhaled deeply, and fed it fire. The scream it let out made Redmayne's ears ring harder than one of Pavel's bombs going off right next to his head. It accompanied a blast of spittle and fetid breath, and as the giant began to stumble about, shaking the earth, Redmayne leapt clear and landed in a crouch on an adjacent rooftop. The Guardian held its throat in both hands, tears pouring from its eyes, black smoke billowing from its mouth and nose. Now it was burning as well as bleeding, and in an especially uncomfortable place, he surmised. It blinked its eyes clear for a moment and saw the river. Its salvation. The Guardian forgot all about Redmayne at the sight of it and went bounding down the street in the direction of the water. Redmayne had to give it his all to keep up. The Guardian had quite a gait. Eventually, he gave up on close pursuit and simply let the Guardian outpace him.
It wasn't as though he were in danger of losing sight of it. When the Guardian reached the river, it fell to its hands and knees and dunked its whole head into the water, making a huge splash. Its first breath underwater came up to the surface in a cluster of bubbles that seemed to carry a great sigh of anguish along with them. Then it raised its soaked head out of the water, cried out in pain again, and dunked it back into the water. Redmayne caught up, and he took his opportunity to shred the Guardian's ankles. Bleeding. 26. The Guardian cried out underwater, heaving up another cluster of bubbles, and kicked at him. Redmayne hopped out of the way, twisted around, and took a turn slashing up the other ankle. Bleeding. Now, he felt, it was having an effect. The Guardian's attempts to kick at him grew sluggish. The grip of its hands on the edge of the street grew slack. Its whole body seemed to sag with fatigue brought on by excessive blood loss. Redmayne didn't see a reason to wait until it was dead to begin eating. Level up. Level 46 to level 47. Quality points awaiting allocation, 1. Even for him, consuming a body this large took a while, but he got it done as quickly as he could. Corpus, 7,317. Redmayne wiped his mouth, pondered his qualities for a moment. Might was still ahead. Grace was rapidly catching up. Fortitude remained lacking. He supposed it was why he was getting hit so hard. Fortunately, these higher-level monsters provided more corpus, but such a thing couldn't be called advantageous unless his gains outpaced his losses. And Agnieszka had almost ended him in a shockingly quick chain of attacks. Yes, it was time to start investing in survival. Fortitude, 11 to 12. He took to the roofs again to return to the plaza of Churchtown, but on his way he stopped and held still. There were beastmen coming down the street, a few packs worth. And these were no peasants. They were cultists of Kral, the ones he'd previously spied patrolling the plaza. No doubt they were alerted by the bellows of the guardian he'd picked a fight with. Redmayne felt a small swell of relief. It was a good thing they hadn't made it while the thing was still alive, or he might have been in a much worse predicament.
The bulk of the group, perhaps a dozen beastmen, wore simple linen robes dyed red and wielded knives or sickles. There were 4 taller, burlier ones wearing fur mantles and carrying great axes and swords. And bringing up the rear were a duo of shamans with antlers decorating the cowls of their robes and holy symbols of Kral hanging from their necks. They looked alert, their eyes all over the streets and alleyways ahead of them, and on the rooftops as well. Redmayne crouched down behind the peak of the roof he stood upon. It didn't seem like they had spotted him yet. He'd wait until they passed, and remove the shamans first. The pack drew closer and closer, moving in the same steady, methodical way Radovid and Irina had. Eventually, they passed directly underneath Redmayne's perch, and he stepped off the ledge and fell down beneath them. He landed in a quiet crouch and then lunged. A beastman shaman gurgled and fell as blood sprayed across the backs of his companions. His comrade, walking next to him, had about enough time for his eyes to widen in alarm and his mouth to open and let out the opening note of a warning scream. But it was too late for the last part. A claw struck his throat so hard it sent his head spinning from his shoulders. Scream or no scream, the rest were alerted. 4 snarling beastmen in furs wheeled on Redmayne, their eyes agleam with murder. The gaggle of cultists were a bit slower to react and less organized, but they too stopped and turned about with their weapons at the ready, shouting curses and invectives as the whole group of them swarmed around the solitary hunter.
Fear. Aura. Gnosis. 200. Only to stop dead in their tracks. The 4 in furs stood frozen, twitching, their eyes gone wide with terror. Many of the smaller cultists simply turned and fled, screaming for mercy, their abandoned weapons clattering to the street. The ones with the valor to stand their ground found that it was all they could do. They were stuck, trapped like flies in the web of a spider. Redmayne grinned at them and made it quick. Then he had another snack. Corpus, 8,409. Monster skill learned. Dirge of the Devourer. Monster type, corrupted, beastman. Rank 1, evolution possible. Sustained, 5 gnosis per quarter hour. The monster initiates a droning chant in the ancient language of Kral, forefather of all beastmen. Beastmen of a lower level than the user of this skill, who are within earshot of the dirge when it begins, find themselves enthralled by the song and are drawn toward its sound and held to rapt attention by it. For every quarter hour the dirge is performed, enthralled beastmen will be at the absolute command of the caster for 1 full day, though the minds and temperaments of beastmen are ill-suited to tasks unrelated to fighting or hunting prey. Furthermore, the dirge does not impart knowledge of any kind. The enthralled beastmen possess whatever qualities, proficiencies, and skills they possessed before. Uses of the skill have a cumulative effect. If a monster encounters a group of beastmen influenced by the dirge of another monster, they may freely command them if the original caster is absent, deceased, unconscious, or otherwise rendered senseless. Interesting. He could use this like a fishing net for beastmen, if he ever had the need. A few devious uses for that last function came to mind. He'd have to try them out. Redmayne hopped up onto a rooftop, but before setting out toward the plaza again, he closed his eyes to check in on Radovid and Irina once more. They were running down a narrow street, but nothing chased them. They were drawn by the noise of Redmayne's little skirmish with the church town guardian, more likely than not. The duo appeared to be headed for the plaza, but if they weren't careful, they would run headfirst into 3 more guardians and several packs of vigilant beastmen. Redmayne took off at full speed so as to meet them there. Redmayne sprinted and leaped his way to the church town plaza. A full-out run to the edge of one rooftop, and then a lunge from there to the next perch, hair and cloak streaming behind him, wind threading between his claws. Running and jumping filled him with primal exultation. To be free to move about as he pleased, a simple act most took for granted. It was another recurrence of that most pleasant sensation when he experienced the breaking of his chains, and Redmayne greeted it like a friend. He reached the plaza in time to look down and witness Radovid and Irina come to a quick halt at its edge. They took in the scene, and while they didn't look pleased with what they saw, they hadn't rushed headlong into mortal danger. Redmayne jumped to a rooftop near them and let out a whistle to get their attention. Radovid saw him, and his face registered a mix of disappointment and relief. Irina followed her brother's gaze and smiled when she saw him, gave a little wave. The guardian at the south entrance to the plaza and all the beastmen around it were no more, which left the north, east, and west entrances to clear out. Redmayne pointed at the nearest one, then himself. Then he gave a thumbs up and a thumbs down. Hopefully they would understand what he meant. Radovid seemed to. He paid attention to Redmayne's gestures, looked over at the hulking guardian standing watch at its post, let out a low whistle, then looked back at Redmayne and gave him a thumbs up in answer. Thus began their sweep of the plaza. To avoid interruptions, the imbued dispatched the patrollers first. Then the bellowing giant would certainly arouse the beastmen milling about in the general area, who may or may not have been standing posts. The guardian let it all happen, gazing out over the rooftops of the town. Oblivious. Its senses must not have been especially keen. It either lacked instructions to guard its comrades, or was too dim to recognize their value in case of an attack. Whatever the reason, Redmayne found himself grateful the thing wasn't as smart as it was strong. He leapt to a rooftop next to where the guardian stood watch, crouched low, and drew close enough to leap. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Irina waving to him from the plaza below. When he looked her way, she gestured for him to hold still for a moment. He nodded. Satisfied with his answer, she raised her staff in the guardian's direction's feet. Kantaro's bands. A sphere of yellow formed in the air, behind and precisely in between the guardian's legs. For a moment it hovered there, and then it burst into ribbons of glowing gnosis, which snagged around the giant beastman's and drew them tight together, lassoing around its ankles. It bleated in alarm and then fell face first onto the street, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Elia's emerald rain. Then she used the same skill she'd used on the beastmen back at the bridge, the pyramid-shaped rain of green death. She placed it in the air above the guardian's prone back, in such a position that every single cutting shard struck its body. Tactics worthy of a hunter. Redmayne nodded approvingly. Irina noticed him doing so, smirked, and bowed. He waited for the skill to run its course before leaping down from the rooftop to finish it off with as furious a storm of claws as he could muster. Radovid leapt in at the same time to hasten its destruction with his great blade. Flush with Corpus, Redmayne saw no reason to delay. They could clear the whole plaza, and then he could feast at his leisure. So that is what they did, repeating their tactics at the next main entrance to the plaza, and the next, picking off the small ones, one pack at a time, and then felling their guardian in a manner most unfair. Their injuries and power expenditures were minimal compared to the damage they dealt in exchange. Pack tactics.
No wonder the imbued formed coteries. It was most effective. Level up. Level 47 to level 48. Quality points awaiting allocation. 1 Redmayne allocated it to Fortitude. It may take a while, but he had to catch it up. Fortitude, 12 to 13. Radovid and Irina stood over the massive carcass of the final guardian, both of them looking a bit dismayed. "Still no sign of her," said Radovid. "She must be around here somewhere," said Irina. Redmayne was already tearing into the Guadrian's calf. He looked up with a mouthful of flesh, swallowed it. "The one you call Vela?" "You said you'd seen her, yes?" said Radovid. Redmayne nodded. "Where was she last?" Irina asked. He thought about it. "I don't remember, but I can look again." Redmayne's answer appeared to confuse them, but he did not elaborate. He merely closed his eyes and willed all 4 of his little birds to converge on Churchtown and its surroundings in search of a justiciar.
Chapter 34. Beregrad, Churchtown. Redmayne felt the pieces of himself in motion, drawing nearer as fast as their wings would bear them. 2 were close already, the others had to fly over from across the river. While he waited for those, he used the 2 who were close to begin an aerial patrol of this end of the city, switching back and forth between their eyes to take everything in as quickly as possible. He remembered that she resembled a beastman in her style of dress and generally disheveled appearance. She actually looked a bit more feral than the average beastman in this town, on account of the patchwork of furs and pelts she wore. But he didn't see her. Not by herself, not moving amongst a pack of enthralled beastmen, as she was when he'd first seen her. When his 4 birds were at last together overhead, he closed the noose, beginning at the outer edges of the neighborhood and circling inward, checking everywhere, until all 4 birds circled directly above the plaza. Finally, he opened his eyes and shook his head. "Don't see her anywhere nearby," he said. Redmayne could see Radovid considering whether or not to ask him how he was searching the town while crouched right in front of them. He could tell by the look on his face. But then he appeared to decide against it and shook his head. "She said she wanted to investigate this cult of Kral," said Irina. Radovid nodded. "She was also clear that she'd be staying in this area to do so." "Well, there's one place left to check," said Redmayne. He nodded in the direction of the huge church. They all turned to look at it. As before, its massive double doors were thrown wide open, but they couldn't see inside from where they stood, in part because of the darkness, in part because of the bad angle. The church dwarfed all the buildings around it, even the fortified keep on the opposite side of town. It was a strange thing to think about a building, but it had a commanding presence.
Its size felt like a statement that whoever built this church intended it to dominate. Redmayne had never seen a building quite like it. All through the night, he'd been having vague memories of being here in Beregrad before, though the place had grown quite a bit. It seemed the last time he'd been here, it was a small village on the river, whenever that was. He said, "I'll see if I can get a look inside." And then he closed his eyes again and willed his birds into flight. Since they were already assembled here, he had multiple views into the church within moments. One alighted upon the bell tower, peered down into the darkness of the torchlit stairwell below it. 2 perched on the sills of high windows, one looking into the church itself, another in front of what appeared to be dormitories for its clergy. The latter bird, the one looking at the dormitories, peered through the window into a grisly scene. It would have been a common room with a small library in normal times, but the books had been taken off the shelves and burned in the fireplace, and the half-eaten bodies of the priests had been dragged into a corner by said fireplace,
leaving broad trails of dried blood on the floor. The bird, looking down into the church itself, beheld a full house. Throngs of beastmen, hundreds perhaps, filled up its pews completely. There were more beastmen than seats, and those without one crowded against the walls of the church and its foyer, but none obstructed the central aisle. At the head of the congregation stood a tall beastman in the red furs of the cult of Kral, antlers adorning his hood. 2 acolytes, also robed in red, flanked him at either side, and the 3 of them droned sonorously at their flock, using what Redmayne now recognized was the dirge of the devourer. Pieter, High Priest of Kral. Monster type corrupted. Level 52. He would be formidable. Worse, he had quite a large number of allies.
Redmayne would have to engage him somewhere else, lure him away. Or... Something caught the corner of his avian eye, distracting his train of thought. He looked down into the throng of beastmen more carefully, one face at a time. And then he saw Vela. She knelt near the front row, shoulder to shoulder with beastmen densely packed around her, the same look of vacant thraldom on her face as all the others. But Redmayne saw the wickedly curved saw-toothed knife she had sheathed at the small of her back. No doubt she planned to get as close as she could before she tried to use it. Redmayne opened his eyes. "She's in there," he said. "She plans to kill the High Priest of Kral on her own. She's close to him now." Irina scoffed. "Deft bitch." Radovid frowned. "What is she thinking?" "She could take him in a single attack and then vanish," said Redmayne. "If she were capable of such a feat. I know not." "Perhaps, if everything went perfectly. But it's such a risk," said Irina. "How are you doing this?" Radovid finally blurted out. Redmayne looked at him. "I have birds in the air. They were born of my flesh. I can see through their eyes as if they were my own." 2 sets of eyebrows rose, one belonging to each of the twins. Irina snapped her fingers. "Could you use one to get a message to her? Tell her we're close, not to do anything rash." Redmayne considered the question. I cannot speak through it, only see through it." "But we could attach a message to its leg, like a carrier pigeon," said Radovid. "Aye, that would work, presuming I can get a bird close to her without it being observed." "It's worth a try," said Irina. "If we have but a small chance to save that mad wildling before she goes and gets herself killed, I say we take it." Redmayne nodded and called the nearest bird to return to him. It fluttered down and perched on his shoulder, and both the twins leaned in to examine it for a moment. "It looks like you," said Irina. Odd thing to say about a bird, but she speaks truly, said Radovid. Its plumage and eyes are the same as yours. Redmayne's eyebrow rose as his hair was compared to plumage, but he shrugged it off. Irina swept back her cloak, revealing a scroll case belted at her hip. She opened it and drew out a pen and a fine page of parchment, carefully tore off a slender rectangle of it, and had Radovid turn around so she could use his back as a writing surface. "Vela, do not engage Pieter. We are very close, and there is another with us, a hunter with no coterie. He is most formidable. Please wait where you are. We will be by your side presently. Irina." While she wrote, Redmayne pondered the challenge of delivering this note to Vela without being seen. If he could give the little bird stalk, it would be a simple task. If not, he didn't know how he could best so many sets of eyes. He took a moment to review the description of Spawn to see what he could do. Spawn. Bloodline skill. Monstrous. Rank 1. Active. Variable cost. The monster can spawn smaller creatures out of its own flesh,
which are commonly used as assistants and spies. Each spawn begins its existence with however much corpus and gnosis its master chooses to bestow upon it. The master must also give the spawn its modes of perception and movement, and can utilize any traits gained from use of the carnivorous metamorph skill for this purpose. The spawn may also be granted any skill the master knows, at a cost of 50 additional corpus per skill. The spawn remains under the monster's absolute command at all times, and can be reabsorbed into the master's body, at which time the master will gain whatever corpus the spawn possessed at the time. So he could do it. Splendid. Since the bird was in contact with his body already, he extended his energy into it, through his shoulder and into its body through the feet.
Skill granted. Stalk. Stalk. Common class. Skill rank 2. Evolution possible. Sustained. 10 gnosis per 30 seconds. Rank 1. Increases the effectiveness of the stealth proficiency when it is used to follow or close the distance on a creature marked as prey. Rank 2. While using stalk against a creature marked as prey, the imbued's first attack made from concealment against this creature will deal double damage. He gave the little bird enough gnosis for 3 uses to be safe. 1 to get in, 1 to stand and listen for a moment in case Vela wanted to relay a message back, and then 1 use to get out. So long as he kept beastmen nominated as prey, it ought to work fine for this purpose. Gnosis granted, 30. Gnosis, 170. Corpus, 8,359. Irina rolled her note into a tiny scroll, produced a length of fine string from nowhere, and secured it to the little bird's leg. "Where'd you get the string?" asked Radovid. Irina smirked and shrugged. "Magisters have many tricks." Redmane closed his eyes and willed his little bird to flight. He beat his wings against the night air, gaining speed and height, darting across the plaza at a speed he couldn't hope to match on 2 legs, not even legs as swift as his own. Within moments, he came to perch atop one of the church's immense doors and peered inside to ponder the obstacle before him. Ahead, he faced an army of enthralled beastmen, 2 senior cultists, and the high priest of Kral. Stalk. Gnosis. 20. Even with such a skill, flying into a mass of hostile creatures this heavy felt a bit intimidating. But he did it anyway. Best not to sit and think about such things for too long. If the priests of Kral noticed him, they made no indication that they had. The trio continued in its droning chant, its notes long and low, reverberating off the walls of the church. Redmane knew not the faith this place had been built by, but the cult of Kral had already removed or desecrated most of its icons, and placed effigies of their own deity all around the church instead. He spotted Vela, fluttered down onto her shoulder. The young woman blinked and stared down at the red bird, her eyes widening when she noticed the note tied to its leg. She looked about as alarmed as she was confused, but she snatched the tiny message off of his leg, unfurled it, and squinted to read it in the bad lighting. Redmane saw her eyes relax as she read. She began to smile. And then the chanting stopped. Pieter, high priest of Kral, was looking right at them. "And lo, the Master doth reveal himself to us at long last." Chapter 35. Barograd. Churchtown. Pieter, high priest of Kral, stood a full head taller than either of the priests flanking him, perhaps 8 feet tall, counting the antlers. In the manner of all beastmen, his eyes had a wild gleam, and his face had taken on a feral quality. Pointed teeth and ears, wolfish features. Pieter's long beard tapered to a point above the great holy symbol of Kral hanging from his neck. Vela looked up in alarm. She locked eyes with Pieter, but he wasn't looking at her.
He was looking into the eyes of the little bird on her shoulder, into Redmane's eyes. "Come," said Pieter. The high priest of Kral extended his hand, and Redmane found himself fluttering toward it. He'd taken command of his bird. Redmane landed on the priest's outstretched finger, and Pieter gestured broadly for his congregation to take heed. "He comes in a dissembling guise. He comes to us without surety of purpose, for he remembers not his own nature. Ah, but he comes to us all the same, for he is drawn by an all-consuming hunger. Like a moth to the flame, he comes, at last, to his loyal flock." Then Pieter smiled a paternal smile at the bird. "And he has but one commandment: eat, or be eaten." Then he ate the bird. Redmane's eyes snapped open, the connection suddenly severed. Irina and Radovid looked down at him, startled by the shocked expression on his face. He spared an instant to say, "Your comrade is in danger," before taking off at a full run toward the church. His pulse was already speeding, heartbeat pounding. If someone could take command of his spawn so easily, who was this man? And why did he speak as if he knew Redmane? Redmane could hear Radovid and Irina hustling to keep up with him, but they wouldn't have beaten him in a foot race under normal circumstances. Certainly not now, while he gave it his all. He didn't know what he was going to do when he found himself face to face with this priest. Demand answers, perhaps. Perhaps claw his head off. He didn't even know what he was going to do about the small army of beastmen inside that church. Not until he'd blown through the doors and found himself amongst them. Fear aura. Gnosis 160. Hundreds of beastmen, 1,000 perhaps, suddenly shrank away from him. He strode down the center aisle of the church toward Pieter and his acolytes, and the throng of cowering beastmen melted away from him as he walked past. "I thought that might get your attention," said Pieter. "That was my flesh," said Redmane, with a growl from deep in his gut. "Oh, I know. I know much about you. More than you know about yourself, I suspect." "Speak, then," said Redmane, letting the growl come forth from the depths of his gut. "And your death may be a quick one." The high priest of Kral smiled. Animachia's joining. He held out his finger, pointed at Redmane, and a mote of brilliant white light shone at his fingertip. Redmane snarled and lunged, but he couldn't close the distance before the skill took effect. A flash blinded him, and the world around him dissolved away. When his vision began to clear, he found himself gazing up at a sky the color of a vivid sunset, or a wall of flame. There was no sun, nor moons, but he thought he saw things floating up there, boulders the size of castles, with trails of rocks floating behind them. The ground under his feet felt spongy, sticky. He looked down, and his eyebrows rose. He stood on a pile of corpses. And it wasn't only the spot he stood upon. All the ground, as far as he could see in any direction, was covered in dismembered body parts, slick with blood such a bright red that it must all have been fresh, or kept fresh somehow. There were humans, beasts, monsters, all sorts of creatures. "Do you yet feel a sense of familiarity?" It was Pieter. He stood behind and to the left of Redmane. He'd been too busy taking in the strange scene to notice him. The sight of him made Redmane bare his teeth. "What have you done?" The priest of Kral smiled. He gestured at their surroundings and said, "You commanded me to speak. I thought it best to show you, rather than tell you." "You didn't answer the question," said Redmane. "I have partaken of your flesh," said Pieter. "And now our minds are joined as well. This allows me to take certain liberties, show you things you would not have been able to see otherwise.
Shall we? Pieter gestured toward his right. Off in the distance, the gory terrain grew hilly. A steep incline and escarpment concealed what lay beyond it. Redmayne's gaze followed his gesture, but he didn't move. The priest smiled again and turned to walk in the direction he'd indicated, trusting Redmayne to follow. Redmayne took stock of the situation. He knew nothing about this man's deity, Kral. Only things he'd witnessed and overheard in the last few days. No one in Hert's castle had ever spoken of it that he could remember, and the priest hadn't attacked him. Not yet. If this were a trap of some kind, it was needlessly complex. Perhaps he truly did want to show him something. When Redmayne arrived at that thought, he followed after Pieter. They walked in silence. In a short while, the terrain grew difficult. At times they had to climb with their hands, but after their ascent, they stood upon a ridge overlooking a circular chasm, a valley of gore that could have been made by the impact of a meteor. Except in the center of the meteor, at the point of impact, there was a castle. Most of a castle, anyway. There was an immense bite mark across its western side, suggesting that there once existed a creature even larger than said structure. But even this leftover portion of it was larger than Hert's castle by half. The castle sat slanted, its gates angled upward. Smaller buildings inside its yard were cracked in half or lying on their sides. Only the keep stood mostly upright, slightly canted to the left. Redmayne stared at it. "Where are we?" he asked. "In the belly of the beast," said Pieter. "I don't understand." Pieter grinned and beckoned, and he began to walk down the slope of the crater. "Come, I will explain all that I can." Again, Redmayne followed. Under his feet, he felt the crunch and squish of bones cracking and tissues compressing. The ground was slick with blood, yet he didn't feel unsteady. At no point did he feel as if he were about to slip. "When the Stallmen came to Volos, they came as conquerors," said Pieter as they walked. "Their mission was to civilize the barbarians, unite them under the banner of their king, Sensis Karalis. Does that name hold any significance to you?" Redmayne shook his head. "No, should it?" Pieter smirked. "Over the course of generations, the native folk of Volos were most cruelly subjugated and abused by the Stallmen. Those who would not convert to their gods, to their way of life, would count themselves lucky to meet a swift death. The fate of most dissenters was much worse." "What does this have to do with anything?" said Redmayne. Pieter gestured at the castle they were approaching. It loomed over them now, as they entered the edge of its long shadow. "The natives would have their vengeance, ultimately. A work of deceit, a curse, a path to annihilation for all, both the torturer and the victim, so that the suffering of a whole people could finally find its end. But of course, it did not. As ever, the cycle of suffering continues." Something on the ground caught Redmayne's eye. He stopped, looked closely. It resembled a portion of Lord Abram Morholt's face, still smiling contemptuously as its one empty eye gazed up at the orange sky. A quarter of that face was gone, struck clean off by a downward blow from his own axe. Redmayne remembered, because he'd been the one to strike the blow. "That's—" Pieter stopped and looked as well, let out a low chuckle. "Ah, yes, our great lord. At last, he's where he belongs." Redmayne glared.
Where are we? What is this place? Pieter's grin widened. He gestured at the castle. "Shall we go in? Have a look about?" And before Redmayne could say yes or no, Pieter walked through its skewed gates. Redmayne followed without hesitation.
Now he was looking across the ground carefully, in search of more familiar faces. He thought he saw some, but perhaps this was all some sort of hallucination brought on by Pieter's spell. Perhaps he stood in the church still, frozen in place, helpless. If that were the case, he supposed he wouldn't have much to worry about in a few moments. But it had already been longer than that. If they were going to kill him, why wait? Pieter strolled across the endless carpet of body parts between the gate and what remained of the keep, and Redmayne followed him. Once inside, he took Redmayne into its massive banquet hall. The place looked as if it had been in an earthquake. Its long central table was broken apart, overturned, dented platters and pitchers and silverware scattered everywhere amongst the splintered remains of chairs. And like everywhere else in this bizarre world so far, the place was covered in gore, festooned with entrails and viscera hanging off the portraits on the walls and between the chandeliers overhead. "Do you now find yourself in familiar environs?" asked Pieter. Redmayne raised an eyebrow, shook his head. He opened his mouth to begin to say no, but before he did, his brows drew together thoughtfully. He looked around again. Yes, this was a bit familiar. He'd had a dream about this room, or a vision. There was a feast here. The main course was something special, something they had been told about by an old wise woman. Pieter watched the expression on Redmayne's face, looking pleased. Good, good. Our bond helps you push back against your restraints. You're seeing it. What am I supposed to be seeing? Said Redmayne. What they took from you, said Pieter.
Redmayne glared at Pieter again, but the priest's smile did not waver.
While Redmayne watched him, his pulse speeding up, a knot of tension forming in his chest, Pieter calmly walked over to the head of the table, took the great oaken chair which lay on its side, and righted it. This was your seat, he said. The seat at the head of the table, which would have belonged to... Sensis Keralis was deceived by his own adviser, said Pieter. The witch Nasiene. She sent him into that forest, where he would find a slumbering incarnation of the Lord of Hunger. She bid him slay it, sow his fields with its blood, and serve its meat for supper. There was an old woman at Hert's castle the night he broke free. She spoke with him, placed a seed in his hand, told him to sow it with his blood. Pieter watched Redmayne's expression carefully. He waited a moment before speaking again. That's when the curse of hunger befell you again. That's when you became Kral the Devourer. Redmayne felt like the priest had reached in and scooped out his guts. He stared blankly, unable to remember any of this. But all the same, he surely felt something, even if it were a sense of profound emptiness where there ought to be memories. That can't be, said Redmayne. I was a Yes, you were a prisoner, held at Hert's castle, I do believe. We were too weak to set you free. We've been waiting for a very long time. So long, most of us believed it was a lost cause. Our numbers dwindled, down through the generations, until there were almost none left. A scant few true believers. Pieter stepped around the chair, approached Redmayne with a smile on his wolfish face. But the blight changed all that. The cult of Kral has found its strength, and so, it seems, has Kral himself. I don't remember any of this. Of course you don't. They scoured the memories from your mind, and then they sealed away your power, leaving only the immortal flesh. Redmayne opened his mouth, but he lacked words.
Pieter smirked again.
Yes, you are immortal. But there are fates worse than death, aren't there? Like being imprisoned for so long that you likely lost track of the concept of time. or being tortured, only to regenerate, never strong enough to fight back against your abusers, but always fresh for the next beating. How do you— We are in your soul space, said Pieter, a hidden corner of your mind. We are joined now, you and I, like brothers, unified in thought and in flesh. You would never have been able to see this place without me, but since the ritual of sealing does not bind me, I am free to bring you here. The ritual of what? Pieter laughed. Ah, the lesson continues.
Chapter 36. Hert's Castle, Undercroft. Magister Helmold had to be very careful. He'd go in the dead of night, when no one was down in the kitchen. The castle Undercroft should be entirely empty at that time, save for a peasant or two acting as temporary castle guards. Walter and Vengarl and Letha had busied themselves the last 3 days, giving all of the freed hostages from Midva Forest some manner of job around the castle and its grounds. All except Flora. There were 7 of her as of today. Going by the count of the buds, tomorrow there would be 15. And the castle yard was becoming as green as a primeval forest out of myth. The peculiar verdigris-haired girl with 7 bodies spent most of her day going around and asking everyone she came across what sorts of produce they enjoyed, and then using her skill to make said tree or vine spring up from the earth. So the yard was a lush garden now, all the better to provide cover. Helmold busied himself in the keep until many hours after sundown, and then he walked, as casually as he could, from the keep toward the stairs to the Undercroft. If he should encounter Flora, he'd simply tell her he was feeling a bit peckish after a day's work, that he was going down to the larder to have a look about. It wasn't entirely false. He was going down to the larder and kitchen, to see the young man they held in a cell down there. Arik Morholt, nephew of the late Abram Morholt. The Magister took a torch off of a sconce at the bottom of the stairs, sparked it with a skill, and proceeded. The young Morholt saw the light of a torch coming around the corner, winced at the pain in his broken ankle as he crawled up to the bars. The restraint itself was broken, but Redmayne had taken the chain and tied it tight around Arik's ankle, as if the iron were soft twine. He opened his mouth to belt out, "Get me out of here!" But Helmold put a finger to his lips and drew closer to the bars.
"Have you ever seen this before?" said Helmold, as he drew the locked scroll case from his belt.
Arik's eyes narrowed. He inspected it a moment, then shook his head. No. Helmold looked left and right to make sure no one had followed him. Then he crouched down close to the bars, so he and Arik were nearly face to face. "What do you know about the ritual of sealing?" "The what?" The Magister paused to gather patience. "Do you know why they were holding the one called Redmayne in this cell?" Arik shrugged his shoulders. "He's always been down here, since the castle was built." "And I presume he wasn't always in the physical state he's in now, yes?" Arik's brows drew together, and he slowly nodded. "And the day he broke free is the same day the blight fell upon all of Volos. Is that correct?" Arik nodded again, looking increasingly worried. "What happened that day?" said Helmold. "Was there a sign, some clue that a change in Redmayne was imminent?" The young Morholt suddenly looked guilty. He averted his eyes, rubbed his arm. "You could call it a sign, I suppose." Helmold's eyes grew wide. "Tell me." "I was fishing with my uncle in the morning, down on the riverbank. Something washed up on the shore. Well, someone. It was a dead man. I don't know where it came from, but it looked Numantian, so I thought it best if we just made it go away." Helmold's eyebrow rose. Arik took it for confusion and went on to explain that they sometimes used Redmayne's peculiar skill to dispose of unwanted things.
So we fed it to him, said Auric. Helmold's face had gone white as a sheet, his mouth slack, eyes still wide. It took him several moments to compose himself. He blinked, shook his head, but he still felt the stun of the young Morholt's words, as if he'd been struck in the face with them. After a long pause, Helmold asked, "Is there anything left of this man? Personal effects, clothes?" Auric frowned. His eyes looked guilty. "Lad, you must tell me. If there's any hope of getting you out of this mess, you have to give me all you've got." He looked up at Helmold, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Youthful naivety. Helmold would exploit it to the utmost. "I took his equipment off of him and stashed it," said Auric. "Where?" Auric hesitated for another long moment. "My room," he said. "There's a chest under my bed. The key is in the top drawer of my desk." Not the smartest place to stash ill-gotten gains, but Helmold supposed young Auric Morholt couldn't have anticipated any of this happening. "Very well. I'm going to go have a look at them," said Helmold. "I don't think I need to say this, but just in case, if anyone asks you, we never spoke about this." Auric nodded. Then he swallowed hard, steeling himself. "So, you're going to get me out of here?" "As soon as I'm able," said Helmold. Before Auric could say anything else, the Magister turned and left the kitchen, hurried up the steps to the castle yard, hoping to cross it back to the keep as quickly and uneventfully as he had on his way here. He would not be so fortunate. He was, however, vigilant enough to notice Walter and Vengarl Cazador loitering in the castle yard the instant he was about to turn the corner. He only caught a glimpse of them, leaning against a tree, eating those blue gnosis fruits that grew from the bushes Flora was born from. Helmold stopped himself, pressed his back to the wall, and sighed, eyes closed, trying to stifle his stress. He was fairly sure they hadn't seen him. With his eyes closed and his breathing slowed, he took a few moments to counsel himself. No need to make yourself look suspicious. Just say you were down in the larder looking for a snack. Then change the subject as quickly as you can. Helmold straightened, opened his eyes, and casually walked out into the castle yard. "Hail," said Walter, waving. Helmold smiled and waved back, approaching the Hunter brothers. "Hail, and good evening."
Vengarl glanced at the stairs he came from. "Bit late to be sniffing around the pantry, aye?" Helmold smirked at him. "I see you too found a late-night snack, haven't you?" Vengarl looked down at the fruits in his hand, shrugged sheepishly. "I'm glad I ran into you two, actually," said Helmold. "With Gnosis aplenty, we three ought to be able to upgrade the Sanctuary's communications beacon fairly quickly, yes? Perhaps in only one day's effort, presuming we ate a steady diet of Flora's blue fruits all day." Walter scratched his mustache, thinking about it. "Aye, I suppose we could. Be good to know how many other factions are about," said Vengarl. "It's only been a few days, but still, if anyone besides us already has a sanctuary, they'd be the ones to coordinate with." "On that we are agreed," said Helmold. "Tomorrow we'll dine on blue fruits and feed the faction account then." With that said, the Magister bowed and turned toward the keep. He made it 2 steps before Walter called out, "Back into the Lord's apartments? What you looking for in there, anyway?" Helmold didn't turn around. He kept walking. "Anything that may be of interest to Sir Redmayne? You never know what lies hidden in these sorts of places." He didn't hear what Walter said to his brother, but the two of them had a chuckle about whatever it was. Hunters. Uncouth brutes, the lot of them. They didn't even seem to mind that the leader of their faction was an abomination. Helmold reminded himself that it was his faction as well, but only for the moment. He'd joined and left coteries and factions many times before. Helmold Brecht was the sort of man for whom allegiances were best given when convenient and quickly discarded afterwards. And what he'd learned about Redmayne made him most keen to discard this one as soon as possible. That's why he had to get the Pharos activated, so he could send an urgent message to Tarakon, preferably to the office of the colonial governor himself.
Helmold was utterly certain the system had acted in error. The office of the governess, Messia Porcena, could remedy the mistake. He hurried back into the keep, up the stairs into the quarters of the knights, the lord, and others of consequence. Arik's rooms adjoined the lord's apartments, and it didn't take long to locate the locked chest under the bed, nor the key in the desk. The magister closed the door to Arik's room before opening the chest, to be sure no one would barge in without giving him at least a moment's warning. Then he took a deep breath, slid the key into the lock, and clicked it open. One by one, Helmold pulled items out of the chest. On top lay a curved sword and dagger, both in white scabbards. Their silvered hilts and handles were polished to a mirror shine, and immediately Helmold noticed the sigil of Tarakon upon them both. So, it was as Arik thought. A Numantian, an especially well-acquitted one at that. This was confirmed by the cloak and garments he pulled out next. The tunic was shredded by a huge claw, but everything else was intact. The cloth was fine quality, as were the soft leather boots and belt. There was a coin purse full of Numantian silver dinars, and an amulet on a slender chain. Sicarius sword, curved sword, melee weapon. Weapon profile, damage plus 30, evasion negation 10, fast 5. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Elegant curved sword with an opalescent color, wielded by the Sicarius. The blades of the Sicarius are forged from Numantian star steel, an alloy that can slay divine flesh. Sicarius dagger, curved dagger, light melee weapon. Weapon profile, damage plus 30, evasion negation 10, fast 5. Spirit touch, Godslayer 1. Vorpal, Godslayer 1. Elegant curved dagger with an opalescent color, wielded by the Sicarius. No enemy is safe from the blade of a Godslayer. Perfect. Phantom cloak, vestment, cloak. Passive. When the wearer dons the hood of this cloak, they become temporarily invisible and incorporeal. This invisibility effect lasts for 1 hour per day and night, and the effect is broken if the wearer deliberately acts in an overt manner, such as attacking a creature, throwing an object, or speaking in a loud voice. White silken cloak, with a clasp made of star steel, worn by Numantian officials who perform clandestine tasks. Godslayer's Oculus Talisman, neck. Passive. Allows the wearer to perceive incorporeal beings. Silver medallion inlaid with 9 gems, symbolizing the eyes of the 9. The 9 brook no insubordination from lesser gods. Their loyal blades find any recusant, no matter where they hide. Helmold sat back and stared at the items for a while. Sicarius, eh? So, such things truly existed. He'd heard tell of them once or twice, but nothing beyond rumors. Here and now, he beheld proof, which meant that somewhere in the area, a divine being recently met its end. Or perhaps it hadn't, and this was all that was left of the assassin. But they never sent a lone man to do anything. Always a team. Always a coterie, at the very least. If Arik Morholt only saw one body that morning,
Perhaps the rest of the team had completed their task, ignorant to the possibility that they slew one foe only to cause the revival of something worse, something ancient, something terrifying.
Chapter 37. Soul Space. Konungur Keep.
Redmayne stared at a huge portrait of Sensis Karalis, the first of his name, king of the Stalmen and the Omeni and the tribes of Volos. He saw a resemblance. Their faces were identical, save a few important details. First, the king didn't have canines like daggers, nor were his ears pointed. Karalis's eyes were a vivid shade of green, and his hair was as gold as new wheat. But if you were to stand Redmayne next to this man, most would say they looked like twins. Pieter walked up beside him, the two of them still standing in the great hall of the half-eaten castle. "I can't fathom what it must feel like to discover one's past in such a way," he said. Redmayne didn't look at him. His eyes remained fixed on the portrait. "I have no recollection of this man. He is a stranger." Pieter's smile waned, and he nodded. "Alas, what was done to you cannot be undone. But there is more here to see." Redmayne let the priest lead him out of the castle, up the slope of the crater housing it, and back onto the endless plain of blood-slicked body parts. It appeared they were going on another long walk across the corpse field. "It took a whole host of warriors to stop you," said Pieter. "In the end, the battle was won by the efforts of a band of usurpers whom the Velosi called the Five Heroes. You'll forgive me if I do not hold them in high esteem. The five were tribal chieftains who became knights under the rule of the Stalmen, traitors to their own kin, and yet they dreamed of advancing higher still." Redmayne listened to the priest and asked no questions. He was turning the information over and over in his mind, like a stone in his hand, getting used to the missing pieces of the puzzle sitting flush with the rest after so long. He'd thought it would have had more of an impact on him, but it didn't. He was once a king, Sensis Karalis. A witch ensnared him in a curse for the sake of revenge. He became a monster, an all-devouring force.
Kral. And then he fell. In falling, the victors stripped everything away from him. Memories, power. All but the bit they couldn't destroy with the arts they possessed. This body. In retrospect, it could have been worse. They could have shackled him to a rock at the bottom of a lake, but then someone might have chanced upon him. Or the cult of Kral might have learned his location and sent someone to his rescue. Better for the victors to have watchful eyes upon him all the time. Better to chastise the villain by hand, over and over again, even though they shrived away the memory of his transgressions. Redmayne considered that. They took away his memories. Then they tortured him afterward. Removing one's memories was the same as execution as far as Redmayne was concerned. Whoever that person was, they were gone. So why inflict more pain? Perhaps it was the same reason Karalis was transformed into Kral. The same reason Arik Morholt would come down to the kitchen to give Little Redcap a beating when he was a boy, just after he'd received one from his cousins. Because the beast in the heart of every man was compelled to prey on lesser beasts. The one who inflicts pain, who excites fear, he compels his victims to find another to injure and intimidate. To recover one's pride, maybe, or simply to express one's anger. To get it out. Creating monster after monster. Redmayne looked up at Pieter, who was still talking. "That's when they released your daughters and—" "Why are you showing me all this?" said Redmayne, cutting Pieter off. The priest stopped walking. From behind, Redmayne could see a sliver of his profile. He was smiling in an odd way, sardonic perhaps, or self-mocking. There was a long pause before Pieter answered.
Tell me, you spent a long time imprisoned by the Morholts, did you not? Redmayne nodded. And what did it feel like to be freed? Exhilarating, energizing, like being born anew. Consider those feelings, said Pieter.
And then consider this. You are still imprisoned. Redmayne's brows furrowed. The 5 heroes, Braga, Belskaya, Danesti, Vasarab, Holt, they didn't simply steal the contents of your mind. They took you apart. The body you dwell within, the mind you possess, it is merely 1/5 of your true self. That doesn't answer my question, said Redmayne. Pieter turned to face Redmayne. There was a strange quality to his smile. It didn't reach his eyes. Those were full of zeal, perhaps, or simply pain. Because I have faith that Krall will set everything right, he said. That when you are truly free, you will complete your divine work, and we all shall exist as one. You mean after I become your devourer god and eat everything? Pieter chuckled darkly. Yes. Redmayne studied the priest for a moment. The man was a stranger to him, but he wasn't. He knew the pain in those eyes, the pain of a victim. Redmayne had been a victim too. Before that, he created victims. That's what all the evidence indicated, at least. And what if I chose to do something other than eat all of creation, said Redmayne. The priest's smile became sardonic again. You speak as if you understood the nature of your true self. My true self stands before you, said Redmayne. Another laugh. You'll understand in time. I understand already. You wish for the return of a thing from long ago, a terrible thing which nearly consumed the world. But I have no wish to become a mindless destroyer. Then what do you wish for? Asked Pieter. The question gave him pause. He wished for greater power. Even now he could feel the heat of his hunger for it. Not simply physical strength, but wealth, dominion over the land. He wished to hunt, to stalk, chase, fight and slay and feast and rest. He wished to sire children, teach them, shepherd them, protect them from danger until they were strong enough to fend for themselves. He wished for a domain, a home for himself and his family. All these wishes were built upon the first. Power. The power to fight, to win, and to defend those winnings. All fine things, said the priest. Things your foes will deny you at every turn, unless you possess the power to crush them. The moment they realize you've slipped their leash, they will come for you. How did you? I already told you, our minds are joined in this place. You wish for greater power? It lies before us, just a bit further. Redmayne's eyebrow rose. Pieter grinned, and in lieu of an explanation, the priest turned and continued leading him across the field of gore. After a while, a peculiar monument came into view in the distance. A circle of gargantuan bones stuck into the ground to function as columns. The bones were covered in glowing magic runes, and within the circle there hovered a roiling ball of red energy which pulsed like a heart and crackled like lightning. The first seal was most cleverly hidden, said Pieter. Redmayne looked at him. The priest turned and tapped him on the temple. Within you, in your soul space. Never heard of such a thing until today, said Redmayne. Yes, well, I imagine they didn't let you read books on the arcane world and the nature of the divine in your captivity, did they? Redmayne conceded the point with a shrug. So how do I break it? He said. We must contend with its guardian, said Pieter. We?
Redmayne raised an eyebrow again. I thought I told you already. I have no wish to become the terror you worship. Why would you help me? Pieter's answering smile looked a bit deranged, but a bit less pained than the last one. Because I have faith. He didn't know what to say to that. But ahead lay the next test, the next rung of the ladder, and it appeared to be a significant one. Redmayne walked into the circle of giant bones, and the air shimmered and distorted around him as he passed, as if it were a membrane briefly stretching and then relaxing.
Pieter followed behind him, the two of them approaching the center of the circle and the ball of flickering, flashing energy. He reached out to touch it, and something shocked his finger. An invisible cylinder of force, briefly revealing itself to repel his hand. It should be making an appearance any moment now, said Pieter. Redmayne was about to ask him what it was, but he didn't have to. It was emerging out of thin air next to them. The thing had the face of a man and a mane and beard of rust-colored hair. It walked on all fours like a lion, and indeed it had a lion's paws, but its tail resembled that of a scorpion, with a bulbous stinger at its end, and it sported a pair of massive draconic wings on its back. The creature was half again as tall as either of them, making its face more like a giant's than a man's. Worse, when it opened its mouth to roar at Redmayne and Pieter, it revealed 3 rows of jagged teeth like that of a shark. The roar went off like a bomb, loud enough to make his ears ring. Ebsiclay, the manticore monster. Type primordial. Level 65. Level 65. Potentially a problem. Blessing of Might, Rockskin. Gnosis, 150. Perhaps that would help a bit. Redmayne felt power flood into his muscles. He felt his skin harden. His heart was already hammering against the inside of his ribs. If it were possible to break out into a sweat in such a state, he imagined he would have done so. When the manticore lunged at them, it was almost too fast to follow. He had half a breath, barely longer than the blink of an eye, to dodge away before a paw the size of his torso slammed down into the corpse pile. Then another came, and another, and a bite. And just when Redmayne thought he'd leapt back to a safe distance, its tail came stabbing at his face from nowhere. But not nowhere. Simply hidden until the last instant. The manticore was clever. It concealed its deadliest weapon well. But Redmayne had tricks too. Its tail darted at him again, and this time he answered with flame breath. Gnosis, 130. The manticore flinched from it, raised a forepaw to ward the fire away from its face. Redmayne wasted no time. With a snarl in the back of his throat, he streaked forward and savaged the manticore's raised leg with a flurry of claws. He felt its tough hide resist, but it gave, and slash after slash sprayed blood across his face and its flank. The manticore leapt back, swept a claw at his face in return, and he dipped under it and pursued. This time, Redmayne leapt onto the creature's right shoulder, latching on with one claw and striking with the other, and the manticore roared out and reared onto its hind legs, flailing to try and buck him off. Its wings stretched out and flapped hard, buffeting him with a gust of air, once, twice, and on the third try, Redmayne's claws had dragged across the flesh of its shoulder, leaving 4 long claw marks. But now his grip was shallower than it had been a moment ago. The manticore swatted him down with its left paw, sending him sprawling on the ground, only to roll and evade a killing bite. Instead of Redmayne, the creature got a mouthful of body parts from the ground, which it spat out with contempt, and then roared at him again, so loud he could almost see the cone of sound. Redmayne glanced around for Pieter,
spotted him off to his right. "Thought you said you'd help," he said. But Pieter did not answer. Evidently, he was already helping. His eyes had rolled back in their sockets, and he held his arms aloft, chanting in that strange, droning voice his cult had a habit of speaking in. Quietude. The manticore's eyelids drooped. It made an unpleasant face, as if it had a sour flavor in its mouth all of a sudden. It snapped at Redmayne, roared again, surged forward with its claws scything through the air like 10 swords striking at once. But it was slower. Whatever skill Pieter used appeared to have gave it a case of drowsiness.
Like a bear before its long hibernation, sluggish and foul-tempered. It was already foul-tempered, but sluggish was an improvement. Still, he had to watch himself. He had a feeling one blow from that thing, especially from the stinger, could spell the end. It struck again, lunging and snapping as if to bite him in half from the waist up. He hopped back and answered with a claw across its face, which it barely even tried to avoid. He kept winning exchanges, but it didn't seem to be adding up to anything. The manticore's body collected claw marks all over, on its arms and shoulders, on its head, and still it fought at full power, full intensity. He used flame breath twice more, searing its hide and singing its mane, and again his efforts seemed to amount to nothing. The fatigue Pietro imparted to it with his skill seemed to be doing more than he was. Even with all those stacks of bleeding. They would add up. They had to. Level 65 couldn't be that far ahead of where he was now. The manticore opened its maw, and something glowed in the darkness of its throat. Something purple. Venom breath. Redmayne dove away before a cone of violet gnosis engulfed him. A bit of it caught his foot, numbed it to the bone. Best if he didn't let that attack touch him either. Redmayne played things safe as he could get away with. The good news was that he could land claws frequently with the manticore slowed, and he didn't have to worry quite so much about the threat of that darting tail. Until he did. The manticore played him for a fool. It acted slower and groggier than it actually was. It let him score blows, to give him confidence, to lull him into thinking he could stay close, all while waiting for one perfect moment, which it knew would come. A moment when Redmayne overextended himself, when he threw one too many claws, thinking he could still get away in time. Redmayne saw the tip of that venomous tail coming at full speed. His eyes grew wide.
He dove away. The tail missed by a hair. It barely grazed his side, and even then Redmayne felt a powerful numbness take hold of his flesh there. Unfortunately, he'd been so focused on not getting stabbed that he didn't notice he was dodging directly toward the downward swipe of its huge claw. Blood sprayed the manticore's face. Redmayne hit the ground, face down. Chapter 38. Soul Space. The Seal of the Manticore. Corpus, 4042. Half of that huge stock of vitality gone in one strike. It was as he feared. One more mistake, and he'd be dead. Another corpse for the endless pile. The manticore took a few steps forward until it loomed over him, opening its immense maw with 3 rows of teeth, meaning to devour him whole. Redmayne caught its jaws in his hands just as they snapped down on him with monstrous force. His muscles strained so hard, it felt as though his arms would tear off at any moment. Indeed, he heard and felt disturbing things, wet pops and ripping sounds within his body, followed by bright blossoms of pain. Slowly, the manticore closed its mouth. With a jolt of fear, Redmayne realized what it was about to do. He could see a faint glow of violet light coalescing at the back of its throat. He decided to beat it to the draw. Flame breath gnosis, 100. A gout of flames blew up into the back of the manticore's throat.
It choked and reared away, smoke billowing from its mouth, its eyes suddenly watery. Perhaps he'd burnt the glands it used for that skill. No time to wonder, though. Time to press the attack. Redmane snarled and savaged its face with as many claws as he could throw in the space before it reacted. And now the manticore, bleeding from so many wounds all over its face, front legs, and shoulders, was covered in flowing sheets of its own blood. For the first time, when Redmane advanced, it retreated. Evidently, Peter took this as his cue. Goratri's seeking stars. A shard of blue gnosis glimmered in his outstretched hand, and then it burst into a dozen glowing slivers that flew through the air at the manticore. It attempted to leap out of the way, and its leaping distance was quite impressive, but not impressive enough. The stars impacted all over its side, leaving a pattern of blackened burn marks. Redmane gave chase, and Peter loosed another salvo of stars of seeking.
He met the manticore at the end of its evasive leap, put out its right eye with a perfectly timed slash. It snapped back at him, and he snapped back at it, taking a chunk out of its nose. Then another paw struck him blind, barely a graze this time, but enough to remind him how much danger he was truly in. Corpus, 2188. The blow hit him so hard it spun him around, but it didn't scare him this time. It made him angry. He hadn't come from a hole in the ground, chained and muzzled to a post, to die here. If what Pieter said was true, his road to freedom was only beginning, and this beast was in the way. The manticore now looked and acted wounded. It squared up with Redmane as if the two of them were pugilists in the pit together, ready to trade blow for blow until only one was left standing. The bleeding stacks were beginning to add up, and it either remained afflicted by quietude, or it was sincerely tired now. Whatever the cause, it was heavy with fatigue. It pawed and bit at Redmane, who answered in kind. He evaded the manticore without giving ground, ducking and slipping underneath its claws, shoving back its attempts to bite. Answering with flurries that left fresh claw marks on the manticore's face, sent blood spattering to the already bloody ground at their feet. A white-hot nugget of tension sizzled in his gut. He could survive this. He could win. But he couldn't make any more mistakes, not even one. Redmane dodged and struck again, his senses as keen as they could be, his focus pure, his stress tamped down by brutal necessity. But he made a mistake anyway. He ducked under what he thought was the swipe of the manticore's left paw, but it was a feint. The manticore bit half his face and chest off. The bite took the front portion of his left shoulder as well, leaving the arm it belonged to limp and useless at his side. Corpus, 2. The world spun. His vision was blurry on account of the missing eye. It hadn't registered in his mind yet. All he knew was he just took a bad hit. The sudden loss of strength was just as dizzying as the loss of a portion of his head. The manticore opened its maw again, quickly this time, to go for the killing bite. He could react if he were fresh, perhaps, but his body wouldn't cooperate now. Shaman's Heel Corpus, 1002. Suddenly, it could cooperate. Redmane dove away at the last instant, before jaws snapped in the air he'd occupied half a breath ago. He glanced for Pieter, saw the priest doubled over on the ground, breathing heavily. Apparently, he'd given Redmane all his corpus, or almost all of it. He suddenly looked weak and exhausted. The priest was true to his word. He'd given it his all. It was time for Redmane to do the same. He roared, long and loud, and the manticore answered in kind. Lion's Lunge Gnosis, 85. It leapt at Redmane just as he was doing the same. The skill launched him high and with force, like a stone from a trebuchet.
They met in midair, and his claw struck true. Gnosis, 80. He followed it with another. Gnosis, 75. And another. Gnosis, 70. And another. The blows landed with extra concussive force, from the skill fueling them. Enough force to make the manticore's body tilt in the air in a way it hadn't intended, making it fall backward rather than leap forward, and Redmane's claws harried it all the way to the ground. It landed on its back. He landed on his feet. Then he cooked its face. Flame breath. Gnosis, 50. The manticore bleated and writhed on the ground, its paws flailing, eyes blinded by smoke. This dose of fire breath ignited its mane and beard, obscuring its vision even after it managed to roll to its feet and back away. No quarter could be given. But all the same, he truly could afford no further mistakes. Pieter was spent. No more second chances. If he took another wound, it would all be over. Redmane approached cautiously,
Eyes fixed on the crouched manticore, still blinking tears from its eyes. It growled deep in its throat when he grew close, swiped at him. He batted its paw away. It roared, snapped at his face. He slid back. It crouched lower and then sprang forward, coming down with both great paws. Redmane whirled to the left, clawed across the manticore's shoulder, right over a place he'd deeply wounded already. The manticore tried to turn, stumbled, face-planted. Its right front leg wouldn't work anymore. He rushed in to finish the job. And his heart skipped a beat when the manticore bit for his face again, missing by a hair. He had to abort his charge and dodge past the monster, losing his chance to go in for the kill, but avoiding fatal damage. His heart skipped yet another beat when its venomous tail almost stung him right in the chest, a second, last-instant evasion sending him rolling back to where he started. It was still dangerous, even now. The manticore coughed, and blood spattered the ground. It opened wide, and Redmane could see it charging venom breath again, going for one more shot. A last-ditch effort. He gave it one of his own. Lion's lunge gnosis. 35 gnosis flooded his legs, launched him toward the manticore at top speed. It opened wide and angled its face upwards to meet his leap with a spray of paralytic death. Whichever landed first, the claw or the venom, would be the victor. They struck each other almost simultaneously. Almost. Redmane gashed out its one good eye. The blow slammed the manticore's head to the ground, making its venom blast uselessly off to the side. It fell onto its side and squealed out with alarm at its now complete loss of vision, kicking and flailing its wings and tail and 3 good legs. Redmane stood over it for a moment, watching, breathing heavily. Then he crouched and dove in, tore into its exposed belly with his jaws, eating its flesh while it still lived. In a moment, its flailing grew listless. In a few moments more, it ceased entirely. Level 48 to level 49. Level 49 to level 50. Level 50 to level 51. Level 51 to level 52. Quality points awaiting allocation, 4. There was another system prompt right behind it, but Redmane ignored it all for the moment. He was famished. The manticore's tail and maw and powerful wings would make carnivorous metamorph all the more useful, and, as he'd hoped, feasting on it imparted something else. Monster skill learned. Venom breath. Bloodline skill. Monstrous, manticore, rank 1. Evolution possible. Active, 25 gnosis. The monster spews a cone of paralytic venom. This attack has the following weapon profile. Damage plus 18.
Armor penetration, 7. Evasion, negation, 10. Spread, 5. Might, damage over time, venom, 5. Grace, damage over time, venom, 5. Venom. If either might or grace are reduced to 0 by this attack, the target creature is paralyzed. Greater ranks increase the dimensions of the cone and the damage and qualities of the venom. Splendid. As for supper, it would do. Corpus, 2,575. It was as good as he'd get in this place. There were body parts all over the ground. The land seemed to be made of them. But just looking at them, Redmayne somehow knew they would provide him no sustenance at all. He'd eaten all those things already, sometime in the past. The system still had a prompt waiting for his review, so he opened it. At level 50, Common Class Imbued may select a second-class archetype or an archetype evolution. Available archetypes. Marksman. The marksman specializes in stealth and archery. Combining a keen eye and steady hand with his ability to mark prey, his skills focus on killing shots from astonishing distances. Trapper. The trapper, the most patient of hunters, is a master of preparation. His skills allow him to construct traps potent enough to capture or slay even the most powerful monsters.
Ghostmaster. The Beastmaster prefers to hunt with an animal companion, and as his level grows, so too does the power and intelligence of his bonded beast. Available archetype evolutions: Predator archetype, Feral Stalker. Like a great cat, the Feral Stalker is a solitary hunter who specializes in attacking from stealth with his natural weapons. More than any other archetype, this hunter capitalizes on its knowledge of prey to impair and hinder its quarry to the utmost. Pack Alpha. The Pack Alpha, like the Beastmaster, specializes in animal ken. But rather than bonding with a single, powerful animal companion, this hunter commands and coordinates a pack of beasts to aid his hunt. Beast Disciple. Beast Disciples attune themselves to the beast within and channel its power into brutal combat skills. At greater levels of mastery, they can even manipulate the inner beast in others around them, stoking or quelling their animalistic impulses. Redmayne sat down and stared at the list for a short while. Thought about it. They were all potentially good choices. Adding another normal archetype could make him more versatile. But he was fairly sure Volter and Vengarl had much of those basics covered, so it wasn't strictly necessary. Specialization was a more appealing thought. And of the 3 available archetype evolutions, one spoke to him most clearly. The Beast Disciple. The student of the beast within. He knew a bit about having one of those already. Perhaps it would help him manage it. He made his choice. Archetype evolved Predator, Beast Disciple. Skills granted: Bloodthirst, Uncommon. Class skill: Hunter. Rank 1, Evolution. Possible. Passive: The scent of blood stirs the beast within. The imbued gains a bonus to might and attack speed in the presence of creatures with the bleeding condition. This bonus scales with the number of stacks of bleeding in his proximity. Feral Fleetness. Uncommon class skill: Hunter. Rank 1, Evolution. Possible. Sustained: 5 gnosis per day. When the imbued taps into the beast within, he can cover ground quickly. This skill may not be used in combat, but can aid the imbued in overland travel. For every 5 gnosis spent, the imbued may travel at his highest natural speed, to include such modes of movement as running, climbing, swimming, or flight, for a full day and night without rest.
The imbued may utilize this skill for a number of consecutive days equal to his fortitude. Rage-fueled might. Uncommon class skill. Hunter. Rank 1. Evolution. Possible. Reactive. 20 Gnosis. The beast within awakens when the imbued is injured and lashes out with all the force it can muster. As a reaction to taking corpus damage, the imbued may activate this skill to double his might for the next immediate action he takes using that quality, to include attacking. This skill has a limited duration. Further ranks will lengthen the time window of the bonus. Redmane, Beast Disciple. He liked the sound of it, and this was a fine set of opening skills. He looked forward to seeing the rest. As for quality points, he sent all 4 to Fortitude. Yet again he felt he'd been taking more damage than he really ought to, most pointedly against Agnieszka the Stitcher, and then again right here and now. Fortitude, 13 to 17. Pieter groaned. Redmane looked over, saw that the priest had successfully rolled into a seated position. His posture was bad. He was doubled over, breathing slowly and with noticeable effort. "Thank you for aiding me," he said. Pieter grinned crookedly and pointed at the ball of crackling red energy in the center of the arena. "Don't thank me, my lord. Just claim your prize." Redmane rose and approached it. The cylinder of force protecting it was gone. He reached out, and nothing impeded his hand. It pulled at him, urging him to get closer still.
Its pulsing matched the beating of his heart. Or perhaps it was the opposite. The instant his hand made contact with it, the world turned red. Something opened up his head and poured fire into his body. He was briefly one with a vast lake of power, a fire raging for all eternity. It was made of grief, of frustration, of resentment. Redmane didn't have any sudden flashes of memory. No images sprang into his mind. But all the same, he understood that he was merely a part of something massive. A vast consciousness, dismembered and imprisoned. More than once. Redmane took hold of the power before him and let it flow into his body. And as he did so, he felt its presence snap something inside him. Some hidden compartment. It felt like a tiny lock breaking inside a barrel of liquid flame. Then the flame engulfed him. Might plus 20 grace, plus 20 fortitude, plus 20 armor, plus 10 evasion, plus 10 skill evolved. Omnivore to Devourer. Chapter 39. Soul Space, the seal of the Manticore. Skill evolved. Omnivore to Devourer. Devourer bloodline skill, monstrous. Rank 1, evolution, possible. Passive, rank 0. The monster derives sustenance from anything, and its digestion produces no waste. Its teeth and jaws can chew through most substances with sustained effort. The monster's consumption of flesh restores its corpus, and consumption of magic restores its gnosis. All caps for corpus and gnosis, regardless of source, are removed. The consumption of refined metals will permanently increase the monster's armor and the damage of its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines. Damage and armor gains are proportionate to the quantity and purity of metals consumed. When the monster consumes the flesh of a creature possessing a skill, it will adopt that skill as its own at rank 1. If the creature possesses multiple skills, the monster will acquire that creature's highest ranked skill. If the creature possesses more than one skill tied for highest rank, the monster acquires them all. Skills obtained in this way increase in rank by whatever process the monster gains in power, if any. When the monster consumes weapons and armor with special qualities,
It may allocate those qualities to its physical natural weapons, such as claws, bite, horns, talons, or spines, if it possesses any. Armor qualities may be allocated as long as the monster possesses a natural armor bonus. If the damage and armor penetration values of a consumed weapon are higher than that of the monster's natural weapons, the natural weapons will gain the difference between the two as a permanent bonus. The monster may also consume talismans and vestments, thereby inheriting whatever bonuses or special qualities they conferred while worn. Rank 1. The monster consumes the souls of sapient beings it has eaten.
The souls of consumed beings take residence in the monster's soul space, and may speak to and hear one another and the monster as if all were physically present. If the monster no longer wishes to speak or listen to souls occupying its soul space, it can block communication from them at any time. If the monster possesses a skill capable of creating a minion, it may imbue the minion with the soul of a being previously consumed by Devourer. The soul retains the ability to use all its skills, provided the form it occupies possesses sufficient gnosis to use them. If the minion in question is slain or dismissed by the monster, the soul returns immediately to the monster's soul space. At any time, the monster may destroy the soul of a being it has consumed, granting it a sum of gnosis proportionate to the strength of the soul in question. Redmayne could read it, in theory. In reality, it was a bit difficult at the moment. His body was full of fire. Every last shred of his being was being remade, reforged. Power flowed into his muscles, reinforced his sinews, hardened his bones, energized organs and tissues, burned away imperfections. It felt like being immersed in a volcano, joining with it, molten energy flooding into every shape, inside and out, immortalizing it in steel. Redmayne immediately identified this as the most painful experience he'd ever had. The pain was transformative. At some point it occurred to him that he hovered in midair. The ball of red and his torso occupied the same space. His vision began to clear, bringing him back from the world of crimson fire to the world of the endless corpse field. Redmayne felt himself slowly descending, to the point where his feet once again stood on solid ground. Echoes of the awesome pain reverberated through his body, but that was nothing next to the exhilaration of its newfound strength. He looked down at himself, at his hands. He'd gotten a bit taller, he thought.
Pietro sat where he left him, a rapturous smile on his face.
"Lord," he said, breathlessly. Redmayne found himself feeling much more like a lord now. Now that he was lucid, he called that skill evolution screen back, so he could properly read its description. He looked down at Pieter, priest of Kral. "You said you wanted to become one with your god," said Redmayne. Pieter nodded slowly. "Then rise." Pieter shakily rose to his feet, looking awed. Redmayne walked over to him so they were face to face. They were equal in height now. Then Redmayne bit into his neck, tore his throat out. The priest's eyes went wide. A curtain of blood flowed down the front of his robes as he gurgled and fell limp against Redmayne, who gnawed through his spine, pulled his hood back to seize the hair, and then devoured his head as if it were a piece of fruit. Corpus, 2779. Something came into him with that corpus. It felt like gaining gnosis, but not quite. It felt sort of like eating an enchanted weapon, except the cluster of crystallized energy was far larger and more complex. Pieter's headless body fell to the ground, blood pouring from the ragged stump of his neck. And then, an instant later, his translucent phantom appeared right next to it. I live! Pieter looked around the soul space as if he were doing so with new eyes.
He was certainly having a religious experience now. "You were right about that thing," said Redmayne. "But you were wrong about what would happen to me." The priest looked at Redmayne curiously. "What do you mean?" "I feel no closer to this being, Kral, nor the man who came before him, Keralis. I remain who I was, Redmayne." Pieter chuckled, haltingly, incredulously at first, and then he broke out into peals of rapturous laughter. "It scarcely matters what you call yourself, my lord, for you have returned." "Now, how do we leave this place?" "This seal is broken," said Pieter. "Your soul space will no longer be closed to you. Simply focus your mind, and you will return us to the material world." Redmayne closed his eyes. What he said was true. He could feel his physical body distantly, as if it were a spawn. Focusing brought the sensation closer. So close he could feel evening air on his skin, and hear the murmuring of a throng of beastmen all around him. Redmayne returned to his flesh, opened his eyes in the church. Pieter's body fell to the ground, face first. Pieter, High Priest of Kral. Slain. Tasks completed. 4/5 level up. Level 52 to 53. Quality points awaiting allocation. 1. A collective gasp swept through the whole congregation, to include the 2 cultists flanking the now deceased High Priest of Kral. Even Vela, the justiciar in their midst, looked cowed. She stared at Redmayne with the same wide-eyed expression of shock as the rest of them. He had no idea how much time had passed, but it couldn't have been long. The night was just as dark as it was the moment Pieter's skill went off. Just then, Radovid and Irina stormed through the doors of the church, with their weapons readied, their faces flushed from the sprint. But clearly it hadn't taken so much out of them that they couldn't fight, and fight well. If they were arriving now, it meant that what transpired in his soul space had been mere moments in the world of flesh. Redmayne's eyes levelled on Pieter's prone corpse. "I have taken his soul," he said, to anyone who cared to listen. "For he wished to be one with his lord. And I suppose that's me." "You suppose correctly," said Pieter. First he looked at the 2 cultists of Kral, who both took half a step back when his eyes shifted their way. "But I am not Kral, the Devourer. I am called Redmayne. I intend to conquer these lands. If the cult of Kral wishes to be of use to me in this endeavor, you may bend the knee and swear allegiance. I make this offer now, and I shall not make it again." The cultists looked at each other, fear in their eyes. Then they fell on their faces.
"We swear fealty," one barked. "We follow Redmayne," said the other. Redmayne let them kneel for a few moments. He turned to address Vela and Radovid and Irina. "The offer extends to you as well," he said. "As imbued, you're welcome to join my faction as your comrades Valter and Vengarl have. But I won't press you. If you would rather move on from this place, you're free to leave in peace. Know only that if you one day stand in my way, I won't hesitate to slay you all." He delivered those words as gently as he could, though Radovid and Irina still flinched from them a bit. Vela, meanwhile, looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Oi, redhead! You're the thing these beast folk worship?" she asked. He looked at her. "I'm what they were waiting for, but not what they were expecting." It appeared to take her a moment to riddle out what he meant. He noticed her looking at his system tag. Her eyebrows rose a bit, and she let out a low whistle. "Valter and Vengarl joined your outfit?" Redmayne nodded. "All right then, mate. I'll jump on the wagon too. See where it goes." Radovid and Irina let out a sigh at the same time. Redmayne's attention returned to them. If you have misgivings, I take no offense. Do whatever you wish." The two of them conferred with each other for a moment in whispers. Radovid shook his head. Irina made an exasperated gesture. "We'll consider it, sir," said Irina with a smile. Radovid didn't much look like he wanted to consider it, but he said nothing. Redmayne strode toward the church's open doors and passed them by on his way out. "Consider it, then. I'm going to deal with the burgomaster. You're all welcome to come along and bear witness, if you like." While he was thinking about it, he spent his quality point on fortitude. Fortitude 37 to 38. Now he felt sufficiently sturdy. Vela hopped out of her seat and ran after him. The cultists of Kral looked at each other, nodded grimly, and bid their congregation to rise.
Hundreds of beastmen rose from the pews and filed out of the church after them, as if they were all of one mind, the dirge of the devourer keeping them tractable, like sheep. One more foe to slay, and Barograd was his. Barograd, Midva Forest, Hertz Castle. The beginnings of a fine domain, one which would only grow. As for how to run a growing domain, he'd sort those matters out later, one way or another. Magister Helmold sat with Walter and Vengarl at an outdoor table in the castle yard, eating bowl after bowl of blue gnosis fruits served to them by 3 floras dressed as kitchen maids. After every serving, they paid gnosis into the faction account for House Redmayne, steadily increasing the number until they could activate the sanctuary's pharos. The table they sat around was no table at all, but a mass of living vines and roots Flora had shaped perfectly into sets of outdoor furnishings. The castle yard was truly beginning to resemble something out of fairy tales. Helmold noted that one used to be able to stand at the gatehouse and see across to the chapel on one side of the keep and the stables and kennels on the other. Now, someone coming through the gate would likely be confused, thinking they had just left the forest behind for the castle, only to be faced with more forest. "What should we call these things?" said Vengarl, as he stuffed another into his mouth. "Dunno," said Walter, his voice muffled by the mouthful he was chewing. "Do they already have a name?" "Oi, Flora!" Vengarl stopped a passing Flora. She turned and smiled. "How may I assist thee, Sir Vengarl?" "You got a name for these fruits?" The green-haired girl pursed her lips, took a moment to consider the question. "Verily, I cannot recall what they were named, or if I even took the trouble to bestow one upon them." "They're like peaches, but blue," said Vengarl. "Could just call 'em blue peaches." "We could call 'em Flora's fruit," said Walter. Vengarl looked across the table at Helmold, noted his frown and the tension at the corners of his eyes, and smirked. "How about we call 'em Magister's Delight," said Vengarl. Walter laughed and nodded. "Aye, that's a good one. Does it meet with the Magister's approval?" Helmold realized he was being spoken to a bit late, so it took him a moment to nod and smile sheepishly. "You honor me, sirs." "Everything all right there, Helmold?" asked Walter. "You look like you've got something weighing on your mind."
"Just anxious to get the pharos working," said Helmold. "The last few days have been eventful. I'd like to see what's become of our surroundings, hear from the other factions around us." Walter's eyes narrowed a bit. Helmold looked away from him, took another fruit from the basket and had a bite, glanced at the system screen to see how much more they had to go. Not much left, but it couldn't come fast enough.
Chapter 40. Barograd. Keep Redmayne strode down the broad street leading from Churchtown to Barograd Keep, with his followers behind him. There was the Justiciar Vela, her careworn garments and wild hair giving her the look of the beastmen she'd infiltrated. As she walked along behind Redmayne, she stuck her pinky in her ear and twisted it, flicked away some wax. Next to her, flanking Redmayne on the opposite side, were her coterie mates, Radovid and Irina.
The warrior and magister had their weapons in hand, and their eyes on the keep ahead. Behind them came a throng of hundreds of beastmen, shepherded by 2 red-robed cultists of Krawl, who sang the dirge of the devourer to keep them enthralled. The throng grew as they made their way down the avenue, roving packs of low-level beastmen drawn in by the dirge to join in the shuffling crowd. By the time they reached the walls of the keep, they numbered well over 1,000. The portcullis was down, and the watchtowers over it were manned by 2 musket-wielding beastmen wearing steel helms and breastplates. Redmayne could see the tension in their eyes. He smelled the scent of fear on the air. "Go fetch your master," he called up to them. "Tell him Redmayne comes to claim what is his." "Our master says fuck off," one of the watchmen yelled back. They raised and braced their firearms. A shard of emerald gnosis streaked from the tip of Irina's staff, leaving a sizzling hole in the center of a watchman's helmet. Vela whipped out a sling, whirled, and loosed a shiny rock, and there was an audible ping as it knocked the other one down. Redmayne made a mental note to keep people with ranged attacks around. With those 2 handled, he walked up to the portcullis, crouched down, and grasped the cold iron bars with a wide grip. It was time to find out what 45 might could do. His arms and shoulders flexed solidly. He felt his feet press flat to the cobblestones.
He set his jaw and concentrated, willed his arms to move, his heartbeat thundering in his ears. And it moved. He was lifting it. It was easier than he thought it would be. Slowly and steadily he rose from his crouch, taking the portcullis with him, until at last he held it at chest level, knees still slightly bent. He took a deep breath and then shoved straight up with all his strength, sending the portcullis crashing up into its housing. There was a clamor of broken mechanisms inside the gatehouse. It was stuck. Perfect. Redmayne walked through the gatehouse, the imbued a few paces behind him, and the horde of beastmen pouring in afterward. The ensuing skirmish was brief. There were more guards posted along the keep's walls, and a few in the small courtyard itself, but none were a match for the wave of hostility that met them. Radovid cleaved bodies in 2 with his great blade. Irina sniped the ones up on high. Vela drew a curved dagger with a wickedly serrated blade and ripped into them with wild aggression. The ones who didn't fall to the imbued were swarmed over by beastmen under the cultist's thrall. Much as he enjoyed getting his claws wet, Redmayne had to admit that henchmen were a fine thing to have. The front doors of the keep blasted open, and the burgomaster emerged into the courtyard with 2 of his personal guard. Burgomaster Sigvar, monster type, corrupted, level 52. Veteran guard, monster type, corrupted, level 50. The burgomaster Sigvar was a burly man. In his armor, he was nearly a head taller than Redmayne, and half again as wide, with a breastplate fitted for his rotund belly. A plume of red horsehair flowed from the top of his visored helm, and he wore the livery of House Morholt on a white tabard over his breastplate. In his hands, he held a great 2-handed hammer. "What is this?" said the burgomaster, his eyes on the red-robed cultists behind Redmayne and the throng they commanded. Likely the only people he recognized. "Has that weasel Pieter betrayed me?"
"I never liked him," said Pieter. "Am I going to have to get used to you speaking to me unexpectedly?" said Redmayne. "If you don't mind, my lord, I do know a few useful things." "Tell me about them later," said Redmayne. "As you wish." "His cult recognizes me as their rightful lord," said Redmayne. "You can do the same if you like." The burgomaster scoffed. "You can rest in piss," he said, and he hefted his hammer in both hands. Radovid, Irina, Vela, and all the beastmen readied themselves. Redmayne raised his hand, shook his head, and they stood down. "You and me," he said to Sigvar. The crowd receded into the rough shape of a ring. Sigvar's 2 guards looked to their leader,
and the burgomaster gave them a nod to step aside. Then he strode into the center of the impromptu arena, a tower of steel with hammer in hand. A growl rumbled in Redmane's throat. Burgomaster Sigvar broke out into a run toward him. Redmane crouched. The armored beastman bellowed a battle cry, raised his hammer high overhead to end it in a single blow, the inertia of his charge and the sheer mass of the man making him something akin to a human siege engine, a battering ram that could burst braced doors into a shower of splinters. Redmane slid to the side at the last instant. 4 claw marks rent along the side of Sigvar's breastplate, and fresh blood oozed from the wound. Bleeding, 4. Bloodthirst took effect immediately. Redmane felt twitchier, full of energy, intensely focused on the scent of the burgomaster's blood. Sigvar grunted, turned to swing a horizontal blow. His hammer whistled through the air like a boulder flung from a catapult. Redmane dipped beneath it and tore 2 chunks out of his armored leg. Bleeding, 12. The burgomaster retreated a few steps, hobbled, his feral eyes ablaze inside the visor of his steel helm. "You're a little slow," said Redmane. Sigvar growled. "I'll pound your skull flat against these stones, mongrel. Come and try it." The burgomaster willed his leg into proper function, and with a roar he barreled forward with an overhead swing. Redmane's hair and ragged cloak trailed behind as he dodged left, like a bullfighter. His claw swept across the back of Sigvar's breastplate, tore through it as if it were cloth. His opponent was so sluggish. Either Sigvar was moving in slow motion, or bloodlust simply stretched out Redmane's perception of time. Again he struck twice, when before he could only have struck once. Bleeding, 20. Sigvar let out an anguished roar and turned around quickly, trying to catch Redmane on the backswing. He ducked, clawed across the Moorholt tabard stretched over the burgomaster's steel-clad belly. Bleeding, 24. "That heraldry was offensive to my sight," he said. Sigvar shoved Redmane back and raised his hammer for another blow. Too slow again. This time Redmane kicked Sigvar square in the belly. The ball of his foot rang that rounded breastplate like a bell, and sent the bleeding burgomaster staggering backward, only to fall flat on his behind. Vela laughed. Irina gave her a reproachful look, and the justiciar rolled her eyes. Burgomaster Sigvar breathed in heavy gasps. Sheets of blood ran down his armor, which had been rent in so many places. Redmane waited patiently for the man to get to his feet, grasp the handle of his hammer tight, and advance once more. He had enough room to break into another charge. Redmane watched Sigvar thunder toward him, again raising his hammer high. Only this time, he suspected the burgomaster knew he had no chance. He simply wanted to die fighting. He could respect that. Were he in the same situation, that's what he would want too. Sigvar swung his hammer. Redmane swung his claw. An overhand claw, which swept diagonally from top right to bottom left, shoulder to hip. It cleaved through the haft of Sigvar's warhammer, through his helmet and gorget, through his neck, most of his right vambrace and forearm, and a generous portion of his shoulder. Burgomaster Sigvar's head popped off, and the rest fell into 2 pieces. It wasn't the cleanest separation. The 2 parts were still connected by a flap of blood-soaked skin and steel, but the exposed muscles and organs were a neat cross-section of beastman anatomy. Burgomaster Sigvar slain. Tasks completed. 5 out of 5.
Level up. Level 53 to 54.
Zone tasks completed. Cleared zone, Barograd. Level up. Level 54 to level 55. Quality points awaiting allocation. 2. This zone will be integrated into the domain of House Redmane.
Redmayne slid the 2 points into fortitude. Fortitude, 38 to 40. And then a cheer erupted from the beastmen, their cultist shepherds, and Vela. Irina bowed to Redmayne with a solemn smile. Radovid did so as well, though his bow was stiff and no expression shone on his face. Redmayne wondered if the imbued would someday become a problem.
Descentus La Tathval was out for a stroll on the upper streets of Terracon. He passed through a park that smelled of jasmine, with artfully manicured hedges and a central fountain sculpted from flawless white marble. The garden stood in the shadow of the governess's tower, which stretched up into the sky to match the peaks of the grey mountaintops to the east. There were many such gardens and towers in the city, though none quite as grand as hers. Local imbued often gawked at the dizzying height of the tower the first time they laid eyes on it. Terracon's architecture was like nothing the people of Volos had ever seen before, or likely would see anywhere else. It was a pale imitation of Numantia itself, the city at the heart of all worlds, the nexus of a power so vast none had stood against it and survived in thousands of years of conquest. Lar Tathval longed to return, but not as a mere assistant, as a primogen, standing at the head of his own scion family. Making his way up the ladder to the Triarchy itself, the highest power in the universe, a state the gods of these backwater worlds couldn't even begin to imagine in their wildest dreams. Ambition was a common virtue in men, even more so in Numantians, so many of whom glimpsed the heights they could aspire to, and Lar Tathval found himself to be no exception. Lar had a seat on the bench in front of the fountain, leaned back and folded his arms as he watched and listened to the trickling water. Misia Porcena presented his first significant obstacle. His family had arranged for him to spend his post-academy years in her service to get a feel for the Empire, to see a few of the colony worlds with his own eyes. So far, they were unremarkable in every way. Boring. Pitiable, even. To think that so many lived and died in such a sorry state. But Misia Porcena didn't seem to share in his contempt, or at least she didn't show it. She didn't show much emotion at all. She was like an automaton, a thing which existed only to follow orders and mind the rules. How such an unimaginative creature ended up governess was beyond him. Or perhaps not. Perhaps her lack of imagination was precisely why they trusted her. His fate rested in her hands, which didn't sit well with him. There was no term limit on these sorts of appointments. She could keep him in her employ, managing little worlds of mud like this one for centuries. He had to either escape her or destroy her. The former option seemed safer, to be certain, but there weren't many options along that route which wouldn't tarnish his career somehow. He could simply neglect his duties, for example, force her hand, make her dismiss him, and choose another Descentus from the poor fools coming out of academy. But such things were remembered when the time for real promotions came. Paradoxically, destruction seemed the safer course. It wouldn't be difficult if the right tools could be found. Misia Porcena was rigid, inflexible. It was her strength, but also her weakness. He had to create a problem ill-suited to her mind, something her rigidity would not survive. A system message interrupted his thinking. It was Caius, one of his questors. His eyebrow rose. Caius knew not to bother him personally unless it was something important. He accepted the message, and a translucent blue image of Caius appeared before him. "Lord Speaker," he said, "we have received our first Pharos message from a faction out in the provinces." "Ah, very good. Thank you for notifying me." Caius smiled nervously.
The imbued in question said he had an urgent message for the governess herself. Lar's eyes narrowed. Oh? Have you received this message? We have not, Lord Speaker. The imbued insisted he speak to her directly. Lar let out a laugh. I like his audacity. What would you like us to do? He thought about it a moment, rubbed his chin. Send him through to me. At once. Caius vanished.
A few moments passed, and a new phantom appeared. This man's hair was thinning, white at the temples, and his face had begun to wrinkle with age. He wore a blue robe under a white cloak trimmed in silver, the uniform of a low-level magister. He looked upset, stressed. He kept glancing off to the side, as if watching out for someone. Hello there, said Lar. You speak to Lar Tathval, Descentus of Messia Porsena. May I have your name? It's Helmold Brecht, Lord Speaker. I must speak to the governess at once. Lar smirked. Well, I'm afraid this is as far as you get, Magister. You may give me your message, and the governess shall review it at her earliest convenience. If at all. Helmold Brecht frowned. He was wringing his hands. Clearly he did not want to leave the message with Lar, but the Descentus wasn't going to give him any choice in the matter. So be it, said Helmold, and he smiled a sheepish smile which did not reach his eyes. I have information which may explain the origin of this blight, and I'm afraid it's quite dire. I hesitate to utter such a blasphemy, but the system itself may be compromised. Something has been awakened which could consume this whole world. Lar Tathval's eyebrows rose, and he grinned and leaned forward, suddenly intrigued. Do explain, Magister. It was the dawn of the fourth day, and Hertz Castle was only a few hours' hike from Berograd on the main road. Redmayne walked in silence, alongside Radovid, Irina, and Vela. The twins had ultimately agreed to join House Redmayne, despite some lingering reluctance from Radovid. The Kral cultists and beastmen weren't capable of joining the faction, as they were monsters. And he knew the folk he'd rescued in Midva Forest wouldn't be thrilled to see them again, so for the time being he told them to remain in Berograd until called for. Even without the cult and their thralls, the roster of House Redmayne was robust. 6 imbued, not including Redmayne, and the list of classless was now much longer than Letha and Kale. All of the Midva Forest refugees were in as well. Altogether, House Redmayne was 50-some souls. Despite all the unpleasant memories, Redmayne found himself a little excited to be returning to the castle. Perhaps because he was its master now. He wondered if that strange seed had sprouted yet. His answer came when they crested the hill hiding the castle's gatehouse. The drawbridge was down, and the gates were open, and inside there was a forest. Not simply a forest, a primeval, wild forest, full of vibrant colors. Tall trees stretched up over the inner walls, visible even from where they stood on the outside. Vela stopped next to Redmayne, cocked an eyebrow, put her hands on her hips. Castle been vacant a while, eh? Redmayne shook his head no, confusion evident on his face. He strode through the gatehouse into the castle yard and came face to face with a passing Flora. Like most of her other bodies, she wore the simple dress and apron of a kitchen maid, her verdigris hair flowing freely down her shoulders. They saw each other. It wasn't her beauty that made him freeze, nor recognition in the usual sense. He didn't remember her. It was something deeper than memory. It was as if the image of her standing there conjured a dream in his mind, a heavenly one. Trying to remember
felt like trying to explain its vividness out loud in dull, feeble words. Impossible. A gap language could not bridge. Evidently, the green-haired girl was experiencing a similar sense of recognition, because the stunned expression on her face mirrored his exactly. But she recovered from it first. Flora smiled, took the hem of her dress in hand, and curtsied.
"Thou must be Redmayne. Welcome home, my lord."